Chapter 262. Ever since that night's barbecue, Lin Fei and Wen Ruxu had become much closer. Of course, this was a very bad thing in someone's eyes, and he hated Lin Fei to death. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed in the Tianhai dynasty. They were not far from the imperial capital of the Tianhai dynasty, 3 days at most. If Lin Fei used his movement skills, he would not need so much time. After spending so much time in the Monster Mountain range, he naturally wanted to enjoy himself. There was no need to rush to the market. At noon on this day, the convoy was traveling on the official road. Lin Fei sat in the carriage. It was very spacious, but it was enough for him alone. For him, a place to sleep was enough. The carriage did not need too much space. These days, Lin Fei was in a very good mood. In the past, Lin Fei had not had a good night's sleep. Ever since he was in the Tianhai dynasty, he could at least sleep until he woke up naturally every day. However, these happy days only lasted for a few days. When he reached the Tianhai dynasty, he would not have such free time anymore. It was not a good thing to have a good night's sleep. Hey, why is there a murderous aura ahead? Lin Fei, who had been condensing his spiritual power, suddenly opened his eyes. Ever since he could control 72 long swords, Lin Fei's spiritual power had increased a lot, and his perception had also expanded. Originally, a mystic adept's perception was only about 1 or 2 li. Lin Fei's perception was especially strong, and could extend to about 15 li. This number surprised even Lin Fei himself. Later, he asked about it and found that everyone's range was 1 or 2 li. 3 or 4 li was considered strong, and 15 li was very strong. Within a range of 15 li, Lin Fei could immediately see everything clearly with a single thought. Looking at the number of people, they seemed to be waiting for something. Could it be Miss Wen's convoy? Lin Fei frowned. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like it. I'd better stay inside. If it's really for Miss Wen, I'll help her if I can. Consider it my thanks for the journey. Then, Lin Fei closed his eyes again. There weren't many people on the official road at noon. Wen Wuxia's convoy was particularly eye-catching on the official road. When the caravan entered the range, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard, heading straight for Wen Wuxia's group. Swish, swish, swish. Dense black spots fell like rain. Not good. Someone is ambushing us. Surround them, surround them. After a brief moment of panic, the people in the convoy immediately made arrangements. They seemed to be familiar with this scene and were professionals. Although they were all very calm, this time they had encountered people who were well prepared. Many of the martial artists in the caravan were shot dead in the first wave, and there were more than 10 corpses on the official road. After the first wave of sneak attacks, the thieves gained the upper hand. The Wen family's carriages had already surrounded the city like an iron bucket. The guards and servants were all armed and on guard. As soon as the Wen family's troops charged forward, they would immediately counterattack. As expected of the Wen family's convoy. You can remain so calm even after being ambushed by us. On the official road, the convoy of the Wen family was surrounded. A middle-aged man who looked like a scholar appeared in front of the Wen clan's convoy on a profounder realm demon beast. Boss, we're rich this time. Look at how beautiful that girl is. Let's take her back and make her our wife. Look at those 2 long legs. She'll definitely be very happy in bed. He. The subordinates behind the middle-aged man chimed in. When Wuxia stood on the carriage. Beside her was an old man who stood quietly beside her. Who are you people? The one who spoke was not Wen Wuxia, but the arrogant Lei Wei. Lin Fei, who had been in the carriage all along, could not help but want to laugh. How could they be good people if they were ambushed halfway? Why would a good person ambush them? Lin Fei was indeed surprised. Those people were ambushing Wen Wuxia's convoy. Looks like I don't have to do anything this time. With that old man here, that guy is really something. Lin Fei closed his eyes again. Lei Wei glanced at the carriage behind him complacently. When he saw that the guy did not get off, he could not help but sneer, "What a coward. This time, it's my turn to stand out. Let's see how you're going to steal my limelight." We thought you were the bad guys. The middle-aged man laughed. Yuan clan's convoy is so rich that it's leaking oil. Fei Tianning, will definitely rip you off. Lei Wei also laughed. Fei Tianning, who do you think you are? Do you know who I am? I am the Lei clan's young master. If you know what's good for you, get lost and I will let you off. If you insist on going the wrong way, I will send out all the experts of the Lei clan to destroy your village. Unbeknownst to the Wen clan, when they heard this name, their expressions changed. Even when Wuxia frowned. Fei Tianning laughed wildly and stared at Lei Wei. You can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, but what you've found without even looking for it. Your Lei clan has always been at odds with the 18 clans. Today, I will kill you and send your head back. I wonder what your Lei clan head will look like. Hiss. Lei Wei's expression changed and his legs began to tremble. You are from the 18 clans. Fei Tianning said, Are you afraid now? You're just a young master of the Lei clan. Even if I kill you, your Lei clan won't dare to do anything. Do it. Kill. Kill them and go back to play with women. Kill them all. The more you kill, the more you get. The bandits outside all moved and charged towards the Wen clan's convoy. Defend. Don't let them get in. Young master of the Lei clan, I will kill you first, then I will deal with them. Fei Tianning flew out from his mount and grabbed towards Lei Wei with his black hands. Space-tearing claw. Sila. Lei Wei's face was full of shock and his body was covered in blood. At the crucial moment, his underling went up to block the attack and was instantly killed. Uncle Guan, please take action. When Wuxia's face turned solemn. Don't worry, Mississippi, the old man beside her nodded lightly. The 18 clans are just a group of bandits. This old servant will go and kill Fei Tianning now, then they will be a group of dragons without a leader. Sky-piercing spear art. The old man flew out and his mystic adept great perfection aura pressed over like a pressure. At the same time, the long spear in his hand stabbed towards Fei Tianning. Come on. Fei Tianning gave up on dealing with Lei Wei and turned towards the old man. Space-tearing claw. A black light shot out. Ding ding. The two of them instantly clashed and the sound of metal clashing could be heard continuously. Lin Fei opened his eyes again. Through his perception he could see clearly, the Wen clan's strength is not bad. As long as this Fei Tianning is killed, the group of dragons will be without a leader and will naturally disperse. I wonder where these 18 clans came from, but they seem to be very powerful. Lei Wei's legs trembled in fear when he heard about the 18 clans. In the past, when he was in Guiyuan City, he thought that his clan was very powerful. Only when he was outside did he realize what it meant to be a frog in a well. A mystic adept great perfection expert was enough to wipe out their entire clan. If I'm free, I can go and understand these 18 clans. They seem to be of a large scale and I can earn some experience. Unknowingly, an idea popped up in Lin Fei's mind. No, there's still an ambush. Lin Fei was in a daze for a moment. When he looked outside, the situation had changed drastically. The two people who were initially in a stalemate had now won. Old Guan's chest was pierced by 2 sharp arrows and the tail of the arrows was still swaying. At the same time, a sharp claw came down and sent him flying. He was at a complete disadvantage. Guan Mingchang, we've known about your Wen clan expert for a long time. In order to deal with you, I invited Yu Guang, who is known as the Heavenly Arrow. Sure enough, you fell for it. Fei Tianning laughed as if his scheme had succeeded. Yu Guang, you're not dead. Guan Mingchang's breathing was weak as he spat out these 2 words with difficulty. Guan Mingchang, you old thing. How was the taste of those 2 arrows? It's a pity that I didn't kill you on the spot. A figure flew out from the forest with a longbow in his hand. It was obviously a lower-grade spiritual treasure. However, on Yu Guang's face, there was a scar that looked like a centipede, which made him look very ferocious. Yu Guang raised his hand and the arrows fell. A few more people were sent flying and killed on the spot. How can I die if you're not dead? Yu Guang stood on the roof of the carriage and said coldly, however, I know that you'll die before me this time. Uncle Guan, eat it quickly. When Wuxia quickly took out a pill and wanted to feed it to Uncle Guan. Miss, leave quickly. No one here can stop the 2 of them if they join hands. This old servant has disappointed you. Guan Mingchang struggled to stand up. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood again and his face turned pale. Fei Tianying laughed. "You Guang, let's attack together and kill them first. There's no need to kill Miss Wen. Such a good thing, if we send it to the higher-ups, they will definitely be happy." Yu Guang nodded. "Split up and kill without mercy. Guan Mingchang, you old thing. I'll send you to hell now and let you see my brothers who were killed by you." Yu Guang raised his hand and shot out a cold arrow. It was shot out from the hands of a mystic adept late-stage martial artist. This arrow was fast and urgent. It seemed like it was going to shoot a big hole in the void. "Leave quickly." Guan Mingchang pushed with one hand and when Ruxue was sent flying. "I hate killing people halfway." With a shio sound, the arrow that was speeding forward broke into two. It lost its power and fell to the ground at the side. Soon after, a lazy voice rang out. Not far away, Lin Fei was holding Wen Ruxue. "Miss Wen, are you all right?" When Ruxue was sent flying, she did not expect to fall into someone's embrace. Her face turned red, almost to the back of her ears. "I'm fine." "Then can you come down?" When Ruxue realized that she had accidentally hugged Master Shuang Mu like an octopus, she quickly let go and her face was so red that water could be squeezed out. "Stand at the back. Fighting and killing isn't something you women can play with." When Ruxue was stunned and did not understand, Guan Mingchang, who was about to self-destruct, could not help but show a surprised look when he saw the young man who stood out. "Mrs. saved this time. Brat, was it you who spoiled my plan just now?" Yu Guang said angrily. His killing move was broken. Of course, he was very unhappy. "If you can't find a second one, then it should be me." Lin Fei said with a smile, "Leave by yourself before I get angry. Then die." 6-star sky arrow. Yu Guang pulled the bow. He did not use an arrow, but directly turned it into an arrow with his true essence. Swoosh, 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 6 streams of light flew up, down, left and right towards Lin Fei's vital parts. "Your archery is not bad. Previously, there was an expert who forced me to use my full strength. Unfortunately, you are not qualified now." A disdainful voice suddenly appeared behind Yu Guang. Out of the corner of his eye, he felt a cool breeze. Then, his vision turned black, and he fell from the sky. He died in a daze, not knowing what happened. Lin Fei turned his eyes and fell on Fei Tianying. Fei Tianying's heart jumped, and he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. How could Yu Guang die like this? Yu Guang, a mystic master in the late stage, had endless power in his archery. He had killed countless mystic masters in the late stage and peak stage. The scene in front of him kept shaking in his mind. Space-tearing claw. Yellow upper-grade martial art. In front of so many subordinates, how could Fei Tianying be willing to leave? He thought that Yu Guang was killed by a sneak attack. Fighting head-on might not be that powerful, but it could kill a brat. When Ruxue, Guan Mingchang, and even Lei Wei, who was hiding behind the carriage, were all dumbfounded. How could that demonic beast tamer be an expert? The most shocked one was Guan Mingchang. Yu Guang's archery was superior in terms of speed. He was injured because he could not dodge in time. That Master Shuangmu seemed to have taken less than a breath's time. "Shatter!" Lin Fei pointed out with both of his hands, and the metal intent was shattered. The true essence claw smashed into pieces, but the momentum did not stop. It landed on Yu Guang's body, and the huge metal intent shattered Fei Tianying's body. The defense of the Vajra god ape was strong, but the Fei Tianying was similar. How could his body resist the endless metal intent? Not good, the boss is dead. Everyone run. The boss was dead, and so was the helper. The people below were scared out of their wits, and they lost the will to fight. They turned around and ran. Like the wind, a wind-like aura swept towards them. These subordinates were only at the mystic realm. Facing the sword art that contained the intent, they could not resist at all and fell to the ground. Lin Fei did not want to offend the 18 clans at the moment. They are all dead. Didn't they die a little too fast? The guards and servants of the Wen clan were all dumbfounded. They did not even know how they were killed. This speed, those who looked down on Lin Fei before were all glad that they did not find trouble with him. Otherwise, if he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as killing a chicken. Lin Fei took the inferior grade spirit treasure bow and arrow, and obtained a pair of gloves from the other Fei Tianning. Inferior grade spirit treasure, it could increase one's attack power, which was why the heaven-splitting claw was so powerful. After obtaining 2 inferior grade spirit treasures, Lin Fei was in a good mood. The leaders of the 18 clans all had inferior grade spirit treasures. If he could sweep them all, there should be a lot of spirit treasures, right? Chapter 263. Silence reigned. Absolute silence, a silence that had never been seen before. The Eagle King and Yu Guang, in the eyes of Master Shuang Mu, were killed in mere moments. They couldn't even hold on for long. More importantly, this Master Shuang Mu didn't look very old. No one expected him to be so powerful that he could kill without leaving a trace. Lin Fei knew what was going on when he saw the expressions on everyone's faces. He saw fear and admiration in their eyes. It should be said that fear was the majority. This was definitely the state of mind when facing a strong opponent. In the Xianxia continent, strength was the most important thing, regardless of age. Of course, if there was a difference in strength, it would be the younger ones. Master Shuang Mu was young. If he hadn't acted today, they would have taken him as an ordinary monster beast master, not a master. It seems I should go. Seeing their expressions, Lin Fei knew he couldn't stay. It was only a day or two away from the imperial capital of the Tianhai dynasty. At his speed, it would take him about a day to get there. He had memorized the general location when he came, so he could find the imperial capital without any guidance. I didn't expect you to be so secretive, Master Shuang Mu. When Wuxia came up and looked at Lin Fei with a complicated expression. Lin Fei looked at Wuxia's resentful eyes, and his heart softened. Whether it was on Earth or in the Xianxia continent, when facing girls, his attitude was always like this. He subconsciously rubbed his chin. Actually, I didn't do it on purpose. When Wuxia didn't believe him, of course. I still have to thank you. Without your help, our caravan might have been wiped out. Lin Fei said, if you think of me as a friend, then you don't have to thank me. Friends shouldn't treat each other like strangers, don't you think? When Wuxia chuckled and blinked. Of course you are my friend. I'm very happy to have a friend like you. I was wondering if you deliberately took our caravan? Lin Fei noticed that when Wuxia's face blushed after saying this. His heart skipped a beat. This girl, is she imagining things? You think too much. I really have something to do. Lin Fei didn't expect this girl to be so smart. She could even guess it. He wouldn't admit it even if he was beaten to death. Thank you for saving us, young hero. The entire Wen clan is eternally grateful. Guan Mingchang was supported by someone. His face was still pale, but he looked much better than before. It seemed like he had taken some healing pills. Lin Fei was really afraid that when Wuxia would guess something. Back then, in order to find a guide, he had deliberately done this. It was definitely not an honorable thing to do, so when Guan Mingchang interjected, Lin Fei was naturally happy. Women are shrewd creatures. Lin Fei smiled and said, this is what I should do. Guan Mingchang did not dare to be arrogant, especially when facing an expert who had killed the soaring Eagle King and Yu Guang in the blink of an eye. Young hero, if there's nothing else, why don't we go together? I believe that Grandmaster Shuang Mu will know many things about the imperial capital. I'm not good at other places, but I'm quite familiar with the situation in the imperial capital. Guan Mingchang was indeed experienced. He actually saw a hint of leaving in Lin Fei's eyes. Lin Fei was slightly stunned, but he quickly recovered. Since Uncle Guan has said so, I won't stand on ceremony. The corpses on the official road were quickly cleaned up. The injured members of the Wen clan were all carried to the car, and the corpses were to be brought back to the imperial capital. As for the heads of the 2 experts, they were all chopped off. This was because the imperial capital had a bounty for the people of the 18 clans. If the heads were brought back and handed in, they could get a lot of profound spirit stones. Hearing that there was such a thing, Lin Fei of course did not stand on ceremony and naturally took the profound spirit stones. Now, Lin Fei's pocket was empty, and there were not many low-grade profound spirit stones left. There were only 10,000 mid-grade profound spirit stones, which was equivalent to 100,000 low-grade profound spirit stones. Now that there was an opportunity to offer a bounty, Lin Fei would not miss it. Who cared about the 18 clans? If they really dared to come to his door, he did not mind sending them all as bounties. The official road was quickly cleaned up, and the convoy had an additional group of demonic beasts. If they were brought to the imperial capital, they could be sold for a good price. Apart from the smell of blood, almost no one knew that there had been an ambush here. That night, Lin Fei woke up from his cultivation. In the battle during the day, he had obtained a lot of pure essence pills. Unfortunately, they were all low-grade pure essence pills, which were the most widely traded elixirs. The two of them had about 10,000 on them, so Lin Fei naturally would not stand on ceremony and exchanged all the pure essence pills for elixirs. The Wen clan did not want the two inferior-grade spirit treasures, and they had no intention of mentioning them at all. Lin Fei also accepted them without standing on ceremony. It should be possible to exchange them for tens of thousands to 100,000 pure essence pills. Although pure essence pills were not as good as superior-grade pure essence pills, they were quite good for trading. Hey, what are they doing? Lin Fei subconsciously released his perception. Soon, he heard a conversation. The people talking were Wen Ruxue and the injured Guan Mingcheng. Miss, the 18 clans have made a move on our Wen clan. We were going to invite some experts back, but we didn't expect them to be out traveling. This time, our Wen clan is not as good as 10 years ago. Judging from the voice, it should be Guan Mingcheng's. Lin Fei thought to himself that something was wrong. What did the 18 clans mean by making a move on them? Today's incident must have something to do with the Li clan. They all want to raise our position. The Flying Eagle King and Yu Guang should be the people they contacted. This voice belonged to Wen Ruxue. Her tone was filled with murderous intent, unlike before. Lin Fei lowered his head and pondered. Could it be that the Li clan they are talking about is the Li clan that attacked me? Let me continue to listen to what is going on. From the looks of it, it seems that something has happened to the clan. In the carriage, the two continued to talk. The ancestor of the Li family suffered a great loss at the hands of the ancestor of the Wen family. Ever since then, he has been holding a grudge against the Wen family. Until now, the position of the Wen family is in jeopardy. If we are pushed out of the top 10 merchant groups and lose this position, it will be a huge blow to the Wen family. Guan Mingcheng said worriedly, the only thing we can do is to fight for the position this year and try to block the Li clan's attack. This way, we will have the right to continue sitting on this position. When Ruxue said, the Li clan has many experts. We originally invited a few experts, but now we can't invite anyone. It should be that the Li clan bribed them. They want us to completely lose our position. Miss, if you are willing to help, don't we have a ready-made one in front of us? Guan Mingcheng said. When Ruxue had a complicated look, you are talking about Master Shuangmu? Guan Mingcheng nodded. With Master Shuangmu's strength, even I am not his opponent. The Li clan has many geniuses, but I think they are definitely not Master Shuangmu's opponent. My guess is that Master Shuangmu's strength should be at Mystic Spirit Realm. In the carriage, the atmosphere became silent. Mystic Spirit Realm. When Ruxue was also shocked. Are you sure? This old servant's eyes are not so bad that I can't see it. But will he agree? When Ruxue said with a conflicted look. On the other side, Lin Fei was speechless. How did things get dragged into this? Why did it have to be him? This, if you marry him, it's possible. Lin Fei touched his chin and thought naughtily. Guan Mingcheng sighed. It would be fine if our previous clan leader was here. At least the Li clan didn't push us too far. When Ruxue said, clan leader Wen Tianwei? Apart from the old clan leader, the other clan leaders are not as strong as clan leader Wen Tianwei in terms of strength and influence. Guan Mingcheng sighed again. If we can invite Master Shuangmu to help, our Wen clan will have a chance of winning. Wen Tianwei? Lin Fei's face changed, a name appeared in his mind. Damn, it can't be so coincidental, right? This time, he came to Tianhai Dynasty not only to find trouble with the Li clan, but also to help Uncle Master Zhang Wen check on the person he mentioned. When Tianwei was his target this time. Uncle Master Zhang Wen had said before he left that if Lin Fei had the time, he should go to Tianhai Dynasty to check on Wen Tianwei, saying that the kid used to be an in-name disciple. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to go back to support the clan, he would have become a mystic king expert in terms of talent. When Lin Fei first heard the name of the convoy on the official road, he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, he wouldn't associate the name with Wen Tianwei. But when he heard the name Wen Tianwei and associated it with Uncle Master Zhang Wen's words, he undoubtedly had an idea. Could this Wen Tianwei be the Wen Tianwei that Uncle Master Zhang Wen mentioned? Lin Fei couldn't help but recall. Uncle Master Zhang Wen said that Wen Tianwei is the successor of a certain clan, so it's very likely that he is the clan leader of the Wen clan. Uncle Master Zhang Wen said that it's been a long time since Wen Tianwei became the clan leader of the Wen clan. Wen Tianwei is very talented. If he focused on his cultivation, it's hard to say that he wouldn't become a mystic king expert by now. In conclusion, it's very likely that this Wen Tianwei is an in-name disciple of Uncle Master Zhang Wen. After a series of conclusions, Lin Fei was certain that this Wen Tianwei was the clan leader of the Wen clan. If he wasn't careful, he would bump into someone from the Wen clan. If this was outside, Lin Fei wouldn't mind laughing out loud. My luck is too good. Why didn't I think that Wen Tianwei is the clan leader of the Wen clan? Fortunately, Lin Fei was glad that he didn't leave earlier. Otherwise, his efforts would have been in vain. Wen Ruxue is Wen Tianwei's descendant, so she can be of help. As for the Li clan, you can't blame me for being impolite since you're the one who bumped into me. Chapter 264. Master Shuang Mu, can I have a word with you? Lin Fei quickly retracted his perception. Lin Fei didn't think too much about what happened after that. He knew what was going on. As expected, when Ruxue came. Sure. Lin Fei alighted from the carriage and saw Wen Ruxue standing outside eagerly. He didn't even need to think to know what was going on. Do you mind taking a walk with me? Wen Ruxue blushed under the night sky. However, it was hard to notice if one didn't pay attention. The two of them walked into the forest at the side. At this moment, the guards and servants acted as if they didn't see anything. They didn't dare to say anything to an expert who could kill a mystic adept in the Great Perfection and Mystic Adept realm. At this moment, they looked like a perfect match. Bitch, you bitch. Behind a carriage, Lei Wei grabbed the door of the carriage. Veins popped out on his palm as he stared at the two with hatred in his eyes. A crack appeared on the sturdy door. Slut, I've chased you from the imperial capital of the Tianhai dynasty for 3 whole months, but you've never smiled at me and you've never promised me anything. It's only been a few days, and you want to seduce a young man? You're an old cow eating young grass. You're a slut, and you've got a stinking brat. You're just a little stronger, but damn it, how dare you try to seduce a slut? Kakakaka. The door was torn apart, leaving a pile of sawdust on the ground like fallen leaves. Lei Wei's eyes moved. Bitch, you forced me to do this. Originally, I was prepared to help your Wen clan. But now, I want your Wen clan to be destroyed. You'll lose your position as the head merchant and your Wen clan will soon become a nobody. Lei Wei's eyes moved. And that stinking brat, you've offended the 18 clans. You won't have an easy time either. I believe that after you're targeted by the 18 clans, how long can you be proud of yourself? I'll let you two be proud for now. In the forest, under the moonlight, it was bright and gentle. Master Shuang Mu, thank you so much for today. Wen Ruxue rarely hung out with men. Even though the man in front of her didn't look very old, he still made her feel flustered. As a young lady of the Wen clan and living in the imperial city, she had seen all kinds of handsome men and geniuses. She did not feel anything for anyone without a powerful background. Only this time, for some unknown reason, he was actually moved by it. That elegant movement, that sharp attack, that lazy smile under his eyes. No matter which one it was, it gave Wen Ruxue an unforgettable feeling. She would often think of it. It's just a small matter, don't worry about it. If you have to thank me for everything, I think you'll be very tired. Lin Fei turned his head and said with a smile, in my opinion, just keep your gratitude in your heart. When Wuxia looked a little embarrassed. I'll remember it. Lin Fei sat down on a stone. Don't stand there. Sit down and talk. Don't you think it's more comfortable to sit down? When Wuxia suddenly found that it was actually very easy to talk to Master Shuangmu. At least, he didn't have that domineering feeling, and he didn't keep bragging about his achievements, hoping that everyone would know about it, so as to expand his influence. Are you going to the Imperial City to play, or? When Wuxia asked tentatively, thinking about how to bring it up. For some reason, when Wuxia couldn't bring herself to say it. She always felt a little uncomfortable, as if she shouldn't ask for help. But on the other hand, the appearance of Master Shuangmu brought her hope. This hope was related to the future development of the clan. There was an unusual contradiction between the two. Lin Fei said with a smile, I heard that there are beauties in the imperial city of the Tianhai dynasty. I'm actually going to see beauties. What kind of beauties are there in the imperial city? I don't believe it. Suddenly, when Wuxia burst into laughter. Lin Fei said seriously, I haven't arrived in the imperial city yet, but I've already seen a beauty. There are indeed beauties in the imperial city. I can already imagine it. When Wuxia was slightly stunned, she pursed her lips and said with a smile, You must have hit on many beauties with this excuse, right? Lin Fei said modestly, Actually, you're the first. Look at me. Would I keep hitting on beauties? When Wuxia nodded, I believe you will often hit on beauties. Lin Fei couldn't help but say with a smile, Thank you for your confidence. I think I need to be arrogant. Actually, I have nothing to do in the imperial city. I just want to walk around and experience life. When Wuxia looked at Lin Fei and bit her rosy lips, Master Shuangmu, you've done our family a big favor today. If Master Shuangmu doesn't have anything else to do, I wonder if you can do us a favor? Our family will give you something you'll be satisfied with. After saying this, she seemed uneasy. When Wuxia had rarely asked for help in her life. It should be said that this was the first time she went to ask for help. When Lin Fei got off the carriage, he knew that when Wuxia was looking for him to ask for help. He didn't expect that when Wuxia would feel pressured by his words. She didn't say it until now. Miss Wen, such a beautiful woman, how could I? Lin Fei kept her in suspense. Refuse. She agreed so easily? When Wuxia couldn't hide the excitement on her face. For a long time, this matter had been a big pressure on Wen Wuxia, especially when she went out to look for experts and was attacked by the 18 families. She was almost wiped out. You agreed. When Wuxia stood up excitedly, then realized that she was too excited. Lin Fei also stood up. Actually, I've been in contact with your patriarch, Wen Tianwei. This time, I'll definitely help you. When Wuxia sucked in a breath of cold air. You know my great-grandpa? Lin Fei said with a smile, It seems that we're fated. It's late, let's go back. By the time when Wuxia reacted, Lin Fei had already walked out. Grandfather's friend? When Wuxia fell into a state of confusion, but why haven't I heard that grandfather has such a young friend? Ever since the ambush on the official road. The Wen clan's convoy didn't encounter the attacks of the 18 families again. It was as if they had stopped all activities. They didn't even encounter the mountain bandits that often appeared. They arrived at the capital of the Tianhai dynasty safely. The capital was bigger than Lin Fei imagined. It was filled with a grand atmosphere. History had left a deep historical aura in this capital. A majestic aura that belonged to the capital enveloped the sky above the capital. Master Shuangmu, this is the capital of the Tianhai dynasty. Guan Mingchang stood beside Lin Fei respectfully, without any of the prestige of a mystic adept great perfection. Those are all trade caravans. This is the most common type of trade caravans in the capital. Our Wen clan is also one of them. Lin Fei looked at the imperial capital, and a strange feeling welled up in his heart. It was a powerful presence. No wonder the palace of the capital is a place where experts gather. The rumors are true. Lin Fei thought to himself, I wonder what I will gain from this trip. Lin Fei returned to the carriage. The Wen clan's convoy passed through the city gates. After entering the capital, a unique aura hit him in the face. The wide streets were bustling with people. If he was in Mountain River City, he would feel that the place was huge. When he arrived at the capital of the Tianhai dynasty, Lin Fei felt as if he was walking from a village to a big city. Even though this was the capital, there were no tall buildings or traffic, but the experts on the streets couldn't be compared to Mountain River City. In just a short while, Lin Fei saw more than 10 Mystic Adept experts in the carriage. Among them, there were 2 Mystic Adept Great Perfection experts. As for those low-level martial artists and Mystic Realm martial artists, they could be seen everywhere like cabbages. As expected of the capital, the number of experts is far from what a county city can compare to. No wonder the experts from the families in the capital are so powerful. This was the first time that Lin Fei saw the capital that he could see in history, and he felt very emotional. This was the real stage. What would the stage outside the dynasty be like? Lin Fei's thoughts drifted away as he thought about those big stages. What a terrifying aura. Suddenly, Lin Fei frowned, and a rare look of shock appeared on his face. He opened the curtains and looked out. He could vaguely see the eaves at the end of the street, which exuded a grand atmosphere. Could this be the palace? Even though he couldn't see the whole scene, just a corner was enough to give Lin Fei a huge shock. Other than the palace, there seemed to be no other place that could have such a strong aura. Lin Fei thought that he was strong, but under that aura his spirit was about to collapse. Fortunately, that aura was not aimed at Lin Fei. Such a domineering aura, only the palace had the ability to do so. The palace is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. No wonder the novels often say that the palace is the most terrifying place. If a small dynasty is already so powerful, what about the capital of a medium dynasty, super dynasty, or even a dynasty? Lin Fei didn't dare to continue thinking and couldn't help but clench his fists. One day in the future, I will ignore these palaces and walk in openly. The carriage went round and round on the street. About an hour later, the Wen family's carriage stopped in front of a mansion, which showed how big the capital was. When Wuxia's carriage appeared in front of the gate of the Wen family, another carriage also appeared on the other side. Judging from the scale, the two were similar. Isn't this Sister Wuxia? A white-robed man came down from the opposite carriage and said in a strange tone. At this time, when Wuxia also came down from the carriage. When she saw the man, she showed a look of disgust. Master Shuangmu, how do we get in? After saying that, she wanted to bring someone in. Chapter 265. The man in white's words made the people around him stop. Because they were all from the Wen family. As a family, internal problems couldn't be ignored. Every family had problems. The bigger the family, the more serious the internal problems. If there was a powerful clan leader, then they would be able to suppress the internal problems and there would not be any problems. However, if the clan leader could not suppress the internal problems, then the internal problems would reach an uncontrollable level. Many clans had perished because of this, unable to rise again and becoming inferior clans. The Wen family was the same. This problem had been around for a long time. The man in white was a collateral disciple, Wuxia. He was considered outstanding among the collateral disciples. There was an unwritten rule in the Wen family. Once a collateral disciple became outstanding, he would be qualified to be a merchant and have a position in the family. Wuxia was such a collateral disciple. Ever since he was qualified, this collateral disciple suddenly gained influence. Although the influence wasn't great, it was different from before when they couldn't speak. The Wen family was established by doing business. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become a member of the main merchant and obtained an absolute position. Therefore, the Wen family always raised talented people freely. This meant that they could fight with each other. As long as it wasn't a life-threatening situation, the higher-ups would turn a blind eye. It was because of this that the scene in the previous chapter happened. After the introduction of the collateral disciple, Wuxia. Then, let's introduce Wuxia. Wuxia was a direct descendant and a business genius. She was young, but she already had a caravan. This caravan had a lot of power in the Wen family. The competition between the collateral disciples and the direct descendants had always been in conflict. This was because the direct descendants received a lot of resources from birth. They were better than the collateral disciples at the starting line. The collateral disciples, on the other hand, had limited resources and were constantly suppressed. It was very rare for the branch family disciples to have a genius disciple. Even if they did, they would immediately be suppressed by the direct disciples and be unable to rise again. When Wuxia was a genius among the direct descendants, especially in business. She had always been hated by the other collateral disciples. Usually, all sorts of sarcastic remarks were nonstop. Provocations were even more frequent. That was because everyone understood one thing. Stepping on a direct descendant disciple would undoubtedly allow the branch family disciples to be known by others. No one was surprised by this scene. It's none of your business. When Ru Shui's previous soft and weak demeanor was replaced by a very firm tone. Her long, shapely eyebrows were raised, and she had the aura of a woman. Lin Fei, who was standing to the side, was startled. When Ru Shui's change was too fast. He almost suspected that he had recognized the wrong person. Her aura had become so strong. She was a heroine. When Qiu smiled and said, "Sister Ru Shui, don't be angry. I just want to remind you that in this day and age, there are all sorts of people pretending to be experts. You must not be deceived by them." His tone clearly said that Master Shuang Mu was a liar. Lin Fei had been shot even though he was lying down. What does this have to do with me? This is your internal problem. What's the point of dragging me into it? Is being young a mistake? At this time, Lin Fei was very depressed. You don't have to act cool on me. If it was in the past, Lin Fei would definitely not be polite and go up to teach this brat a lesson. However, after what happened in the demonic Beast Mountain range, this scene was like watching a clown perform. A clown flaunting his strength. What was there to be angry about? Right now, Lin Fei was watching a clown perform. Unfortunately, Wen Qiu did not know. If she knew, she would definitely hate Lin Fei to the core. When Ru Shui frowned and said, "You don't have to worry about this. Master Shuang Mu, let's go in." His tone changed and became polite. "Miss Wen, your internal department is full of such people. It's not good for the Wen family." Lin Fei shook his head and walked toward the door. "Brat, what did you say?" Wen Qiu was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She almost jumped up and looked at Lin Fei angrily as if she wanted to eat him up. It could be said that Lin Fei's action just now was really unintentional. In fact, Lin Fei wanted to say, "Why do you have to make things difficult for this kind of person? Aren't you making things difficult for yourself?" However, when the words were on the tip of his tongue, they became like this and changed their meaning. "Get out of my way." Seeing this pretentious person appear in front of him, Lin Fei's face darkened. Wen Qiu laughed and said, "This is my Wen family's door. I'm very unhappy now and I don't allow you to enter. What can you do to me? Hit me if you can. I want to see how powerful you, Master Shuang Mu, are." Lin Fei turned around and shrugged his shoulders at Wen Wuxia. He looked helpless as he said, "Miss Wen, did you see that?" He said it himself. "I wasn't the one who wanted to hit him." Wen Qiu was also proud. She wanted to see how Wen Wuxia would react. "He's ignorant. I hope you can be gentler." Wen Qiu felt disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. He thought he had heard wrongly. "What do you mean gentler? I'm an early mystic master." Lin Fei nodded and said, "No problem." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fei left a shadow and appeared in front of Wen Qiu. He sneered and said, "I've never seen such a lowly person like you." He waved his hand and slapped Wen Qiu's handsome face. "You..." Before he could finish his sentence, Wen Qiu was sent flying and crashed into the door. His face hit the door and he fell down. "You're courting death." Lin Fei appeared in front of that person again and slapped him again. 2 white teeth flew out. "I'm hitting you. You're the result of acting tough." 2 more slaps. The protective chi of a mystic adept realm expert couldn't withstand that slap at all and kept shattering. Wen Qiu was stunned. This kid actually dared to hit me. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said those fierce words, a few of his teeth were sent flying, especially his front teeth, which were directly turned into black holes. After slapping him left and right, Wen Qiu's face became like a pig's head. Those who didn't know would think that something had happened. Then he was thrown out and fell on the street. Luckily, this was the Wen family's mansion. There weren't many people coming and going. If this was the real street, he would have become famous and the news would have spread throughout the imperial capital. Master Shuang Mu, let's go inside. A hint of joy flashed in Wen Rushue's eyes as if she had vented her anger. She didn't even look at his miserable appearance. Sigh, there are so many shameless people in this world. He actually took the initiative to ask for a beating. I thought I heard wrongly. Lin Fei shook his head and walked towards the door. The guards at the gate were all dumbfounded by this scene. Wen Qiu, who was at the initial mystic master, was beaten like a pig's head. This was too natural. They didn't dare to do anything to Lin Fei. Most importantly, everyone heard that Wen Qiu took the initiative to ask for a beating. Actually, they also wanted to laugh in their hearts. This young master of the collateral family seemed to have some problems in his head. Wen Rushue, I won't. The latter part of his words became a leak. He couldn't even hear his own words. As for Wen Rushue's guards and servants, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. These guards and servants wouldn't have so many scruples against a collateral family disciple. That was because they were Wen Rushue's guards and servants. They weren't worried about what Wen Qiu would do. If he really dared to do it, Wen Qiu would be the first to suffer. Why don't you say that I was reckless just now? Wen Rushue arranged a small courtyard for Lin Fei. The area wasn't big, but it was much better than Mountain River City. Wen Qiu has always been frivolous. He deserved to be beaten. Wen Rushue didn't avoid it at all. I wanted to beat him a long time ago. You helped me vent my anger. Lin Fei laughed. Then shouldn't you thank me? At least I helped you take revenge. Wen Rushue giggled. In your dreams? Lin Fei's mouth twitched. That's boring. But then again, your family doesn't seem to be very good. A collateral family dares to provoke a direct descendant like you. If it were me, I would directly beat them up. Then I would beat them up every time I see them until they are afraid and surrender. You stay here first. When I'm done with my business, I'll come over and take you out for a walk. If there's anything, just let them come and tell me. In the small courtyard, besides them, there were two maids. They were young and good-looking. Go to your business. Lin Fei nodded. If there's anything, I'll find you. From the small courtyard came Guan Mingsheng. Guan Mingsheng, who had recovered half of his injuries, couldn't help but ask, Miss, won't this cause them dissatisfaction? When Rushue said lightly, Master Shuang Mu is a good-tempered person. Wen Qiu is asking for trouble by rushing over. It'll also let those collateral family members know that the person I invited is not someone they can offend. Wen Qiu is really a good-for-nothing. He deserves to be beaten up. I didn't expect that Master Shuang Mu is not only strong, but also has a strong body. Guan Mingchang said, this is indeed a good idea. They won't disturb Master Shuang Mu. It hurts. In a unique courtyard. At this time, there were several young people gathered together. They were either arrogant or extravagant. Wen Qiu, stop shouting. Who asked you to have such a cheap mouth? It's almost spread throughout the family. I really didn't expect you to say such words. Aren't you clearly telling them to come and beat me up? If it were me, I would also not be able to help but beat them up. A young man sitting opposite Wen Qiu sipped on fragrant tea and said sarcastically. Wen Qiu said, Tianya, it's easy for you to say that. Don't forget. That person was invited by that bitch Wen Rushue. Wen Tianya was the young man sitting opposite Wen Qiu. If I were you, I'd bang my head against the wall. A mystic adept expert was slapped by someone. You've lived your life like a dog. Another young man next to him advised, Tianya, don't scold Wen Qiu. You also know that when this guy is excited, he often talks nonsense. Let's see how we can help Wen Qiu get revenge. That's right. We must get revenge. Another young man said. These young men were all collateral disciples of the Wen family. They were all rather famous. Because they formed a circle and helped each other to resist the direct descendants, their influence in the Wen family wasn't small. After Wen Qiu suffered greatly at the hands of Wen Rushue, they naturally gathered together to discuss what to do about this matter. If they didn't get revenge, they would be in big trouble, especially in this current situation. The incident at the main gate couldn't be concealed at all. Before long, it would spread throughout the family, and their lives in this circle wouldn't be good. Wen Shui said, "Isn't that obvious? Just find a time to get rid of that kid. What's there to think about?" Wen Qiu cheered. "That's right. Cripple that kid. From his strength, that kid is at the mystic adept realm. It's just that his movement technique is fast. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been ambushed. Good my ass." Wen Tianya sneered. Other than an idiot who would go and get rid of that Master Shuangmu. Everyone was instantly like a deflated balloon. Then what should we do? We can't kill him. Are we going to keep him alive? Just watch? I can't take this lying down. If you guys aren't going, I'll go myself. A trace of disdain flashed across Wen Tianya's eyes. You guys only know how to fight and kill all day long. No wonder we're still collateral disciples. Wen Tianya said, "Don't you think that this is a great opportunity for us?" Wen Qiu asked doubtfully, "Opportunity? I see an opportunity to be suppressed." Wen Tianya was still calm. "Don't you think about it? This time, our Wen clan is in a crisis of life and death. If we stabilize our position, we will have 10 years in the future. If we lose these 10 years, I'm afraid our Wen clan will soon become a second or third-rate clan." Wen Shui said, "Tianya, don't keep us in suspense. Just say it." "That's right. You know how to use your brain. Tell us what it is, and we'll consider it. If it's possible, we'll go." Wen Tianya said, "Wen Ruxue is a direct disciple. Our Wen clan is like the sun in the sky. What if we fail this time? Of course, our reputation will plummet. But how could Wen Ruxue fail?" Wen Tianya was exasperated. "You're all stupid pigs. Don't you know that Master Shuangmu? All of us have invited experts back to help us. When the time comes, it'll be an important sparring match. You understand? You want us to make a move then?" Wen Qiu's eyes lit up. "Ha, as expected of Tianya. He can even think of such a method. This time, that kid is dead for sure. Good idea. Isn't Wen Ruxue very powerful? Seeing the person she invited back die in a sparring match, her expression will definitely be very interesting." Wen Shui said. Wen Tianya was very proud. "That's why I say that sometimes, using your brain is much better than using your hands. This time, we'll make that little slut suffer a crushing defeat." Chapter 266. Tianhai Dynasty, Imperial Capital. 18 Families, Secret Liaison Office. Fei Tianying and Yu Guang are both dead. The killer is called Master Shuangmu. He is very powerful and is suspected to be a disciple of a sect. He killed Fei Tianying and Yu Guang as soon as he attacked. Secret Liaison Office. The 18 clans were very daring. Although they were wanted outside, they still had contacts within the imperial capital to gather information about the 18 clans. At this moment, they were gathering information from their contacts. Master Shuangmu, the Wen family. Immediately investigate Master Shuangmu's background and try to find out which sect he is from. I want to know in a short time whether the 18 families can survive after offending them. The secret liaison office quieted down again. Lin Fei stayed at the Wen family for a day. The next morning, he left the Wen family and appeared at the Bounty Association with the corpses of the 18 families. The Bounty Association was a special feature of the Tianhai dynasty. The reason why it was a special feature was actually very simple. The Bounty Association would offer all kinds of rewards, and behind the scenes of the Bounty Association were the major forces of the imperial capital. All kinds of rewards would appear in the Bounty Association, no matter if it was famous, no matter if it was notorious, no matter how shocking the background was. Once they went to the Bounty Association and offered a suitable price, there would always be some desperados who would accept the task and secretly deal with the target. Every month, many martial artists would die under all kinds of assassinations. It was very difficult to guard against them. The appearance of the Bounty Association led to the appearance of assassination organizations. Assassination organizations, killer organizations. Their goal was actually very simple, which was to complete the task. These organizations, no matter how big they were, had always been feared by people. In particular, many martial artists died under assassination, which attracted a lot of people. They were afraid of going to the Bounty Association. This place is very gloomy. At this moment, Lin Fei had turned into a handsome young man. His face had an abnormal sickly complexion, and his eyes were looking around. In order to find the Bounty Association, Lin Fei chose to use the disguise skill. Lin Fei bought the disguise skill from the shop himself. The human skin mask cost 500 points. It was not cheap or expensive, just right. Unless it was someone who was extremely familiar with him, no one would be able to resist Lin Fei. After walking into the Bounty Association, Lin Fei felt as if he had walked into a market. There were loud discussions everywhere, making him wonder if he had come to the wrong place. Lin Fei suspected that he had come to the market. Assassinate someone, offer a bounty of 10,000 low-grade dark spirit stones. Assassinate a disciple of a large sect, reward of 100,000 low-grade Xianling stones. 50,000 low-grade Xian spirit stones for a young wind-type demonic beast. After walking into the wide hall, Lin Fei could hear all kinds of shouts from time to time. It turned out that they were issuing various quests. Among these missions, there were assassination missions, bounty missions. All kinds of missions were dazzling to the eye, making it hard for people to choose. There were simply too many missions. Lin Fei walked straight to the bounty mission platform. Are there any missions related to the 18 families? Lin Fei walked up and asked directly. The receptionist was a pretty girl with big, watery eyes and a good appearance. She said politely, "Please wait a moment, sir. We will find it for you right away." For the Tianhai dynasty to become a small dynasty, the Bounty Association should have brought a lot of help. A moment later, the information was placed on the platform. "Sir, we have already helped you pick out all the missions related to the 18 families. If there is anything you don't know, I will sincerely answer it for you." Lin Fei flipped through the information. So many. After opening the information, it was all about the 18 families. Most of them had bounties to kill the leaders of the 18 families, and at the same time, some foreign experts had joined the 18 families. Behind each bounty was a standard corresponding value. Assassinate the leader of the 18 families, Zhao Shan, bounty of 9 million low-grade Xianling stones. Assassinate the first elder of the 18 families, bounty of 3 million low-grade Xianling stones. Assassinate the second elder of the 18 families, bounty of 2 million low-grade Xianling stones. Lin Fei looked very carefully, and his heart was filled with shock. The 18 families, it turns out that the enemies are not small. The leader of the 18 families, 9 million low-grade Xianling stones, is really not a low price. The 18 families were a joint bandit gang. Ever since they joined forces, their strength had increased sharply. After doing a few big things and killing the experts who surrounded them, the 18 families became famous. After a few years, the influence of the 18 families was almost no less than that of a family. When the 18 families were mentioned, everyone would change their expressions. Reward the leader of the 18 families, Flying Eagle King, 30,000 low-grade Xianling stones for completing the mission. Reward the experts of the 18 families, Sky Arrow Yuguang, 20,000 low-grade Xianling stones for completing the mission. Looking all the way, Lin Fei found the location of the two, adding up to 50,000 low-grade Xianling stones. It was a good income. After dealing with the matter, I can move the 18 families. When the time comes, I shouldn't be short of Xianling stones. Lin Fei had an idea in his heart. While everyone was shocked, Lin Fei took out the heads of the Flying Eagle and Yuguang, which surprised many people. The leaders of the 18 families, experts. In the Bounty Association, very few people would submit the missions of the 18 families. It was really not that easy to complete the missions of the 18 families. Even if it could be completed, it would be very troublesome. A seemingly injured kid actually killed 2 of the backbones of the 18 families. In today's Bounty Association, it was indeed a very big thing. The people of the Bounty Association immediately checked to confirm the authenticity. "Congratulations, sir, here is your 50,000 low-grade Xianling stones, please keep it well." The girl at the front desk brought up a bag of Xianling stones. After Lin Fei checked with his perception power and confirmed that there were no problems, He left the Bounty Association. After leaving the main street, he decisively wandered on the street for a while. After coming out of a small alley again, Lin Fei returned to his original appearance. I heard that the 8 Treasures Tower is not bad. I can sell everything on me. Lin Fei had heard when Wuxia mentioned the 8 Treasures Tower before, so he remembered this place. It was not difficult to find the 8 Treasures Tower. By asking the martial artists on the street, Lin Fei quickly locked onto the direction and went straight to the 8 Treasures Tower. It's really here. Looking at the magnificent 8 Treasures Tower, Lin Fei lifted his legs and walked in. After walking into the 8 Treasures Tower, a high-class aura rushed towards him. This was because at the bottom level, there were mystic adept experts everywhere, and there was no lack of mystic spirit experts. When Wuxia is right, this place has its own way. The background behind the 8 Treasures Tower was very complicated. No one had ever dared to say anything when anything was sold in the 8 Treasures Tower. All along, apart from selling things, there were also many people who sold things that could not see the light of day. You want to sell numinous treasures? In a small room, a wrinkled old man asked Lin Fei. Lin Fei took out the numinous treasures from before. There was a total of 5 numinous treasures, one of which was an upper numinous treasure that he had snatched from the mystic spirit Great Perfection realm. Unfortunately, its attributes were not too good, and it was injured, so he had to give it up reluctantly. Good stuff. The old man did not think much of a young man. When he saw the items, his eyes immediately lit up. This kid's money was not simple. He then lowered his head and began to evaluate the numinous treasures. This lower numinous treasure whip is worth 30,000 mystic spirit stones in the market. This lower numinous treasure giant bow is considered a good numinous treasure. The 8 Treasures Tower can give you 50,000 mystic spirit stones. This old man could count every numinous treasure as if it was his family's treasure. A total of 480,000 mystic spirit stones. Lin Fei would not think too much about it. 480,000 mystic spirit stones was more or less the same as what he had thought before he came. It was not a loss. Do you plan to exchange it for mystic spirit stones or pure essence pills? Lin Fei thought for a moment. How much do you want for pure essence pills? 480,000 mystic spirit stones. I can make the decision. I'll exchange it for 200,000 pure essence pills. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. The exchange rate was almost 1 to 2. Pure essence pills were indeed not simple. 200,000 it is. 200,000 pure essence pills. Lin Fei did not hesitate. After all, he had a batch of pills in his pocket. 480,000 mystic spirit stones were useless, so he might as well exchange it for pure essence pills. He did not lack mystic spirit stones. 200,000 pure essence pills. You can count them. Lin Fei did not even look at it and kept it. The reputation of the 800 Treasures Tower is obvious to all. There's no need to count. After receiving the pure essence pills, Lin Fei left the 8 Treasures Tower. Without any hesitation, he chose a small alley and transformed into a sickly middle-aged man. Killing and robbing, setting fire to the golden belt. Lin Fei thought to himself, it's a pity that the power of numinous treasures has been greatly reduced. Otherwise, it would definitely be sold for a high price. I'm afraid only a place like the 8 Treasures Tower would have the courage to accept all kinds of illegal goods. 200,000 pure essence pills was not a lot. It could at least be used to cultivate for a period of time. Get lost, get lost. A few groups of demonic beasts suddenly rushed out from the originally bustling street, aggressively charging over. Lin Fei hid in the crowd and looked at the few black figures. He could not help but think, it can't be such a coincidence. It's only been a month and I've already met them here? Lin Fei said to himself, Li Yang, I really don't know if you're lucky or unlucky. It turned out that one of the people who rode the demonic beasts was Li Yang, who had attacked him previously. From the looks of it, he had recovered quite a bit. It could be imagined that the Li family had invested a lot in Li Yang. From the looks of it, they seemed to be from the 8 Treasures Tower. Could it be that they're bidding for some treasure? Lin Fei's eyes turned as he immediately came up with a plan. Lin Fei, who had originally planned to go back, changed his direction and followed the group. As expected, Li Yang appeared outside the 800 Treasures Tower and entered with a group of scoundrels. Hee hee, I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing. Chapter 267. P.S. Thank you to 0 Feng Yuan 0 for the 588 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to South City Lord for the monthly vote. Thank you for your support. Babao House was a famous place to spend money in the capital. Rich people liked to spend money in this Babao House, while young people liked to bid for some treasures. From time to time, there would be scenes of people spending money to win a beauty's smile. Li Yang and a group of people went to bid for the treasures happily. At night, when the evening lights were lit, Li Yang and a group of people staggered out from inside. This is too cool. You guys didn't see the expressions on those guys' faces just now. This is so funny. Just a group of country bumpkins who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, daring to compete with us. At the entrance of Babao House, Li Yang and a group of people laughed loudly without any scruples. When the people nearby saw this scene, they quickly chose to disappear. Brother Yang, a group of beauties recently came over there. Let's go and take a look? A young master suggested with a smile on his face. Li Yang laughed. Beauties, Lousy likes them the most. After being cooped up at home for a month, I've long had a stomach full of anger. It's good to go and cool down. Brother Yang, you really need to cool down. What progress can you make in seclusion? You need to strike a balance between work and rest. One after another, it was filled with lewd words. This group of young masters rode their beasts and left in high spirits. Outside of their departure, a black-robed man walked out from behind. His face was expressionless as he immediately followed them. In the room of the inn, Lin Fei opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. I guessed right. Lin Fei didn't know how to describe the matter of Babao House. They actually competed with a group of people inside and were so proud of themselves. They didn't have the style of a young master at all. I didn't expect the clone to have such a function. It should be the only ability of the clone. Lin Fei couldn't help but grin. No matter what, Lin Fei didn't expect that when he arranged for the clone to check, he would inadvertently learn a skill, stealth. Stealth was equivalent to stealth in the dark. As long as there was a dark place, the clone could sneak over and not be discovered by outsiders. What a domineering and awesome skill. In the game, it was also a top-notch skill, Submerged Shadow. After pondering for a while, he realized that the stealth movement divine ability should be a skill unique to the avatar. Lin Fei suspected that he had unknowingly comprehended this skill after comprehending the concept of wind. That was why the previous scene happened. A group of people riding on demonic beasts could be considered to be rampaging in the Imperial City. Regardless of whether it was Li Yang or the other young masters, almost all of them were from the same family. When they worked together, no one dared to say anything. After they had turned a few streets, an unexpected scene occurred. Motherf asterisk cur. You're courting death. How dare you steal my stuff? A figure jumped out from the street and snatched something from one of the young masters, causing that young master to fly into a rage. Chase after him and destroy him. That young master had a very bad temper. Seeing that his item had been stolen, how could he let it go so easily? If news of this were to spread, he would lose face. He would definitely take revenge on this fellow and deal with him severely. The group of people was already in a state of excitement. At that time, they didn't think much about it at all and urged the demonic beasts under them to chase after him. The person in front didn't run fast. He dodged left and right and kept fleeing into small alleys. This time, the young masters were furious. Damn it, he really dared to escape from a small alley after stealing something? Wasn't this bullying their intelligence? The young masters present were all at the Mystic Master realm, which was considered quite good. With the resources of their families, they didn't have the ability to break through to the next level. Everyone, don't worry. I'm the most familiar with this alley. This young master has already arranged for people to surround both ends. This young master wants to see who exactly dares to steal this young master's thing. The group of people dismounted from their demonic beasts and chased into the alley one after another. Especially when they heard the words at the beginning, they were even more excited. The alley was very long and especially quiet. "Ha, that guy has nowhere to run." In the alley, that person stopped in the middle, and behind him, a group of guards rushed up. Just as they said before, they were blocking the front and back. All the young masters were excited. Usually, it wasn't easy to find something to play with, but tonight, there was something fun to play with. Don't kill him. Capture him alive for this young master. He must be captured alive. The person standing in the middle of the alley turned and rushed towards the group of young masters. It seemed that he was preparing to break out of the encirclement. In their eyes, this action was purely courting death. The distance of dozens of feet was shortened. 20 feet. 10 feet. When the distance was less than 5 feet, the black-clothed man suddenly disappeared like a ghost. Destruction. The group of young masters hesitated for a moment. In front of them, golden suns appeared. A great aura of destruction instantly appeared in front of them. A tyrannical aura of destruction swept across their bodies. Whoosh! Everyone was like glass facing the attack of this intent realm sword technique. They were immediately caught off guard and didn't have time to resist. All the young masters died one by one. The powerful sword technique erupted, causing these young masters' bodies to suffer a huge blow. The smell of blood spread in the alley. "Run!" Li Yong reacted quickly. He immediately threw a shield of runes in front of him, but he still couldn't withstand it. His whole body was sent flying. When he fell to the ground, he felt a sharp pain. One of his arms was shattered. This kid's face was full of panic. He was almost killed in the Demon Beast Mountain range. It had only been more than a month, and he was attacked by a black-clothed man again. Li Yong really wanted to say what bad luck he had. Someone actually attacked them in a place like the imperial capital. Li Yong fled again. However, the black-clothed man behind him flashed again. The long sword was thrust forward, and the sharp golden aura shot out like a rainbow. Ah! With a scream, the rainbow aura blasted on Li Yang's body, and his body exploded like a watermelon. The guard who surrounded him was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. The young master they were protecting died in front of them just like that. It was so fast that they couldn't react. When they reacted, the black-clothed man came back again. It was so fast that they couldn't react. In an instant, the group of guards followed in the footsteps of those young masters. They couldn't be more dead. The Wen family. Lin Fei walked back in an imposing manner. After returning to his small courtyard, he chased the two maids out and closed the door. He was very excited. His clone came out from the dark. It was almost like a ghost, carrying a package on its body. It's really cool. It's not a problem to use my clone to deal with a group of young masters. Lin Fei was beaming with joy. It was Lin Fei's doppelganger who had attacked in the dark, especially after mastering a stealth technique. It seemed that he couldn't find a second person who could kill so easily. From the moment he saw Li Yang, Lin Fei had the intention to kill. Lin Fei, who had the intention to kill, wouldn't pay attention to it at all. This was the imperial capital. After discovering that they had entered the Babao Tower, Lin Fei's killing intent became even more resolute. This Li Yang must die. Because this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create a false impression so that others wouldn't suspect him. Taking down the package and placing it on the table, Lin Fei set up a runes formation in the room, isolating all auras. After retracting his clone back into his body, he began to check the spoils of war tonight. Killing people was just a matter of convenience. Snatching their things was Lin Fei's goal. A group of tall, rich, and handsome men, especially trampling on a group of country bumpkins in the Babao Tower, Lin Fei saw it all. Such a group of tall, rich, and handsome men was equivalent to a moving treasury. It would be strange if Lin Fei wasn't tempted. As for what would happen after that, Lin Fei was very calm. He had been using the power of the metal element, so he wasn't afraid that they would suspect him. If he used the water-fire lotus, it would be too eye-catching. I'm a little excited. I wonder what good things these tall, rich, and handsome men have brought. Lin Fei opened the package. This package was very big, like a small mountain. He almost couldn't bring it back. Except for the valuable things, Lin Fei didn't want the rest of the things. He believed that there would be people passing by soon, and he could let them share the firepower. Pure Yuan pills. Lin Fei found the pure Yuan pills first. The pure Yuan pills were all stored in a summer pouch. It didn't look very big on the surface, but in fact, it was very big inside. It was specially used to store the pure Yuan pills. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. After counting, Lin Fei's eyes lit up and he almost drooled. Damn it, this group of fellows are really rich. With a few of them added together, they actually have over 4 million pure Yuan Don. Every single one of them would bring at least 70 to 80 pure Yuan Don with them when they go out. I have worked myself to death and only have 200,000 pure Yuan Don. Lin Fei couldn't help but curse. This was a good deal. More than 4 million pure Yuan pills, plus the 200,000 from before, Lin Fei had nearly 5 million pure Yuan pills in his hands. The originally empty pouch suddenly bulged. Lin Fei grinned. Just with 5 million pure Yuan pills, Lin Fei's strength could increase by a large margin. Even if he didn't cultivate for the time being, he could still buy some good things. After keeping the pure Yuan pills, Lin Fei immediately cleaned up the other things. For example, the treasures that they bought from the 8 Treasures building should be said to be bought in a fit of anger. Rainbow feather clothes. A broken piece of clothing can make you guys spend so much money. What a bunch of prodigals. He threw the rainbow feather clothes to the side. Deep Sea Night Pearl, something to coax women again. The fist-sized night pearl released a gentle light. With one look, one could tell that this was a good thing. In the mysterious heavenly continent, the Deep Sea Night Pearl was something to coax women. As for other things, Lin Fei couldn't think of any use for it. Red Cloud Phoenix Crown, another bunch of idiots. Holding a fiery red phoenix crown, Lin Fei was helpless. He remembered that this phoenix crown cost no less than 200,000 pure Yuan Don. If he could use this to cultivate, how refreshing would that be? Chapter 268. This item was indeed worthy of Lin Fei's attention. Sword case. It was something that Lin Fei was familiar with. 72 long swords were also stored in a sword case. Usually it would be stored in it. Once it was useful, it could be released immediately to deal with the enemy. This sword case was relatively luxurious, and its surface was carved like jade. At a glance, even those who didn't understand could see the extravagance of the sword case. It was undoubtedly a good item. What a sharp sword aura! Before the sword case was opened, Lin Fei's face was filled with joy. He felt a long sword soaring into the sky, as if it was going to pierce through the sky. Upper-grade spirit treasure? Feeling the sword aura on the sword case, Lin Fei already knew that this long sword wasn't an ordinary item. It revealed the power of a spirit treasure. If it wasn't a middle-grade spirit treasure, then it was an upper-grade spirit treasure. Opening the sword case, a buzzing sound came out of nowhere. Upper-grade spirit treasure. Lin Fei was overjoyed. He grabbed the long sword with one hand, and a huge counterforce came. If it was someone else, they would definitely miss. The long sword in the sword case was pitch black and had a murderous aura that made people feel suffocated. What a fierce sword! This was the first long sword that affected Lin Fei. Even the middle-grade spirit treasure, when chasing, was inferior to this long sword. Lin Fei really couldn't figure out why the other party would have an upper-grade spirit treasure. It seemed that the other party couldn't use it. In fact, speaking of which, Lin Fei was lucky. This long sword was originally a gift and hadn't been suppressed. This time, it was pure luck that Lin Fei got it before him. If it was a day later, Lin Fei wouldn't have been so lucky to get such a long sword. That young master had paid a huge price for this long sword. He had spent almost half of his fortune to obtain it with great difficulty. 10 minutes later, the black long sword was suppressed, but it still released a fierce aura. Lin Fei threw out a detection. Killing sword, grade, unknown, damaged, recoverable. Killing sword? A huge question mark popped up in Lin Fei's head. Another damaged spirit treasure? This black longsword was called Killing Sword. This name was really domineering. No wonder there was a large amount of evil chi left on it. Lin Fei suspected that this killing sword must have killed countless people to condense its killing intent. If it wasn't for the fact that his soul was strong, Just the killing intent and the ferocious aura would definitely affect his mind. I wonder what is the relationship between this killing sword and the baleful black saber? For some reason, Lin Fei felt a rare familiar aura from the killing sword. As for why they were familiar, Lin Fei really could not put his finger on it. Subconsciously, Lin Fei took out the baleful black blade. It had been a long time since he had used the baleful black saber. When the baleful black saber appeared, the surging killing intent was not inferior to this killing sword. Swish, swish, swish. A long saber and a long sword were floating in the air despite the absence of wind. This 5,000 kilograms of strength was actually unable to suppress the killing sword. Instead, it broke free from his hand. The baleful black saber and the killing sword clashed with each other's killing intent, forming an arc wave. Everything in the room was immediately affected. Kaka, the table, the floor, were instantly crushed into pieces. Lin Fei's waterfire lotus protected his body. Lotus leaves, saber radiance, and sword chi constantly struck down. After being shattered, they grew out again. It was abnormally terrifying. Devouring each other? Lin Fei kept retreating until he reached the edge of the room. Then, he remembered something about the baleful black saber. When he saw this scene, the scene from back then completely appeared in his mind. At this moment, Lin Fei could not help but feel lucky that he had set up the rune's formation in the surroundings to block the aura. Otherwise, if it were to be spread out, it would definitely be a big problem. After the baleful black saber and the killing sword were in a stalemate, they started to attack each other in midair. The two of them clashed, metal clashing, and the aura presence was like a saber, constantly shooting out in all directions. At first, the baleful black saber had the upper hand and kept suppressing the killing sword. After a period of time, Lin Fei originally thought that the baleful black saber would win, but the killing sword reversed the situation. This result surprised Lin Fei. As expected, after the two divine weapons continued to fight, the killing sword actually overlapped with the baleful black saber. On the surface, it didn't seem to be a big problem. However, from another perspective, an unbelievable scene would appear. The baleful black saber actually merged with the killing sword. The process wasn't very long and was rather slow. Lin Fei saw the slight changes. If it wasn't for his strong mental fortitude, he might have let out a long roar. Lin Fei was astonished. He was very calm in his heart. The killing sword devoured the baleful black saber. Originally, the baleful black saber had a reaction and struggled. However, as the killing sword continued to devour, the baleful black saber was completely suppressed. Such a strange and unbelievable scene appeared in Lin Fei's eyes. If an outsider mentioned it, Lin Fei would definitely say that it was impossible. However, the facts in front of him told him that such a situation did exist. A long sword devouring a long saber. It was unbelievable. After devouring it cleanly, the killing sword floated in midair and a layer of black fog appeared outside. The baleful black saber is gone just like that. Lin Fei wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. The baleful black saber was so tough that even after reaching the mystic adept realm, his battle prowess had increased tremendously, it still couldn't cause any damage to the baleful black saber. It couldn't even leave a mark. Previously, Lin Fei had thought about whether he should find a chance to forge the baleful black saber into a long sword. The quality shouldn't be too bad, at least in terms of sharpness, that would be an absolute advantage. However, who would have thought that there would be such an outcome? Lin Fei didn't expect it at all. Such a thing was indeed hard to predict. I wonder what would happen if the killing sword devoured the baleful black saber? Lin Fei removed the waterfire lotus and waited patiently. The killing sword's transformation continued. At the same time, something big happened in the capital. A few direct descendants, including the Li family, were found dead in a small alley at night. When this news spread, it instantly caused a huge uproar. The Li family had a lot of influence in the capital because they had a mystic king expert overseeing them. Thus, the Li family had always stood strong. As for the other families, they were all very powerful. They definitely had mystic great perfection experts overseeing them, and there were at least a few of them. The difference between a mystic king and a mystic great perfection expert was just a level. In terms of true battle prowess, the difference was not just an ordinary level. For a family with a mystic king overseeing them, as long as they made a move, killing a mystic great perfection expert was as easy as lifting a finger. With such a huge incident happening in the capital, and so many direct descendants dead, the impact was extremely bad. The other families were in a state of panic, afraid that they would be labeled as the culprit behind the scenes. If it was just the disciples of the other families who died, it would at most cause a small impact. Now that a direct descendant of the Li family had died, and one with extremely valiant battle prowess and considerable talent, it was different. Now that he was killed in a small alley, without even a corpse left, it was not an ordinary tragedy. The situation in the capital instantly changed unpredictably, and at the same time, there was a sense of apprehension. Following this incident, the entire capital produced a new round of situations. Everyone was looking at the Li family to see what decision they would make. In reality, the Li family did not disappoint them. First, they announced the arrest of the culprit behind the scenes. First, almost all the disciples of the families who participated in the auction at 8 Treasures Pavilion were brought back to accept their investigation. Anyone who disobeyed would be treated as a suspect for the culprit. They would be killed without mercy and then questioned for their crimes. It had to be said that this thunderous strike from the Li family had indeed caused many people to panic and feel uneasy. As a direct descendant, just this alone made people unable to look down on Li Yang, especially the pressure brought by his death. No one dared to blame the Li family, because the Li family had the right to speak. Even the imperial family of the capital had to give the Li family some face. Especially since a disciple of the family who died was one of the more talented ones in the family. As the main culprit this time, Lin Fei was completely unaware of everything that had happened outside. His gaze was fixed on the killing sword floating in the air. This is the killing sword that devoured the baleful black saber? Lin Fei looked at the killing sword in disbelief. The killing sword now looked different from before. First, it was not a fierce aura, but a sharp aura. It was a sharp aura of metal, and it had the aura of a sword that could destroy all things. Before, the killing sword first had a murderous aura, then a fierce aura. Looking at it now, those who did not know would think that this was an extremely sharp sword, a sword that could destroy all things. Lin Fei instinctively used the detection sword. Killing sword, +1. Highest grade numinous treasure, power unknown. Seeing this result, Lin Fei was once again in a dilemma. Devouring a +1, could it be that this killing sword could continuously improve? But after devouring the baleful black saber, the grade was only of the highest grade? Only of the highest grade. If Lin Fei's thoughts were to spread outside, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Among the numinous treasures, as long as one had enough pure essence pills, it was not difficult to find a lower grade numinous treasure. Middle grade numinous treasures came second. Upper grade numinous treasures would require a huge price. Generally, those who could get their hands on upper grade numinous treasures were all experts with a certain status and position. Upper grade numinous treasures needed the strength to use, otherwise, they would only be treasures in the eyes of others. As for supreme grade numinous treasures, they were really rare and precious. Even Mystic King experts might not have a supreme grade numinous treasure. It was already easy for them to have a half supreme grade numinous treasure. Once the news of supreme grade numinous treasure was spread, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. In terms of influence, it was not inferior to the Sword Emperor's inheritance. Why do I feel like my heart is moving at will? Lin Fei grabbed the killing sword with one hand and instantly felt like his heart was moving at will. Metal intent? Swish, swish, swish. A trace of metal intent was integrated. The killing sword shot out countless golden sword rays, and the furniture not far away was instantly blasted into pieces. It was even more terrifying than before. What a terrifying power! Lin Fei's heart was moved. Previously, when the sword ray attacked, Mystic King experts were instantly killed. Mystic King experts did not have it easy either. Previously, when he executed the wind-chasing sword, a middle-grade numinous treasure, he felt like he was stuck by something. Lin Fei thought that he had comprehended it thoroughly. After experiencing the scene before him, Lin Fei suddenly realized that he lacked a weapon to withstand it. If the killing sword is suitable for the metal intent, then wouldn't it be difficult to execute the wind intent? Lin Fei frowned. In terms of comprehension, the wind intent was superior, while the metal intent was inferior. Replacing the metal intent with the wind intent. Lin Fei's eyes lit up once more. That works too. A wind-like aura seemed to fly past him, and he actually had a deeper comprehension of the wind intent. This was a feeling that he had never felt before. This was the soft side of the wind. The sword aura changed, and the cool breeze instantly turned into a gust of wind, as though it was going to tear a hole in the void. Thereafter, the gust of wind turned into a gentle wind, and the change between hard and soft kept on going back and forth. It was exceptionally smooth. It can't be. He comprehended it so quickly. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. This change was beyond his imagination. Lin Fei had always kept Uncle Master Zhang Wen's words in mind. When the wind sword reached the level of softness within hardness and hardness within softness, it meant that the wind sword had reached greater mastery. Lin Fei had always thought that he would have to wait a year before he could reach greater mastery. But now, it seemed like he didn't even need a year. To think that such a simple comprehension came from a longsword. What a great harvest this time! Lin Fei soared to the heavens in a single step. Now that he had cultivated the wind sword to great perfection, he could execute the last 3 moves. Now, even if Lin Fei didn't use a sword, he could use his finger as a sword to reach greater mastery. Coupled with his comprehension of the wind intent, his fearsome swordsmanship would become a nightmare for others. Softness within hardness, hardness within softness. This was the most fearsome swordsmanship. Previously, he was still excited for the 5 million pure yuan pills. The wind sword had reached greater mastery, increasing his battle prowess imperceptibly. Pure yuan pills couldn't compare. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Fei had already grasped the wind Dao. The great thousand world. There were Daos everywhere. When a Dao was comprehended, one would become the king of the Daos. Just like Lin Fei, who had comprehended the wind intent, he had now comprehended the core of the wind intent. It could be said that he had become an expert in the wind Dao. Ding! Congratulations, player, on leveling up the wind sword and reaching the Dao level. Reward, 50,000 points. Before Lin Fei could digest the news, the system had given him a surprise. Damn, this is a reward too? After a moment of shock, he beamed with joy and excitement. 50,000 points. Originally, he only had a few thousand points. In the blink of an eye, he had gained 50,000 points. Very soon, Lin Fei noticed that the system had hinted at Dao. Dao? What is that? As a rookie, Lin Fei had cultivated for less than a year, and there were many things he didn't know. And this Dao was one of them. Luckily, Lin Fei wasn't stupid. Could it be that this Dao is the wind intent that I have comprehended? This is a Dao? This conjecture was already very close to the existence of the Dao. If Uncle Master Zhang Wen was here, or if he was in the Divine Force sect, Lin Fei would definitely know about the existence of Dao. It was something that was extremely difficult to comprehend. Comprehending the wind intent was just a step on the right path. Chapter 269. P.S. Thanks to Wuxia for the monthly vote. Early the next morning, it was a refreshing autumn day. The weather was perfect. Lin Fei was invited by Wuxia. When Wuxia saw Lin Fei, she immediately felt that something was different. A strange look appeared in her eyes, something that had not been there before. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Lin Fei smiled to himself. When Wuxia shook her head, no, I just feel that Master Shuang Mu is different from before. I can't tell what it is exactly. Lin Fei was surprised and thought, girls have a different reaction. It should be that after I realized the existence of Dao, my body has changed. I didn't expect that I couldn't hide it from Wuxia. How come? Lin Fei denied, I'm still the same person. How can I change? You must have thought too much yesterday. Hearing this, Wuxia nodded subconsciously, maybe it's true. Last night, Lin Fei studied the killing sword and the Dao, he realized. He didn't sleep well for the whole night. He was still full of energy. The breakthrough of Dao had a little influence on him. Master Shuang Mu, this is a rule of our family. Please don't take it to heart. Wen Ruxue looked at Lin Fei with shame. Wen Ruxue said apologetically when they appeared in a martial arts practice field. Lin Fei shook his head. It's okay. Every family has its own rules. I understand this very well. You don't have to feel pressured. After appearing in the martial arts practice field, Lin Fei knew what was going on. In order to return a favor to Uncle Zhangwen, Lin Fei was surprisingly not angry. He was much calmer, as if what happened in front of him was no different than usual. Since his view was different, his mentality was naturally different. When Ruxue glanced at Master Shuang Mu secretly, seeing that Master Shuang Mu was not angry, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She was afraid that her words would cause dissatisfaction. It seems that the disciples of your Wen family don't welcome me very much. Lin Fei suddenly said to Wen Ruxue. Wen Ruxue already knew what Shuang Mu was talking about. Even though Wen Ruxue was only at the Mystic Master intermediate stage, she could still feel the gazes from the surroundings, which carried a faint sense of resentment. Master Shuang Mu, I'm really sorry. I didn't know this would happen. Wen Ruxue smiled apologetically. This is the Wen family. They are just some branch family disciples. It's not their turn to do anything. Lin Fei's perception was very sensitive. When he stepped into the martial arts practice field, he immediately felt something. When one's strength reached a certain level, even a single glance, a small one at that, would immediately cause an expert to react. Miss Wen, I was just joking. Lin Fei said with a smile, I promise to help you. In my eyes, the rest are just SOS. They won't amount to anything. At this moment, the familiar Wen Qiu walked over. Brat, I didn't think you would dare to come here. When Ruxue's face turned cold, Wen Qiu, what are you doing here? Wen Qiu said sarcastically, this is the Wen family's martial arts practice field. Can't I come to see this Master Shuang Mu? I think Wen Qiu is right. Let's get to know Master Shuang Mu first. Is there anything wrong with that? Another person walked out from behind Wen Qiu. It was Wen Tianya from before. When Ruxue said coldly, you, Wen Tianya, are always scheming. Would you take the initiative to get to know someone? This is very rare. Exposing Wen Tianya's background in front of others was no less than a reminder to Lin Fei. Wen Tianya didn't show any anger on his face even though he had been exposed. Instead, he revealed a modest smile and said, Sister Ruxue, fighting and killing are things that the lower class do. The upper class should use their brains. That's the way of the king. What do you think? After he finished speaking, he pointed at his head. Wen Ruxue did not give him face. That's not necessarily true. Wen Tianya smiled again and looked at Master Shuang Mu. You're the Master Shuang Mu who taught Wen Qiu a lesson, right? This person was quite scheming. Lin Fei immediately gave an evaluation. If there's no one else, it should be me. Lin Fei said with a smile. Wen Tianya said, if I were you, I would definitely leave the Wen family. You have to know that it's easy to fail miserably if you walk too much at night. Lin Fei chuckled. Why should I leave? That's all I have to say. You'll understand in the future. Wen Tianya turned to leave. Wen Qiu glared at him before following him with hatred. Master Shuang Mu, that was an accident. When Ruxue explained hurriedly. Lin Fei shook his head. These are the collateral disciples of the Wen family, right? Yes, the one who spoke just now was Wen Tianya. When Ruxue explained, among the collateral disciples, Wen Tianya is the one who is better at scheming. He's the best among the collateral disciples. So he's the best of the collateral disciples. No wonder he's so scheming. Lin Fei said, however, this person is looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. No matter how powerful his schemes are, without absolute strength, it's nothing more than an illusion. When Ruxue's heart tightened as she understood what he meant. Wen Tianya and the rest were in trouble. When Wen Tianya came just now, Wen Ruxue knew very well that they were here for revenge. The martial arts arena was filled with disciples of the Wen family. On the left were the collateral disciples of the Wen family, and on the right were the direct disciples. It was clear at a glance. Do you see that? The one in black over there is the helper that Wen Wuxia invited back. He doesn't look like much. He's just ordinary. How powerful can he be? I really don't understand why Wen Qiu would be humiliated by a brat. If it were me, I'd definitely give that brat a bloody nose and a swollen face. The collateral disciples and direct disciples began to discuss. The Wen family's clan leader and elders came out personally this time to select suitable helpers for the qualifiers. The battle of the decade was of utmost importance, and they had to take it seriously. As mentioned earlier, the internal problems of the family were serious. The Wen family was no exception. In the battle of the decade, be it the collateral disciples or direct disciples, all of them sought outside help in order to obtain the qualifications to fight for their own lineage. On the martial arts arena, apart from the disciples, there were also invited experts. Every single one of them looked extraordinary. For the sake of these external help, every lineage had sacrificed a lot this time. After the elders and clan leader came out, the martial arts arena quietened down. An elder with a long beard walked out. Those who are not important, leave, except for the core members. After the Wen family elder came up, his loud and clear voice swept through the entire martial arts arena. Late-stage mystic spirit strength. An elder had the strength of a late-stage mystic spirit strength. The martial arts arena was quickly emptied. The Wen family's dozen or so lineages all gathered on the martial arts arena. Your Wen family isn't bad, Lin Fei said casually. This is our Wen family's second elder. Wen Wuxia said. So it was the second elder. Lin Fei muttered in his heart. It seemed that the Wen family's first elder's strength should be at the Mystic Spirit Great Circle. After traveling for a while, Lin Fei could already understand that a Mystic Spirit Great Circle expert was enough to guard a family. Mystic King experts were another matter. After a passionate speech, the second elder of the Wen family began to announce the selection. There were a total of 3 people selected. They would represent the Wen family and secure their current position, instead of being kicked out of this core position of the Chamber of Commerce. The first round, movement techniques. The second elder of the Wen family announced. It turned out that the Wen family's selection was not done step by step. They set up 3 thresholds to select the experts within the 3 thresholds. It was not purely for sparring. Is this how the Wen family chooses? Lin Fei couldn't help but ask. When Wuxia explained, the Wen family chooses according to the events of the Decade Assembly. The first round is movement techniques, the second is attack power, and the third is sparring. It is divided into elimination rounds. Lin Fei replied. That's simple. Master Shuang Mu will definitely win the battle. The first round, movement techniques. How far could a breath of true origin fly? It looked easy, but in reality, it was not so easy to execute. On the contrary, it was extremely difficult. Lin Fei didn't think of hiding anything. He used 50% of his strength and took first place. It could be said that he had shocked everyone in the martial arts field. In Lin Fei's opinion, as long as enough pressure was given to a group of enemies, they would panic no matter how good their state of mind was. Lin Fei's taking first place in movement techniques brought a great impact. The Wen family elder noticed that such an expert could fly 30 to 40 feet with a breath of true origin. It was already commendable. When Wuxia suddenly became the center of attention, the collateral disciples were nervous. The second round, attack power. The Wen family took out a black stone made of special materials. When the power landed on it, a virtual number would appear. This number was the opponent's attack power. This kind of attack power test had always been a useful method in the family to determine the change in one's strength. Whether it was the collateral disciples or the direct descendants, they all used all their strength in the second round to suppress Wen Wuxia's influence. In the second round, Lin Fei took first place again with one punch. Whether it was the elders or the clan leader who had been watching, they all knew that there was such a person. This Master Shuang Mu is the expert invited by Xiao Shui. He has a good eye. He took first place in both movement techniques and attack power. Xiao Shui has spent a lot of effort on this. Xiao Shui is a good child. I heard that when she came back, she encountered danger. It was this Master Shuang Mu who killed all the enemies and prevented the loss of the caravan. These elders were obviously on Wen Rushue's side. The first round of movement techniques and the second round of attack power are just simple tests. The most important thing is the last round. The most important thing is to learn from each other. Being good at the beginning doesn't mean that it will be good at the end. Among the collateral disciples, we invited several experts this time. They might not be worse than Master Shuang Mu. Chapter 270. Lin Fei took first place twice in a row. First in movement technique, shocking everyone. First in attack power, shocking everyone. Even though it was just a small selection, for some people, it was quite stressful. Damn it, how could this happen? When Qiu's eyes were about to spit fire, the situation seemed to have changed. Xianxia, the situation doesn't seem right. That kid actually took first place twice. Even the elders are talking about it. The one who hated him the most was definitely Wen Qiu. Last time, he was beaten to the point that he didn't dare to go out. Every time Wen Qiu saw the direct disciple's eyes, she would be filled with anger. She wanted to chop Master Shuang Mu into 8 pieces with a machete so that she could vent her anger. Whoosh! When Xianxia opened the folding fan in his hand, displaying the scenery of high mountains and flowing water. Calm down, calm down. Wen Qiu said, how can we be calm? If he gets the qualification, we can only watch helplessly. When Xianxia smiled, don't you think that Master Shuang Mu's outstanding performance is more beneficial to us? Beneficial? Wen Qiu's anger turned into laughter. Ha, I'm still not calm enough. Brother Xianxia, don't be offended. When Xianxia snorted. What Master Shuang Mu? Let him be happy for a while. Don't you think that falling from the clouds is a wonderful feeling? By the way, how's the arrangement of the expert I asked you to arrange? As for the latter part of the sentence, the two of them transmitted their voices over and over again. I found an assassin to replace someone according to your instructions. When the time comes, I'll let him fight Master Shuang Mu. Wen Qiu was very proud. When Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. What's his strength? Early stage cryptic spirit. Good. When Xianxia said, I'm afraid that Master Shuang Mu won't expect us to find an assassin to deal with that kid. When the sparring is tense, he'll kill him in one blow. He. This plan succeeded thanks to Brother Tianya's help. I've already contacted a few pretty girls last night. When Qiu's lewd laughter came. The third round, sparring. This round was the most important. If it wasn't for the fact that the younger generation of the Wen clan lacked true experts, the Wen clan would never have looked for external help. But then again, for the position of the chief merchant, no matter which family it was, they all liked to look for experts to help them. Sparring in the training field. It was also an elimination match. The remaining 3 would have the qualifications to represent them in the competition. This elimination round was obviously a little different. Master Shuang Mu, this year's situation is a bit different. The competition is divided into defending the arena. When Rushue's expression was not very good as she walked in from outside. Lin Fei had already noticed the 3 arenas. Previously, he was still puzzled. However, after hearing Wen Rushue's explanation, he immediately understood what the purpose of this arena was. He could not think of a second purpose. Defending the arena is quite interesting. Lin Fei stood up. It's easier and faster than I thought. I can go back and rest after finishing my work. You want to defend the arena? Wen Rushue exclaimed. Wen Rushue knew Master Shuang Mu's strength very well. Today, there was even a mystic spirit realm expert in the martial arts practice field of the Wen clan. Lin Fei was amused. Why not? But they want to find trouble with you. The they that Wen Rushue was referring to was naturally the branch family members. Lin Fei blinked. Actually, I was waiting for them. Is Master Shuang Mu going to defend the arena? When Lin Fei moved, he immediately attracted attention. Defending the arena required extremely strong strength, especially the dozens of branches of the Wen clan. It was equivalent to defending the arena against 4 to 5 martial artists. It was not easy. As expected of the person invited by Wen Rushue. He is really bold. Wen Tianxia was also slightly stunned. Wen Qiu was anxious. Isn't this better? When the time comes, we can arrange for assassins to go up and kill that brat. Wen Xianxia said. No hurry. Wen Qiu was more anxious than anyone else. If she did not torture Master Shuang Mu, she would not be able to eat and sleep in peace. Facing Wen Xianxia, who was good at using stratagems, Wen Qiu did not dare to be angry. Because Wen Xianxia was famous for his ruthlessness, she did not dare to offend him. With a leap, Lin Fei crossed a distance of more than 10 feet in one breath and landed on the arena. Who's first? We can go back after the fight. Whoosh. The martial arts practice field was silent. He's too arrogant. So arrogant, let's fight. Whoever goes up and brings this brat down, I will reward them handsomely. The people below started to make a ruckus. Among them, the direct disciples were the loudest. Lin Fei's words were too hurtful. Did he really think that all the experts were like cabbages? To be able to fight so easily, did he think he was a genius? As expected, a martial artist from the side branch had the strength of a late-stage mystic master. I am Wu Ho, please advise me. The skinny man cupped his hands and said, Make your move. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said indifferently. Wu Ho's face flashed a trace of anger. Soul-locking palm. Surging true origins surged out of his body and transformed into countless of pitch-black chains, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. The dense qi interweaved and transformed into a black true origin hand that grabbed towards Lin Fei's throat. Its power was extraordinary. Yellow upper grade, soul-locking palm, it lives up to its name. Facing this technique, Lin Fei's face maintained an indifferent smile, but his eyes flashed a trace of disapproval. With this broken attack, you want to defeat me? You are too far off. Rumble! A true origin hand appeared in mid-air. Its aura was not inferior to the soul-locking palm. It slammed down and welcomed the opponent's soul-locking palm. Such strong true origin. Rumble! Once again, a powerful wave of qi spread out in all directions. The soul-locking palm was instantly destroyed by the true origin hand and could not hold on for long. As for Wu Ho, the true origin hand's aura did not stop, and he was flung off the stage. He lost so quickly. The people below the stage who were prepared to watch a good show were all stunned. Wu Ho, who was flung off the stage, lost wholeheartedly. The soul-locking palm was defeated by the true origin hand, and he had nothing to say. Who's the second? Lin Fei said lazily. This time, the side branch disciples and direct disciples were all depressed. Me. Without letting Lin Fei wait for long, the second martial artist quickly rushed onto the stage. Where did Wen Ruxue find such an expert? This Master Shuang Mu is too terrifying. He defeated 3 martial artists in a short period of time, and they were all defeated in one move. He used their attacks to break their attacks, palm techniques, fist techniques, and leg techniques. If he can block 2 more, Master Shuang Mu will be qualified. In the martial arts arena, whether it was the side branch disciples or the direct disciples at this moment, they no longer thought that they were infallible, but looked at him as if he was a monster. How could this Master Shuang Mu be so powerful? It was already amazing to have good fist techniques, but this person was not only good at fist techniques, but also in other aspects. His body was full of true origin, and he was able to defeat the martial artists on the stage with ordinary attacks. Before, the Wen family disciples were angry because the opponent was too arrogant and did not take them seriously. After defeating 3 martial artists in a row, he defeated them with similar moves. This made them sincerely convinced. Xiantian continent was such a place, you could look down on someone, but you could not look down on someone stronger than you. The strong had always been worshipped. I wonder who will be the next one. Among the 3 arenas, only Lin Fei's arena was the most lively. While everyone was guessing, another martial artist flew out from the crowd. The aura of the great perfection was not concealed at all, which told everyone that the person who attacked was a mysterious master great perfection warrior. I am good at using the sword. If you use your sword techniques to break my sword techniques, I admit defeat. The person looked serious, and there was a long sword on his back. Lin Fei was still so calm. Make your move as you wish. Wow. There was another uproar from below. This Master Shuangmu also knew sword techniques? Are you kidding me? All the elders of the Wen family looked at this Master Shuangmu as if he was a monster. He was not strong, and they didn't know how he cultivated his strong true origin. It was quite amazing that he defeated the opponent with the power of true origin. Now, he used sword techniques to break it. Could it be that this person's sword technique was also powerful? Everyone couldn't help but guess. Swish. As soon as this person attacked, the long sword buzzed with a soft intent. Long sword continuous. The long sword slashed out, layers upon layers of sword shadows, and a lingering aura enveloped the arena. The sword chi was like raindrops, appearing on the arena in an instant, and the blue stone on the arena instantly turned into a sword mark. What an affectionate aura! It was the first time that Lin Fei saw someone who could use sword techniques to such an extent. After the sword was drawn, the lingering aura of the lover would first affect the mind. Lin Fei originally thought it was the artistic conception, but now it seemed that it was another sword intent. To exert such a powerful sword intent, the comprehension of the sword technique must be the most powerful one that Lin Fei had seen so far. If he comprehended the artistic conception, he would definitely be a powerful opponent. Like the wind. The lingering sword intent and the continuous raindrops were suddenly blown away by a breeze. The original lingering raindrops disappeared in an instant, and the arena returned to its original appearance. I lost. That person flew down from the arena and directly admitted defeat. That is Sun Yang of the affectionate sword. I didn't expect that he would lose so quickly. The sword technique of Master Shuangmu just now was so terrifying. It seems that one of the qualifications will belong to this Master Shuangmu if there are no accidents. I wonder who will challenge Master Shuangmu in the last one? Sun Yang, the affectionate sword, was famous. Everyone had heard of him, but they didn't expect that he would lose so quickly. Similarly, they didn't expect that Master Shuangmu's strength was even more powerful, especially his exquisite sword technique. They didn't even know what sword technique he had just used. The head of the Wen family and the elders all stood up subconsciously and looked at Master Shuangmu on the arena in shock, not knowing what to say. Chapter 271. The Wen clan was still shocked by Master Shuangmu's performance. The investigation at the scene where the direct descendant of the Li family was killed was still ongoing, and it looked like the flowers were about to fall into the water. A gray-robed old man appeared at the scene. Ever since the incident where a family disciple was killed, this small alley had been sealed off, and no one was allowed to enter. Those who had picked up things in the alley before were all found out. As for whether they could survive, it was unknown, but the result would definitely not be good. Master, Li Yang died here. Beside the gray-robed man stood a middle-aged man with a hooked nose. His tone was extremely polite, and behind him, there were also a few guards scattered around on guard. No hurry. The gray-robed man walked in the alley. In the blink of an eye, he walked back and forth and checked the scene once. The Li clan's disciple did indeed die here. This is the first scene, there's no need to look anymore. The gray-robed man spoke. There is a large amount of metal element energy left in the alley. It should be a martial artist who cultivates metal element cultivation techniques. He is extremely skilled. Your disciple was killed by a fatal blow. During this period, he used the rune's shield, so he was unavoidably injured. The middle-aged man with a hooked nose had an indiscernible expression on his face. He only nodded slightly. This hooked nose was an elder of the Li clan's law enforcement hall. His nickname was Gui Jian Chou, Elder Li Chou. The huge Li clan was divided into several branches, and the law enforcement hall was one of them. Any powerful clan would have a law enforcement hall. The existence of the law enforcement hall was nothing more than to deal with the clan's disciples who violated the rules. This was the first function. The second function was the one in front of them, to capture the various enemies of the Li clan. Li Yang was killed, so the law enforcement hall naturally had to find out the truth and find the murderer behind the scenes. This time, the one who died was a direct descendant disciple, Li Yang, who had a chance of becoming a core disciple. The Li clan was furious. It was not easy to nurture a talented disciple. Losing one was equivalent to weakening the Li clan's strength. Even though this strength would only appear after a few years, or even decades. The Li clan was furious, so the law enforcement hall began to investigate. The law enforcement hall elder, Li Chou, immediately investigated everything. As a matter of fact, he invited a member of the clan to investigate everything that happened and find the murderer behind the scenes. Master, can we begin? Li Chou said coldly. The reason why Li Chou was nicknamed Ghost Worry was because Li Chou had always been so gloomy and cold, causing people to not dare to approach him. He was like a venomous snake in the night, and anyone who was targeted would receive a cruel lesson. That was why he had the nickname Ghost Worry, which meant that even ghosts would worry when they saw him. All right. The gray-clothed man was expressionless. He took out an item and spat it out. A mist of blood filled the small alley. Reveal! Following the shout, a ripple appeared in the alley. It was a kind of existence that could not be seen. It was like a black fog that gathered on top of the red fog. Immediately after, a screen appeared in the sky. A scene appeared in the sky screen. The gray-robed man's face turned pale as his blood essence was consumed. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely be shocked by the power of the Li family. He was a level 5 runes master. At the same time, he was also the master of runes who set up special runes formations. This kind of runes master was not easy to find. For the Li family to be able to invite him to be a guardian, it could be seen that the Li family was not simple. If Lin Fei knew that the Li family had invited such a formation runes master, he would definitely make sure that the Li family would not be able to find any clues. In the sky screen, the scene was constantly changing, like passing clouds and smoke. Then, the scene in the sky screen turned into night once again. In the alley, a familiar figure appeared. Li Qiu's gloomy face shot out 2 rays of cold light, revealing an aura that no one could resist. The scene from that night repeated in the sky screen. From the beginning of the killing to the end of the leaving, even though it had only been a moment, it was already enough for the Li family. Pfft. The gray-clothed man spat out another mouthful of blood. His complexion was extremely poor. I've tried my best. The sky screen in front of him shattered and disappeared. The person behind him took out a cup. After the gray-clothed man drank it, his complexion recovered a lot and he no longer looked so weak. Li Qiu said, Master Shang Kong, can you find out the specific whereabouts of this person? Shang Kong shook his head. It's very difficult. This person did not show his face from the beginning to the end. He was purely dressed in black. Forgive me for being powerless. Li Qiu was greatly disappointed. Was the trail going to end here? He originally thought that Master Shang Kong would use a special method to find the killer behind the scenes and finally uproot them. But now it seemed that the problem was very big. Li Qiu said, Is there no way at all? Shang Kong said awkwardly, Chasing and killing the enemy is not my forte. If Elder Li wants to find the opponent, maybe you can find someone, maybe you can find the opponent. Li Qiu said, Who? Rat King. Li Qiu suddenly said, Oh, it's him. When family's martial arts practice field. Lin Fei was still standing on the stage. Facing this abnormal master Shuang Mu, whether it was the direct descendants or the collateral descendants, they all began to think. Was it appropriate to waste an opportunity? Master Shuang Mu had defeated 4 challengers in a row. If he won again, he would be qualified. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to go up? Damn it, this kid is really strange. When Qiu was already full of anger. It was all caused by the blow. He doubted whether the killer he hired had the confidence to kill Master Shuang Mu. When Tianya's face showed seriousness for the first time. He's really hard to deal with. When Tianya said, I really don't know what kind of mysterious technique he cultivates. His true essence is so thick. No wonder he could suppress you back then. When Qiu said, You still have the mood to joke. That kid is about to take one of the 3 places. At that time, the boat will rise with the tide. If we want to do anything, the family will not allow it. When he said the word family, he revealed a rare fear. In the selection, they could tamper with it. If the result was confirmed, no matter how much courage they had, they would not dare to do anything. In the past, There were several family disciples who tampered with important matters. In the end, without exception, they were all executed. They even implicated the branch behind them, causing their vitality to be greatly damaged for several years. When Xianxia shook his head, I know that. Unless he's an idiot, no one would make a fuss about this. I don't want to die like this. Let me ask you now, do you think he can defeat that assassin? When Chiu showed a rare hesitation, I don't think so. Although the killer I hired is only an early-stage cryptic spirit killer, he has already assassinated several middle-stage cryptic spirit experts. Killing a mystic adept realm kid shouldn't be a big problem. Little did he know that there was actually a trace of doubt in his words. When Chiu just did not care about it. When Xianxia smiled, then it settled. When Chiu made up her mind, I will let that killer go up immediately. When Xianxia said, let's watch the show. On the arena, Lin Fei defeated 4 martial artists in a row. On the arena, the happiest person was when Wuxia. Miss, Arwen clan might have hope. Guan Mingchang walked up without anyone noticing. Uncle Guan, why are you here? Why don't you rest and recuperate? Guan Mingchang smiled happily. I was resting, but after hearing Master Shuang Mu's amazing performance, I specially came to have a look. When Wuxia smiled, this time, thanks to Uncle Guan's reminder, I almost missed a good thing. Guan Mingchang said, this is what this old servant should do. Master Shuang Mu's strength is far beyond imagination. I really don't know where he came from. In the future, he will definitely be famous in the continent. Someone went up. When Wuxia frowned, Guan Mingchang said, a mere early-stage cryptic spirit martial artist, Master Shuang Mu should be able to deal with him. The early-stage cryptic spirit martial artist went up, attracting everyone's attention again. This one is Mu Kuei. The person on the arena had a very cold aura, making people feel very uncomfortable. Make your move. Lin Fei was the same as before. Early-stage cryptic spirit martial artist, Lin Fei did not take it to heart. When Mu Kuei moved, Lin Fei could not help but frown, feeling puzzled. This person has killing intent towards me, and quite a lot of it. Is he here to kill me? Lin Fei was very sensitive to things like killing intent. Even though the other party had hidden it perfectly, from the moment the other party had stepped onto the stage, that killing intent had been directed at him. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they would be able to tell what was going on. What a fast speed. With a thought, the person appeared behind Lin Fei. With a shake of his left hand, a dagger slid down, and with a flash, it pierced towards Lin Fei's neck. This attack was to kill Lin Fei. Killing intent was revealed. On the martial arts field, everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This Mu Kuei early-stage cryptic spirit martial artist's speed was really too fast, almost making people unable to react. Many people asked themselves, how could they block this move? You want to kill me? It had to be said that this Mu Kuei was very powerful, but unfortunately he encountered Lin Fei. Mu Kuei was shocked. How did he know? In the eyes of outsiders, this attack did not have any killing intent, but the other party's voice transmission had revealed his purpose. As an assassin, he quickly calmed down. Empty? At such a close distance, the dagger in Mu Kuei's hand pierced through a shadow, which had never happened before. In terms of speed, there were not many people in the capital who could compare to Lin Fei, let alone Mu Kuei. He only had an advantage in speed, but it was impossible to kill Lin Fei. You don't want to say, do you? I also know that you are someone sent by the Wen family. A disdainful voice sounded from behind. The dagger slashed, and with a flash of white light, the target was Lin Fei's neck. Missed again. The second attack missed again. Mu Kuei finally realized that he had encountered a terrifying enemy. From the day he became an assassin, with the speed of Mu Kuei's hands, coupled with his extremely fast reaction, few people could defend against his attacks in close combat. Today, he missed twice in a row, and did not see the other party's shadow, and was even seen through. This was something he had never encountered before. Miss, the situation is not good. When Wuxia did not see anything, but the battle in the arena was more dangerous. What's going on, Uncle Guan? That Mu Kuei wants to kill Master Shuang Mu. Guan Mingchang said in a serious tone, staring at the arena. Impossible. When Wuxia said in a questioning tone. Guan Mingchang shook his head. This person is very powerful. It seems to be a spar, but in fact it is a killing move. Don't forget, your Uncle Guan used to be an assassin. This person's method is very similar to an assassin's. When Wuxia trusted Uncle Guan very much and her face turned cold, could it be the smart when Wuxia already knew what was going on? It was obvious that someone wanted to kill Master Shuang Mu, and she could not help but suspect someone. In the arena, the situation was a close call. It seems that you are stubborn. Then go to hell. Lin Fei sneered. He was already sure that this person was here to kill him. Explode. A low voice came from Lin Fei's throat. A muffled sound came from Mu Kuei's mouth, and then he immediately spat out a lot of blood, which contained fragments of his internal organs. Mu Kuei's breathing became weak, and his eyes widened. You are vicious. With a plop, Mu Kuei fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and dyed the arena red. He was dead. The elders of the Wen clan stood up again, or rather, they were scared out of their wits. An early-stage cryptic spirit expert died just like that? How did he die? As for the dead, the Wen clan did not care. Those with status and background would not necessarily participate in the selection to fight for the Wen clan. The death of one person naturally did not affect them. The important thing was that they had sent out an expert this time, a trump card. They probably did not expect that after understanding the path of Dao, Lin Fei's battle strength could be said to have increased more than 10 times. Facing the wind sword that had mastered the great accomplishment realm, Lin Fei could already kill people at will. Just now, he used the sword qi to kill Mu Kuei. Mu Kuei's death. On the training field, Wen Tianya and Wen Qiu were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. Dead? How could he be dead? Wen Qiu was already covered in cold sweat. In order to hire an assassin to kill Master Shuang Mu, they had spent a lot of money. Now that the assassin had died in the arena, how to solve this problem was still a big problem. Don't panic, don't panic. Wen Tianya took a deep breath and desperately tried to calm himself down. An early-stage cryptic spirit assassin was killed silently. Wen Tianya felt that there was suddenly a sharp sword on his head, as if the other party could kill him at any time. This person could not be provoked. As a martial artist, they were not afraid of anything except unknown danger. For example, the scene on the arena just now. The early-stage cryptic spirit Mu Kuei was not weak at all, but after a few rounds he died silently. Even though they knew that there was something wrong with his internal organs. No one could figure out how he did it. Wen Tianya did not know, and neither did Wen Qiu. Now that the two of them were having a headache, it was their turn to have a headache after the assassin was killed. Just at this moment, Lin Fei's gaze shot over. It seemed to be casual, but in fact it was directed at them. Wen Tianya could sit still, but Wen Qiu was different. Chapter 272. P.S. Thank you to 0 Fengyuan 0 for your 100 Qidian coins tip. Thank you to Pastoral Song in the Wind for your 2 monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. It's the end of the month. It was fine that Wen Qiu fell. There was nothing surprising about it and no one would pay attention to it. However, Wen Qiu was taught a lesson last time. Fear lingered in her heart. This time, she specially found an assassin to deal with Lin Fei. Unexpectedly, the assassin died in the hands of Lin Fei in the blink of an eye. Especially when Lin Fei looked over, it was like a sharp long sword piercing through the last life-saving straw. It struck her fragile spirit, causing her spirit to collapse. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Wen Qiu babbled nonsense. Swoosh! Everyone's gaze fell on Wen Qiu. I was wrong. I shouldn't have found an assassin to deal with you. I beg you, please don't kill me. Wen Qiu struggled on the ground. Her face was pale. Wen Tianya's face was as pale as an incandescent lamp. Shut up, you idiot! The fan that had been swaying fell to the ground. Wen Tianya pounced forward, wanting to shut Wen Qiu up. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead. He regretted finding such an idiot who couldn't even withstand a glance from the other party. Originally, everyone was still watching the show. After hearing Wen Qiu's words, they couldn't help but look at each other. Especially those branch family members, their faces turned black. Wen Qiu didn't conceal it. Therefore, everyone in the training field heard it. As a mystic adept realm martial artist, the martial arts practice field was filled with martial artists. Anyone who paid attention would be able to hear their words. Furthermore, Wen Qiu's dancing was the most eye-catching sight in the crowd. Anyone who wasn't an idiot could understand what was going on. Only Lin Fei, who was on the stage, sneered. This was called asking for it. Serves him right. Bastard. The Wen clan leader, Iron Mountain, was furious. The Wen clan was on the brink of death. A disciple of the clan actually found someone to kill an outsider helper. If they didn't give an explanation for today's matter, it would inevitably disappoint and dissatisfy the other outsiders. Take them away. Investigate who is the mastermind behind all of this. Immediately, an elder stood up and grabbed one in each hand. Like an eagle catching a chick, he left the training field, leaving behind a scene of fear. The patriarch was furious. Lin Fei came down from the arena in anger. In reality, this was all an act for the Wen family to see. As a matter of fact, as soon as they descended, one of the elders from the Wen clan apologized and asked for Lin Fei's forgiveness. Master Shuang Mu, the Wen clan will definitely give you an answer for what happened today. The elder of the Wen clan was also embarrassed. Please don't be offended, Master Shuang Mu. Lin Fei said angrily, I believe that this is a unique situation in the Wen family. Otherwise, I wouldn't have accepted the invitation to help. The elder of the Wen family finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Grandmaster Shuang Mu, for understanding our difficulties. As the family grows, there are bound to be some small problems. Please forgive us, Grandmaster Shuang Mu. After obtaining a qualification, Lin Fei left the martial arts practice field. What did Master Shuang Mu say? As soon as the Wen family elder returned, the other elders asked anxiously, wanting to know the situation. Based on the performance in the arena today, the elders of the Wen clan had a good impression of him and thought that he was the ideal choice. Master Shuang Mu has a good temper. I believe that we can handle this matter well. It shouldn't have too much impact. The Wen clan elder said slowly after a moment of silence. Investigate, we must find out the truth. We must give Master Shuang Mu an explanation. Wasn't Wen Ruxue the one who invited Master Shuang Mu? Let her go over to express her gratitude and try not to leave a bad impression. The elders realized the seriousness of the situation. Iron Mountain, as his name suggested, had a very tough temper. To be frank, he was stubborn and unyielding. We must investigate Wen Tianya and Wen Qiu's problems. No matter who is behind this, we must find out this time and punish them severely. When Iron Mountain's gaze swept across the crowd, I don't want to see anyone exonerate them. The hearts of the elders sank, and the germinating idea was suppressed. The latter words were clearly directed at the elders present. The patriarch was angry. Whoever dared to play the good guy in this matter would end up badly. First, the patriarch would find trouble with them. It's hard to help people do good things. Back at his residence, Lin Fei shook his head, extremely dissatisfied. At this point, he could not just turn around and leave. Everything had a beginning and an end, and he had to do it well. Lin Fei carried such a mentality. In the residence, the little thing and King Kong strolled out. King Kong was born to be bullied. The little thing was lying on King Kong's head, and King Kong was drooping. A dignified mystic spirit, great perfection demonic beast was bullied like this. It dared not say a word, and there was no second one like it. Lin Fei took out a handful of pure elemental pills and placed them on the bedside. The little thing appeared on the bedside as if it was eating jelly beans, causing King Kong to look at it enviously. This was not the first time Lin Fei had seen this scene. King Kong, this is yours. His pocket was bulging, and there were not many people who could use pure elemental pills to feed demonic beasts. After settling the matter with the Wen family, I will return to Origin City. I can help. A hoarse and cold voice came from the mouth of a skinny old man. Li Qiu was sitting in a dark room. Squeak, 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 squeak. The sounds of demonic beasts could be heard from time to time. Find the person, and the Li family will immediately send the things you need. Li Qiu said sinisterly. Coupled with the dark and gloomy environment, it made people feel a chill, as if this kind of person was born to live in the dark world. Then let's begin. The person sitting in front of him was the famous Rat King in the Imperial City. Rat King was not a human, but a mutated rodent demonic beast. As for what kind of species, no one knew for now. When a demonic beast reached a certain level of strength, or after consuming elixirs, it could transform into a human. After transforming, the rodent species retained many of the demonic beast habits. For example, this underground cave was the favorite place of the rodent species. Even though the Rat King had successfully transformed, he still retained the habits of a rodent, and for 365 days a year, he basically hid in the underground cave. The reason why the Rat King was famous was actually very simple. This Rat King had a magical power that could find people based on their aura. Even a wisp of aura could not escape the Rat King's tracking magical power. With this magical power, the Rat King was doing very well in the Imperial City. Coupled with the timid, cautious, and greedy rodents, the Rat King had survived until now. If you can't find the whereabouts of this person, don't even think about getting a piece of profound spirit stone. If you dare to leak the news, this elder believes that the Rat King will definitely understand. The Rat King nodded, a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. If this king makes a move, as long as he is still within the Imperial City, he will definitely not be able to escape from this king's palm. Li Qiu said coldly, "It's good that you understand." Li Qiu took out a jade bottle and handed it to the Rat King. The Rat King opened the bottle, and a black mist floated out. The mustache man's beard moved without any wind. He opened his mouth and sucked, like a long rainbow sucking water, and swallowed it into his stomach. Magical power, 1,000 miles search. The Rat King shouted, and a black shadow appeared behind him. One could vaguely see that it was a rodent. It had a huge body, shifty eyes, and looked around. It was very lifelike. As expected of the title, Rat King! The Shadow Rat King actually spoke, "You flatter me, you flatter me." There was a sense of pride in his tone. Escape! The Rat King moved and blended into the darkness, leaving the underground cave. The mustache man jumped up and down, and he headed towards the Imperial City. "He is in the Imperial City," the Rat King said to Li Qiu. The reason why the Rat King could do so well was because he had such a magical power. The black shadow from before was a clone that the Rat King had practiced. This doppelganger was not a real doppelganger, but a special kind of rat-type demonic beast. Once it was mastered, it had never failed to find anyone within 1,000 miles. A stern look flashed across Li Qiu's face. "Rat King, as long as you find the person today, the Li family will not let you suffer. This elder can help you put in a good word for you in front of the patriarch, and it will not be difficult for you to become the Li family's guest in the future." Let's talk about the future in the future. The Rat King shook his head. Li Qiu thought, insensible thing. Lin Fei sat cross-legged, comprehending the Wen Dao. After stepping into this Dao, Lin Fei liked to practice when he was free. In the large room, the cool breeze was gentle, and the cold wind was fierce, entangling with each other. They were inseparable, 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 you and me, you and me. The practice of Wen Dao did not cause any harm to the little thing and King Kong. The little thing was lying on the bed, looking satisfied. Hiss hiss. Suddenly, the little thing opened its eyes. It turned around and actually appeared on the table. "Little thing, what's wrong?" Lin Fei stopped, curious about what the little thing was going to do. The little thing appeared again, landing on Lin Fei's shoulder, biting his clothes, looking outside, looking very excited. "You want me to go out?" Lin Fei could guess some of the little thing's thoughts and could not help but ask. If you were on Earth, you would definitely think that you are a fool. In the Xianxia continent, beasts were undoubtedly the smartest, followed by mutated beasts. Hiss hiss. The little thing nodded. Lin Fei kept King Kong into the pet space, opened the door and walked out. "Tell Wen Ruxue that I have something to do, so I will leave first." Leaving behind a sentence, under the surprised gaze of the two maids, He disappeared without a trace at the entrance of the small courtyard. After leaving the door, Lin Fei let the little thing choose how to go. Fortunately, he often reminded it, and the little thing knew that its identity was not ordinary, so it would not use teleportation in broad daylight. The imperial capital was very big. Gloomy, deserted alleys were everywhere. Even in the daytime, there were still many alleys as dark as night, without any sunlight. Little thing, you didn't go the wrong way, did you? Being in the alleys, Lin Fei could not help but frown. What was the little thing doing? Could it be that something had happened? As soon as he said that, the little thing disappeared without a trace, making Lin Fei not know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed to be bored. Ready to exercise? He thought of a word, pain in the ass. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound of a mouse? Chapter 273. Lin Fei was taken aback. Why would there be the sound of a mouse in the alley? Before he could react, another strange scene appeared in the alley. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. The little thing was actually chasing a mouse, a black mouse. That was not strange. What was strange was that the black rat could actually speak the human language, blowing its whiskers and glaring. Bastard, get out of here. I'm going to eat you. Damn it, who raised this demonic beast? Why is it so scary? Damn it, damn it. In the alley, the little thing moved quickly, jumping up and down as it chased after a mouse. In a panic, it kept spewing vulgarities. A talking mouse. Lin Fei reacted after a moment, but he could not figure out the origin of this mouse. Could it be that the little thing chased me all the way here for this mouse? Since when did the little thing have such an ability? Wind bind. With a thought from Lin Fei, the wind was like a rope, interweaving into a large net. It appeared in front of the mouse and formed a cage, trapping it in a narrow area. After comprehending the wind Dao, it was no longer limited to forms. Who is it? Who is it that wants to go against me? The Rat King cursed. After chasing from outside the capital all the way to the capital, it was inexplicably chased by a small demonic beast. Under normal circumstances, the Rat King could have easily killed the other party. However, the other party had a strong defense, and its hard teeth and claws could not tear through the other party's defense. It had completely become a toothless tiger. That was why such a scene had occurred. The little thing pounced over and grabbed the Rat King with its sharp claws, pinning it to the ground. Bastard, you bastard! How dare you touch me? I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. After being trapped by the wind rope, the Rat King's heart fell to the bottom. Similarly, the Rat King saw the young man in the distance. The little thing behind could not wait any longer. It opened its mouth and bit down. Even the Rat King did not have time to react, and it looked like it was about to be sucked away. Don't eat me. I'm not tasty at all. The Rat King phantom struggled, but it was of no use. It was swallowed by the little thing. At the same time, the real Rat King spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn demonic beasts, damn humans. The Rat King opened his eyes. He looked dispirited as if he had been seriously injured. What happened? Li Qiu had been waiting the entire time, and when he saw the situation, he was also shocked. With his strength, he could clearly feel that the aura of the Rat King had weakened a lot, and without seeing the shadow return, he could roughly guess what had happened. The Rat King said angrily, "My doppelganger was eaten by a demon beast." What? Li Qiu was shocked. Eaten by the demon beasts? How was this possible? Could it be that he encountered a powerful demonic beast? Rat King had a tragic look on his face. It was a very weak demonic beast. This king couldn't do anything to it, especially when it encountered a powerful human who used a wind attribute cultivation technique. This king suffered greatly. Li Qiu's face darkened. So you're saying things have been messed up and we can't use our sacred art during this period of time? Rat King nodded. Elder Li Qiu, it's not that I don't want to help you. My avatar was eaten by the demon beast, and I met a powerful human. This king had no other choice. Li Qiu wanted to curse out loud. Why did you insist on going in the day? Isn't that clearly courting death? Don't you know that there are a lot of demon beasts in the imperial capital during the day? Coming out from the underground cave. Li Qiu's expression was very bad, and he thought to himself, The trail is broken, and I can only know that the person is in the imperial capital. The imperial capital is so big, how can I find him? It's all that Li Yang kid's fault. He won a weapon that is suspected to be a profound heaven spiritual treasure, but he didn't know to send it back to the family first, and instead gave it to an outsider. Li Yang was a genius disciple of the Li family. Among the many geniuses, he could not be considered a top genius. After losing one, with the Li family's current resources, it was not difficult to cultivate another one. The profound heaven spiritual treasure was the key. In the Xianxia continent, weapons were generally divided into mortal weapons. This level had the most weapons. The next level was the spirit treasure, which had the power of a spirit treasure. Above the spirit treasure was the true treasure. A true treasure had boundless power. Even if a profound spirit expert held it in their hands, even a profound king expert would not dare to easily attack it. As for above the true treasure, it was the profound heaven spiritual treasure, and the profound heaven spiritual treasure was the most powerful existence in the Xianxia continent. A treasure that was suspected to be a profound heaven spiritual treasure, no matter if it was real or fake, the Li family could not sit still. The reason why they mobilized so many people was because of the profound heaven spiritual treasure. Li Qiu sighed. Rat King is injured, the matter of the profound heaven spiritual treasure can only be delayed. Inside the underground cave, Rat King had a face of disdain. Serves the Li family right for being unlucky. Isn't it just a profound heaven spiritual treasure? Do you think this king doesn't know? Do you really think everyone is a group of idiots? I really don't know who is the idiot here. In the small alley, the little thing once again lay on Lin Fei's shoulder. Why are you going out again? The little thing on his shoulder rolled its eyes, constantly looking outside the imperial capital. Lin Fei originally wanted to keep the rat's demon beast to ask it where it came from, but it was eaten by the little thing in a few bites. For the demon beast just now? Hiss hiss. The little thing became excited again. Looking at the sky, Lin Fei also had a doubt in his heart. Why would there be a talking demon beast in the imperial capital? Even his King Kong could not speak at the moment. Lin Fei guessed that the demon beast just now should have come from outside the imperial capital. If there was such a demon beast in the imperial capital, it would have been captured long ago. Listening to the other party's tone, it kept talking about this king. Could it be a king-level demon beast? That's impossible, right? If a king-level demon beast appeared in the vicinity of the imperial capital, the entire imperial capital would probably panic. A profound spirit realm demon beast was already strong enough. Anyone who saw a king-level demon beast did not need to think about anything, they just needed to run. After coming out of the imperial capital and traveling for a few hundred miles, Lin Fei followed the direction that the little thing pointed out and continuously moved through the forest, gradually leaving the imperial capital. After about 700 to 800 miles, the sky darkened, and unknowingly, it was nighttime. Why are there so many rats? When he arrived at an area, Lin Fei stopped on a tree and extended his perception outwards. He immediately saw that the ground was full of caves, all of which were low-level iron rats. This kind of iron rat was not strong, but its strength lay in its pair of teeth, which had a particularly strong biting ability. It could even bite off a piece of iron ore, which made the iron rat famous and at the same time added the title of a destroyer. This kind of low-level iron rat demon beast was not strong, at most around the 4th or 5th level of the martial Dao. If you were surrounded by a group of iron rats, even an expert could bite you to death. Could it really be a king-level demon beast? After the little thing came to this area, it looked around and quickly locked the direction, leaving from Lin Fei's shoulder. Lin Fei followed behind. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As they continued to go deeper, many rodent demon beasts appeared. The low-level iron rats were no longer just one of them. There were all kinds of rodent demon beasts gathered in this area. When Lin Fei broke in, the rodent demon beasts launched an attack and rushed up one after another. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. This little thing really knew how to cause trouble. Don't encounter a king-level demon beast. Wind bind. It was the same move as before. The rodent demon beasts that rushed up almost couldn't rush to Lin Fei. They were all trapped by the wind, leaving behind angry sounds. At this time, Lin Fei was worried about the little thing and was anxious to catch up to see what was going on, but he was afraid that the continuous killing would attract a large number of rodent demon beasts, which would be equivalent to delaying him. Lin Fei chose to let go of the rodent demon beasts. He went in. After leaving a large forest. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge cave, which made Lin Fei frown. From the left and right, many huge rodent demon beasts suddenly flew out and rushed to Lin Fei, opening their mouths and biting down. The ferocious aura made people dare not underestimate them. Courting death. In the sky, densely packed black shadows stabbed down. All of them were long sword phantoms, piercing the heads of the rodent demon beasts, smashing their heads on the spot. The rodent demon beasts that rushed up died under Lin Fei's sword, and at the same time he successfully rushed in. After entering the cave, all he saw were white bones, among which there were some human skulls, pale white in color, looking extremely ferocious in the black. It shouldn't be a king-level demon beast. After rushing in, Lin Fei sensed the existence of the little thing. Inside the cave, there was a chilly wind. It was obviously a pure Yin place. The rodent demon beasts guarding inside were obviously much stronger than outside. There were some mystic adept demon beasts. If it was someone else who came in, they would definitely regret coming in. After Lin Fei comprehended the Wind Dao, his strength increased again. As he rushed down, he almost left a ground full of corpses, and the smell of blood filled the air. Bastard, you ate my clone, and you still dare to come again, I will eat you. At the end of the cave, there was a furious voice. Demon beast? It was a familiar voice. Lin Fei immediately recalled the sound of the rodent being eaten in the alley. He didn't expect that it was just a clone. Storm. Boom 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 boom. Almost all the demon beasts in front were killed. At the end of the cave, there was a huge building. It was like the buildings in the imperial capital outside, except it had a gloomy aura. At this moment, there was a black-robed old man. He was as skinny as firewood. His demonic aura was soaring, constantly filling the cave. The Rat King was originally recuperating. He needed time to recover after losing a clone. After half a day, that unknown demon beast appeared again, and he almost got ambushed. His heart was filled with resentment. The little thing teleported and appeared on Lin Fei's shoulder. The Rat King was dazed for a second and then burst into laughter. No wonder you could eat my doppelganger. It turns out that you are a space beast, a juvenile one. After eating your demonic beast, I will definitely become a mutated demonic beast. However, the Rat King sniffed, his eyes turned, and saw a young man appear. He suddenly came to a realization. You are the one who killed the Li family's disciple and stole the Mystic Sky spiritual treasure. The Rat King laughed maniacally. Children, kill them, kill this human. The Rat King ordered. This king will soon become a great demon, and the strongest great demon. Chapter 274. Arcane Heavenly Spiritual Treasure? Could it be that killing sword? What an awesome name. Lin Fei couldn't digest the sudden news. A memory surfaced in his mind. His clone had been lurking in the 8 Treasures Tower that night. He vaguely remembered that there was a long sword being auctioned at the auction. That's right, it was a spiritual treasure whose grade couldn't be determined. At that time, someone participated in the auction and the bidding was very intense. As he couldn't go to the private room, Lin Fei could only vaguely remember the situation and nothing else. After hearing this, he immediately understood the origin of the killing sword. A moment later, a tide of rodent demonic beasts rushed towards Lin Fei's position. Let's get rid of this demonic beast first. I might be able to get more information. Lin Fei patted his waist, and King Kong, who had been in the pet space, appeared outside. It was drowsy, but when it saw the large number of rodent-type demonic beasts, its eyes widened, and a berserk aura surged out like a tide. King Kong was a King Kong divine ape with a noble bloodline. Although it wasn't as good as the little thing, it was still a powerful mutated demonic beast. How could the rodent demonic beasts resist a little bit of its aura? As soon as the aura of the guardian deity was released, the rat-type demonic beasts that were surging forward like a tide paused for a moment, as if they felt an irresistible pressure. All of them lay on the ground and shivered, not daring to move. The rodent demonic beasts were densely packed like a sea wave. Roar! King Kong was usually bullied by the little thing, but that didn't mean that it would continue to act like a coward in front of other demonic beasts. This roar was like venting his emotions, venting his dissatisfaction from before. Many of the demonic beasts lying on the ground were scared to death on the spot. Other than that, the rest of the demonic beasts fled in panic, wishing that they could have more legs. After coming out of the demonic beast mountain range, King Kong finally had a place to vent his anger. With a roar, the rodent demonic beasts died. With a roar, the rodent demonic beasts were scared out of their wits. With a roar, the king of rats was covered in cold sweat. Mystic spirit great perfection. As a demonic beast, the king of rats was immediately covered in cold sweat and screamed. One demonic beast was already rare and precious. In the blink of an eye, another mystic spirit great perfection appeared. It would be strange if it wasn't afraid. King Kong, kill them. Lin Fei snorted coldly and ordered his best fighter, Jin Gang, to make a move. Roar! In the blink of an eye, the miniature Vajra had transformed into a 3-meter-tall Vajra divine ape. It shone brightly and brandished the iron cudgel in its hand. With a swing of the cudgel, countless rat-type demonic beasts died. A strike from a mystic spirit great circle cultivator was something that no one could block at all. Roar! With another swing of the club, a huge gust of wind flew over and killed a large group of rat-type demonic beasts. You? Who exactly are you? The Rat King was already sweating profusely from fear. He was no match for a mystic spirit full-circle demonic beast at all. To go against a mystic spirit full-circle demonic beast was simply asking for death. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you're doomed. Lin Fei looked at the Rat King and sneered. He finally realized the benefits of having a helper by his side. Bang! The Rat King was sent flying with a loud bang. He couldn't even escape, let alone block it. Run! The Rat King was also a mystic spirit demonic beast, but he was no match for the powerful Vajra. He might not even be able to block a single blow and was sent flying. With a squeak, the Rat King turned around and fled. The Rat King transformed from his human form into a demonic beast. It was a huge black rat with 3 strands of white whiskers on its chin. It dashed towards a passage on the side. Even though the Rat King had transformed into a human form, he still inherited the habits of rats. When faced with great danger, his first thought was to escape. This was the habit of rats. How could Lin Fei let the Rat King escape? Especially when the other party had heard about the mystic spirit treasure. How could he let it go so easily? Wind net. A wind net appeared in front of the Rat King, blocking the Rat King's path. Rat form 100 transformations. With a loud bang, the Rat King split into hundreds and thousands of clones and ran in all directions. As expected of the Rat King, he knew how to run in all directions and create a diversion to confuse the enemy. If it was the previous Lin Fei, he might not have been able to do anything. After comprehending the Wind Dao, his control over the Dao had increased tremendously. The huge wind net surrounded every clone of the Rat King, not letting any of them escape. Boom! Vajra was enraged. A mere demonic beast dared to escape from under his nose. This time, after being trapped by Lin Fei, the Rat King was sent flying with a swing of the rod. The Rat King spat out mouthfuls of blood, and his face was filled with horror. Trap! The willow-like wind strands trapped the Rat King firmly in an instant. Swish! Swish! The netherworld sword flew out and stopped in front of the Rat King. It was only a few inches away from the Rat King's throat, and it could kill the other party at any time. Vajra grabbed the Rat King firmly. No matter how the Rat King struggled, he couldn't escape from Vajra's huge palm. Let this king go, quickly let this king go. The Rat King shouted. As a mystic spirit demonic beast, it fell into the hands of others so easily and became a prisoner. This time, the Rat King lost without any regrets. Just Vajra alone was enough to make the Rat King loose. With Lin Fei beside him, no matter how the Rat King moved or tried to escape, he couldn't escape. If you scream again, I will kill you immediately. Lin Fei said to the Rat King. At the same time, the Netherworld sword approached again, scaring the Rat King into screaming, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" At this moment, the Rat King didn't have the bearing of a mystic spirit expert. He displayed the timidity of a rodent demonic beast to the fullest. Vajra carried the Rat King out of the underground cave. The aura of a mystic spirit great perfection demonic beast just now might attract experts. Rat King, don't think about escaping. I believe Vajra won't mind beating you to death. Lin Fei said calmly. Vajra waved the rod beside him. It looked like he was going to say something. If you dare to do anything, I will beat you to death. The Rat King lay on the ground, shivering. What kind of luck did he have today? How could he be so miserable? What do you want to know? I will tell you everything. The Rat King kowtowed again and again. He didn't want to be beaten to death by this Vajra godly ape. How do you know that I am the murderer? Lin Fei hugged the little guy. This guy was moving around, and it was obvious that it knew what it wanted to do. Lin Fei wondered if he should do something first. The Rat King rolled his eyes. Vajra next to him hit him with the rod. The Rat King squeaked in pain and didn't dare to do anything else. If it was a human martial artist, he would have been beaten to death. The Rat King only rolled on the ground in pain. The Li family told me. The Rat King stammered. They asked me to find the culprit. Today I used a doppelganger. You know what happened next. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. So, the Li family knows my whereabouts? Don't know, completely don't know. The Rat King shook his head. You ate my doppelganger, I didn't say anything. Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but feel grateful to the little thing. If it wasn't for the little thing's help, he wouldn't have known that someone had found a clue and was almost targeted. Lin Fei was indeed grateful for his good luck. The Li family's power is not simple. They even found this. Lin Fei felt that he didn't leave any clues after killing people in the imperial capital. He didn't expect that the Li family had the means to find this out and almost traced it back to him. How do you know that the profound heavenly spiritual treasure is on me? Don't tell me you don't know. Lin Fei really wanted to know more about the profound heavenly spiritual treasure. It was never wrong to know more about it, especially since it could devour other profound heavenly spiritual treasures. For this reason, Lin Fei wouldn't miss it. The Rat King tried to play tricks several times, but Lin Fei didn't need to do anything. King Kong was the first to act. With such a fighter around, even if the demonic beast had a strong defense, it wouldn't be able to take it. By asking this question, Lin Fei wanted to confirm his guess. That night, the doppelganger didn't know much and wanted to know more. In the alley, it was afraid that someone would see through it, so it used the metal intent realm, which was extremely destructive. The killing sword fell from the body of the Li family's disciple, but Lin Fei didn't know it. Who asked him to kill so quickly? When the killing sword was found, the corpse couldn't be identified. At that time, the whole alley was full of corpse fragments. Because the Li family's disciple died, the Li family invited a master of the runes to recover the situation that night. Only then did they know that you took the profound heavenly spiritual treasure. The Rat King said timidly. Lin Fei suddenly understood and thought, this master of the runes must have some skills. He must have mastered a special formation. Fortunately, the doppelganger covered its face that night. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. This rune's formation is really troublesome. So the killing sword was bought by Li Yang. This good thing almost fell into someone else's hands. Then how do you know that the Li family believes that it's a profound heavenly spiritual treasure? Lin Fei asked. You are the leader of the rats. I believe you must know something that I don't. I hope you can tell me everything. Rats have their ways. Lin Fei believed that this Rat King knew many secrets. Especially after seeing the controlled rat demonic beast, Lin Fei wasn't a fool. This was obviously a huge information net. The Rat King said to Lin Fei, if I tell you, can you promise not to kill me? Why would I kill you? Lin Fei smiled and said, I won't kill you. On the contrary, I will let you go. You and I have no enmity. The Rat King sneered in his heart. Originally, we had no enmity. But when your demonic beast ate this king's doppelganger, the hatred between us grew. Of course, the Rat King didn't dare to say this out loud. Since the day he became the Rat King, he had never experienced such a suffocating day. A mutated demonic beast stared at him, another mutated beast stared at him, and a ridiculously powerful young man stared at him. I'll tell you now. The Rat King hurriedly said. He was afraid that the rod would fall. He didn't want to experience that kind of pain a second time. You also know that I control a large number of similar demonic beasts. I know some of the secrets of the imperial capital. It is said that the Li family has a support-type profound heavenly spiritual treasure. When the profound heavenly spiritual treasure appears in a certain range, that profound heavenly spiritual treasure will move. A doubt arose in Lin Fei's heart. It seems a little impossible, right? The Rat King explained that profound heavenly spiritual treasure is a defective product. It can only be used once a month. After using it, it must accumulate energy before it can be used the next month. This time, Lin Fei completely understood. Then Lin Fei asked some other questions. He almost heard all the valuable information from the Rat King. Gui's worry, Elder Li Qiu. Lin Fei didn't like the Li family, especially when he was chased by them. Although he successfully got rid of them later, it was a very unpleasant feeling. This is a good opportunity. Let's get rid of an elder of the Li family first so that they can feel sorry for him. Also, there's that rune's formation. Lin Fei immediately made a decision. This was especially true for the runic array master. Although he didn't know what kind of formation was set up, this kind of person couldn't be left alive. He didn't know when he would be discovered. Now, immediately inform that Gui's worry Elder Li Qiu. Tell him that you have found an important clue. Remind that Elder Li Qiu to bring that rune's formation master over. How could the Rat King dare to say the word, no? It was better for others to die than to die himself. Imperial capital. Gui's worry Elder Li Qiu was looking at a note and frowning. What is going on? Why did the Rat King inform this elder in a hurry? Did he find some clues? Did he find the whereabouts of the mastermind? Li Qiu had always been thinking about the family. Whatever. Li Qiu stood up. The Rat King can't let himself come here for nothing. Thus, Li Qiu found Shang Kong and the two of them went to see the Rat King together. They wanted to see what the Rat King had to say. If he came here for nothing, Li Qiu didn't mind teaching the Rat King a lesson. Li Qiu never took the profound spirit realm seriously, especially a demon beast that wasn't good at attacking. If it was a demon beast that mainly attacked, Li Qiu might be a little afraid. Facing the Rat King, he really didn't need to care, not to mention that he had a family behind him. Why did the Rat King change places? Coming out of the imperial capital. He originally thought that he was going to the base camp, but unexpectedly he changed places. Li Qiu's face revealed a displeased expression. He really didn't know what the Rat King was doing. In his heart, he had the idea of torturing the Rat King so that he could teach the Rat King a lesson. Elderly, could the Rat King be playing with us? Shang Kang's soul power hadn't recovered yet. He was already unhappy when Elder Li Qiu invited him out. Li Qiu wasn't sure, even if that guy had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to let us come here for nothing. Shang Kang nodded. I hope so. When they entered the designated area, they saw the Rat King sitting on a boulder. Rat King, this elder is here. Can you say it now? Li Qiu looked at the Rat King and waited for the answer. You can go die. Chapter 275. Quick, dodge. This is a profound spirit great perfection demon beast. Elder Li Qiu was the first to react. His expression changed greatly. He opened his mouth to warn Shang Kong, and at the same time flew out. Li Qiu was fast, but there were also people faster than him. Pa 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 pa. A willow twig-like wind whip flew down from the sky, whipping Elder Li Qiu's body, shattering his protective aura, and like a kite with its string cut, he was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Revolving Star Passage. Shang Kong was truly worthy of being a runes master, especially a level 5 runes master. He was already proficient in runes formation. At the crucial moment, his entire body was shrouded in light, and runes flashed. Boom! A huge black shadow smashed onto Shang Kang's body. The flowing runes instantly shattered, but even so, it still persisted for a moment. Following the shattering of the light, Shang Kong had already appeared 30 meters away from the city. His face was filled with shock. He was almost beaten to death by the rod. The shocked expression did not disappear, and the second rod smashed down. Danger. Extremely dangerous. Shang Kong used Revolving Star Passage to divert the attack, and had already consumed a lot of his soul's energy, so facing the second rod, he was powerless. Rune's shield. Layer after layer of Rune's shield was placed on his body in an attempt to block the attack. Boom! Shang Kong was not as lucky as before. As a profound spirit great perfection demon beast, it was already very impressive for King Kong to be able to block the first attack. Facing the second attack, he did not even need to think about it. The Rune's shield outside Shang Kang's body, facing the extremely violent attack, when the rod landed on it, the Rune's shield shattered. His body was originally extremely weak, and was directly smashed into a mist of blood by the rod. Roar! King Kong was extremely proud. Shang Kong is dead. Li Qiu's expression changed greatly. Shang Kong could not even hold on for a few breaths of time, and died so quickly. It was completely out of his imagination and expectations. A level 5 Runes master could at least hold on for a while, and with the two of them working together, surviving was not a problem. Li Qiu, who was sent flying, was covered in blood. Other than the profound armor that appeared on his important parts, protecting his vital parts, his injuries were not very serious. Run! A great perfection stage demon beast, Li Qiu was already scared out of his wits. On the Xianxia continent, demonic beasts were generally stronger than human martial artists. Li Qiu's strength had reached the late profound spirit stage, but against a great perfection profound spirit demonic beast, he would definitely be killed within 10 moves. Just who is this person? Why does he have a mystic spirit great circle demonic beast? There has never been such a person in the imperial capital before. Li Qiu was filled with questions. Wind bundle. The wind was like an inescapable net, and the huge ball cut off all the exits. Li Qiu's heart sank. He patted his waist with his right hand, and a silver long blade flew out, carrying the aura of a spirit treasure. It was Li Qiu's middle-grade spirit treasure, the heavenly Luo blade. Nirvana blade art. A mystic spirit great perfection demonic beast was already terrifying enough. Adding on a powerful human martial artist, Li Qiu had no choice but to risk his life. Whoosh! When the blade aura struck the wind net, a large part of the wind net was torn apart. Li Qiu was overjoyed. It was only he. In the next second, Li Qiu was mercilessly attacked. Layers upon layers of wind nets gathered once again, forcefully blocking in front of them. It was vast and boundless, completely cutting off their path of retreat. Pa. As a mystic spirit great perfection demonic beast, King Kong had an absolute advantage in terms of speed, not to mention that it was dealing with Li Qiu who was at the late stage of mystic spirit. The sound of the explosive strike seemed as though the air was about to be broken. Li Qiu's profound armor was shattered. Forget about the protective aura, he was smashed into the ground by King Kong and lost completely. From start to finish, it was only a short period of time before the battle ended. Back then, I received a lot of benefits from taking in King Kong. From the beginning to the end, Lin Fei did not make a move other than delaying his opponent's path. King Kong's attack power was truly terrifying. Li Qiu, who was at the late stage of mystic spirit, lost completely, and could not even block a single move. Lin Fei could not help but rejoice. Why did he have such a thought in the first place? King Kong grabbed Li Qiu and jumped out from the ground. With its tyrannical strength, all of Li Qiu's meridians were broken, and his limbs were almost gone. If not for Lin Fei wanting to ask about the situation, Li Qiu would already be dead. Elder Li Qiu, using this method to meet you is not something I am willing to do. Unfortunately, there is no other way. I have never liked your Li family. Lin Fei descended from the tree and appeared in front of Li Qiu. At this time, Li Qiu's hair was disheveled. Like a beggar, he was on the verge of death, and looked like he was not far from death. You are Lin Fei. Li Qiu opened his eyes with great difficulty, and could not help but be shocked. Then he could not help but laugh bitterly. No wonder Li Yang died, no wonder there was a dense metal-type energy left at the scene, so it was you. Cough, cough, cough. Li Qiu spat out blood. He understood everything. Li Qiu recognized him. Lin Fei was very calm. Seems like my name is quite famous in your Li family. Even the elders of the Li family have remembered it. Li Qiu stared straight at Lin Fei. You have guts. Lin Fei squatted down. If I don't have guts, how could I ambush you? Now, I want to know a few questions. I hope you can answer them. Li Qiu said coldly. Do you think that's possible? Lin Fei shrugged his shoulders. If you are not willing, I will immediately let King Kong eat you. Rip, scoot. King Kong licked the corner of his mouth. Every expert had a weakness. No one was perfect. Without a weakness, it was because he had not discovered it. Li Qiu's weakness was actually the fear of being eaten by demon beasts. Watching himself being eaten was the most terrifying thing. Li Qiu's face darkened once again. I'll speak, I'll speak. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Lin Fei found out the information he wanted from Elder Li Qiu. Just as Li Qiu had said, Lin Fei was already on the Li family's list and was temporarily suppressed. The Li family's main focus was on searching for the profound sky spirit treasure. Lin Fei had heard a little about the profound sky spirit treasure and knew a little more than the Rat King. The situation was not far from the truth. Profound sky spirit treasure, should I go take a look? Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. The killing sword swallowed the profound sky spirit treasure and increased its power. If it swallowed another one, what would it be like? Lin Fei could not think of it, but at the very least, he understood that the killing sword would definitely become a weapon. Unfortunately, the Li family is powerful, with a profound king rancor guarding it. It is not easy to snatch the profound sky spirit treasure away. Lin Fei shook his head. We'll talk about this later. Li Qiu stared straight at Lin Fei. Lin Fei, you are indeed very daring. If you dare to go to the Li family to steal the innate spirit treasure, you will definitely be beaten to death by the old ancestor. Lin Fei raised his head and laughed. That might not be the case, but I know that you will die tonight. King Kong's huge palm slapped Li Qiu's head, causing his body to turn into a ball of blood mist with a bang, and a large amount of things exploded out. Damn, who asked you to kill him with a single slap? Lin Fei was speechless. At least he had such a heavy taste, to be covered in blood. King Kong grinned, his eyes clearly carrying a playful smile. Damn it, it was intentional. Lin Fei wondered if he should go back and be confined or something. Go. Seeing the little thing's impatient look, Lin Fei patted the little thing's head. What are you doing? Don't come over, don't come over. The Rat King was already drenched in cold sweat from fright. He struggled with all his might, sometimes in human form, sometimes in demonic beast form. The little thing flew over. Its originally small mouth had actually turned into a large black hole, swallowing the Rat King in one gulp. It let out a satisfied burp, causing Lin Fei to be dumbstruck. This mouth. As for King Kong, he was so scared that he shrunk his nose and gestured at his own body, a glutton. Lin Fei finally spat out such a sentence. The little thing could not be bothered to care about what was a glutton and what wasn't. It laid on Lin Fei's shoulder and slept happily. A mutated demonic beast was eaten just like that. If outsiders knew about this, they would probably jump up and scold him for being a prodigal. Lin Fei was indeed a prodigal. Who would dare to eat a mutated demonic beast? Lin Fei picked up the spoils of war on the ground. Other than the Heaven Luo blade, there were also tens of thousands of pure essence pills, a pretty good harvest. It's a pity that this rune's master does not have that mysterious formation. Lin Fei shook his head after a round of inspection, feeling very disappointed. Other than some pure essence pills, most of them were runes, 2 of which were level 4 and level 5 runes. There are so many poor people in a place like the imperial capital. Just because you are strong doesn't mean that you have things in your pockets. You are not as good as a playboy who has a lot of pockets. Lin Fei was very disappointed. He was in a good mood after killing an elder of the Li clan, a late cryptic spirit expert and a level 5 runes master. The Li clan would be in a state of panic for a period of time again. I can't fight the Li clan, but it's not a problem to torment you guys. Unless that old ancestor intervenes, otherwise, Lin Fei really has nothing to worry about. That night, Lin Fei returned to the small courtyard of the Wen clan and quietly avoided everyone. No one knew that he had returned. The next morning, Lin Fei came out of his room, scaring the two maids. They were afraid that one of them did not serve him well. After practicing a set of fist techniques and stretching his body, Lin Fei sat down and wiped the sweat off his forehead. The maid came in from outside and said in a crisp voice, "Miss Wen is here." At the door, when Wuxia and Guan Mingchang walked in. Other than the two of them, there was also an elder of the Wen clan. "Young hero Lin, did you sleep well last night?" Lin Fei nodded. "I slept very well. Thank you for your concern, elder." The elder who came, Lin Fei recognized him. He was an elder called Wen Xiaoru, middle cryptic spirit expert. His strength was not bad among the elders, and he was a core elder. The Wen clan had inner and outer elders. Outer elders did not have much power. They were equivalent to honorary headmasters on Earth. At most, they had an extra hat or something. Inner elders were elders like Wen Xiaoru. They all relied on their strength and had a certain amount of power in the clan. Outer sect elders had to be polite when they saw them. The Wen clan arranged for an inner elder. Lin Fei understood what it was about. It must be about last night. After sitting down, Wen Xiaoru said apologetically, "Young hero Lin, we have investigated yesterday's matter. The fault is all on the two disciples. Today we specially brought them here. Young hero can decide how to deal with them." The show was about to start. At the door, two guards brought Wen Xianxia and Wen Qiu in. The two of them were dejected and their faces were ashen. They must have suffered a lot last night and were no longer in high spirits. Plop. The two of them knelt on the ground unwillingly. "What are you standing there for?" Wen Xiaoru said solemnly. The internal reaction of the Wen clan was extremely bad for what happened yesterday. They had to deal with it. "We were wrong. We don't dare to find someone to deal with you." The two of them raised their hands and slapped their own faces. Pa 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 pa. The sounds continued to ring out incessantly. Chapter 276. The Wen family is too stingy. No wonder they are getting worse every year. Damn it, what's the big deal about a project? Lin Fei shook his head. He wasn't satisfied with the way the Wen family handled things. If he wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't have ended up well against that assassin. He would either be severely injured or killed. After this is done, I'll leave. Family, they are all the same. Nothing's different. I'm still living a carefree life. Lin Fei made up his mind immediately. It would be better if the elder of the Wen family told him the outcome. However, he had to be the bad guy. This made Lin Fei extremely unhappy. What Lin Fei wanted was the result, not this kind of thing for show. He was unhappy, extremely unhappy. Wen Xianxia and Wen Qiu knelt on the ground. In just a moment, their faces were swollen. Even a familiar person might not be able to recognize them. After the time for an incense to burn, Lin Fei said, "Forget it. I believe they know their mistakes." Wen Xiaoru scolded them. "Hurry up and thank young hero Lin. If it was Elder Wen, he would have slapped you two to death. How could you do such a heinous thing? Thank you for your forgiveness, young hero Lin. Thank you for your mercy. We won't do it again." Wen Xiaoru said sternly. "What a disgrace. Get out now." The two of them felt as if they had been pardoned. They crawled up from the ground and stumbled out. It was needless to say how miserable they looked. "Young hero Lin, please excuse us." Wen Xiaoru changed the topic. "The competition for the position of the chief merchant will be held 3 days later. Young hero Lin, please stay for a few more days. Our Wen family will be grateful." Lin Fei promised on the surface, saying that he would definitely not be disappointed, and so on. Elder Wen Xiaoru came and left quickly, leaving Wen Ruxu and Guan Mingchang behind. Lin Fei wasn't an inexperienced person. He understood why Elder Wen Xiaoru brought the two of them over. It was to ease up on what happened yesterday. "Miss Wen, you don't have to feel guilty about what happened yesterday. I won't care about the behavior of individual villains." Lin Fei took the initiative to mention it. When Wuxia actually didn't want to come over. Even when Wuxia herself was very sad about what happened yesterday. The clan was on the brink of extinction, yet the clan's disciples were still scheming against each other, almost causing a huge disaster. It should be our Wen family that has wronged you. Wen Wuxia shook her head and said firmly. Lin Fei said to Wen Wuxia, you don't have to worry about yourself. I will do my best in the Wen family's competition. You don't have to worry that I will lose on purpose. He came out of the small courtyard. Wen Wuxia did not look too good. Elder's way of doing things is indeed wrong. Even I can tell that Lin Fei isn't too happy. Wen Wuxia didn't want to come today. In her eyes, she felt like a clown. I really don't know what the elders are thinking. Guan Mingchang said regretfully, our Wen family is getting worse with each generation. If I were an elder, Wen Tianya and Wen Qiu would definitely punish us severely, and not this kind of superficial effort. Wen Wuxia said, forget it, this is the fate of the Wen family. In the courtyard, even though Lin Fei did not release his perception, he could feel that a large crack had appeared. Senior Master, you have accepted a good disciple, but it's a pity that this family is not strong enough. Even if you help us this time, 10 years later, I'm afraid it will still be difficult. Lin Fei stood up and sighed softly. Perhaps this is the family. At the same time, the Li family was furious once again. The law enforcement hall's elder Li Chou, known as Gui Jianchou, was actually found dead in the forest outside the imperial capital, and there was even the remnant aura of a profound spirit great perfection demon beast at the scene. The Li family was shocked. Although they were angry that Li Yang had died, the reason was actually because of the profound sky spirit treasure. They were angry that Li Yang had died outside and helped others. Even if it was a broken profound sky spirit treasure, no one dared to underestimate it. What made the Li family furious was that someone was clearly targeting the Li family. Ordinary people would not be able to tame a profound spirit great perfection demon beast, unless it was a king stage expert. If one did not have the strength to tame a profound spirit great perfection demon beast, it was normal for there to be a backlash. Elder Li Chou was dead, and the loss of a late-stage profound spirit realm expert had a great impact on the Li family. A late-stage mystic master and a late-stage profound spirit realm expert, the difference between the two was huge. The late-stage mystic master Li Yang was the future hope. Then the late-stage profound spirit realm Li Chou was the core strength of the Li family. We must investigate clearly. The current patriarch, Li Qingfeng, sat in the meeting hall. In the meeting hall, other than the elders, there was no one else. Everyone had a bad expression, and they were all shocked that someone dared to make a move against the Li family. It must be someone from the imperial capital. They have always been jealous of our Li family's position, so they killed Elder Li Chou. This elder suggests that we immediately find a few families to make a move and show them the strength of our Li family, so that they understand that the Li family is not to be provoked. The person who killed Elder Li Chou must have the strength of a profound spirit great perfection, especially a profound spirit great perfection demon beast. The person who came must be a king stage expert. We must inform the ancestor. There was silence in the meeting hall. The words king-level expert were enough to move them. A family with a king stage expert would have a heritage of at least 500 years, a true century-old family. Elder Li Chou was killed outside, and it was clearly a king stage expert. In such a situation, they had no choice but to inform the ancestor. Li Qingfeng looked around, and his stern gaze made everyone feel as if there was a cold glint behind their backs. I will personally inform the ancestor about the king stage expert. Li Qingfeng's first sentence confirmed one thing. The king stage expert had his eyes on the Li family, and they had to inform the ancestor. The fight for the position of the chief merchant is about to begin. Pass down the order, we will give them a memorable lesson this year. Li family's back mountain, Li family's forbidden area. Li Qingfeng walked along the mountain path, and finally appeared in front of a stone door. He knelt in front of the door and gently knocked on it. The stone door opened, and a cold wind blew. Ancestor, this disciple is useless. The current king stage expert has his eyes on the Li family. It turned out that this back mountain was the Li family's ancestors' seclusion ground. You may leave. Li Qingfeng stood up, turned around, and left respectfully. The stone door closed with a crash. In the depths of the stone door, there was a secret room that could not see the light of day. The King's stage expert. 3 days passed in a flash. Lin Fei spent these 3 days very leisurely. Other than absorbing pure essence pills, he rarely left the courtyard. He had never felt so carefree before. Martial arts stage. Lin Fei saw 2 other people, a middle-aged man at the Mystic Spirit initial stage and a woman at the Mystic Adept late stage. The 3 of them stood together and got to know each other. Lin Fei then found out that the man was called Zhang Yun and the woman was called Hong Xiazi. After chatting with each other, they got to know each other. Zhang Yun and Hong Xiazi were very polite to Lin Fei. They had seen the battle on the stage that day. This kind of person could not be offended. He could be a friend but not an enemy. There was already a sense of fear in his heart. The Wen family's elder appeared, and it was the Wen family's great elder, Wen Lei. He was a domineering elder with sharp eyes. Those who were not strong enough would not dare to look him in the eyes. "I am Wen Lei, the new great elder of the Wen family." Wen Lei said to the 3 of them, "There are many changes to the position of the chief merchant this year. The difficulty will be much higher than the previous time. I hope that everyone will be prepared. No matter the result, the Wen family will prepare a generous gift for everyone." Joy flashed in Zhang Yun's eyes. "Great elder, what method will we be using this year?" "The land of fantasy, hunting for demon cores." Wen Lei said with a helpless tone. "The land of fantasy? Why is there such a place?" Zhang Yun and Hong Xiazi's expressions changed drastically. Lin Fei was the only one who didn't know. What kind of place was the land of fantasy that could make the 2 of them so afraid? "Great elder," Wen Lei said. "If you want to back out, you can do so now. May I know what kind of place this land of fantasy is?" Lin Fei asked Great Elder Wen Lei. Wen Lei said, "The land of fantasy is a profound heavenly spiritual treasure of the Tianhai dynasty. It has always been a bloody training ground for the disciples of the Tianhai dynasty. It is extremely dangerous, and disciples often die in there. So it's such a place." After listening, Lin Fei came to a realization. No wonder they were so afraid. The land of fantasy was a dangerous place with a large number of demonic beasts living in it. If it was just hunting for demon cores, theoretically, it wouldn't be a big problem, and there was no need to worry. However, the land of fantasy was a separate space of the profound heavenly spiritual treasure, and there would often be bloody killings in it. Many talented disciples had died in it. The land of fantasy was a place for cultivation, but it was also a place of blood. Especially this time, the land of fantasy was much more dangerous. Even martial artists wouldn't dare to agree to it rashly. This dreamland sounds like a good place. A profound heavenly spiritual treasure's independent space. It looks awesome, and it should be a support-type place. This kind of place is perfect for the Li family's disciples, and let them have a good time. When the time comes, no one will know who did it. When the time comes, the Li family's face will definitely be very ugly. That's right. Previously, Lin Fei was worried about how to deal with the disciples of the Li clan. Now that he had changed to such a good place, he couldn't find another one. He felt like laughing. The imperial capital. The Tianhai fighting arena was the most famous place in Tianhai. The biggest reason why the Tianhai dynasty could become a dynasty was because of the profound heavenly spiritual treasure, the land of fantasy. Since the establishment of the Tianhai dynasty, countless experts had joined the Tianhai dynasty for the sake of entering the land of fantasy to cultivate. Because of this, the Tianhai dynasty had nurtured many experts, and their combat strength was exceptionally strong. Chapter 277. In the Tianhai dynasty, there was a decennial competition for the position of the chief merchant. No matter which one it was, it had a great influence. In the last decennial competition, someone defied the heavens and took one of the positions. Similarly, someone was kicked out of the top 10 positions and became nameless, and his family declined. The decennial competition was here again. Some families grew stronger, while others declined. Just like the general trend of the world, it was divided and united. The competition for the top 10 positions was extremely intense. A few days ago, his family was killed, and he was in a state of panic. Today, he finally calmed down a lot, and his worries were pushed to the back of his mind. The people from the Wen family are here. I thought they wouldn't dare to come out. They barely managed to get the 10th position last time. I'm afraid they won't be able to keep their current position this time. I heard that the Wen family can't find many experts, and all of them are invited from outside. I wonder how much they spent. When the people from the Wen family appeared, the sound of discussion rose quietly. Grand Elder Wen Lei, who was walking in front, twitched his eyelids before returning to normal. Master Shuang Mu, why are you wearing a mask? After walking into the arena, Zhang Yun asked casually, because when he came out of the Wen family, he found that Master Shuang Mu beside him had an extra mask on his face, and his face was ferocious and terrifying. Lin Fei had already prepared an excuse. I have a few enemies in the capital, and I'm afraid of bringing trouble to the Wen family. You know what I mean. Zhang Yun hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Lin Fei shook his head, indicating that it was fine. Inside the arena, in the center, there was an oval portal. Around the portal, there were 4 mystic spirit great perfection experts guarding the portal. This dreamland had been linked with the arena, and outsiders couldn't take it away. The experts guarding the door were nothing more than to prevent outsiders from breaking in. Inside the arena, at this time, it was not as lively as outside. Other than the participating families, no outsiders were allowed to enter. There are so many people. Lin Fei glanced at it and subconsciously opened the sin point system. 200 sin points found. 521 sin points found. 482 sin points found. Damn, it can't be so much. Lin Fei roared in his heart. He had come to the right place. Advancing from the Mystic Adept realm to the Mystic Spirit realm required 100 million experience points. It might seem like a lot, but if one really wanted to level up, it wouldn't be a problem. If I kill all of these people, I won't even have a choice but to level up. Even if I can't level up, I should be able to earn tens of millions of experience points. Lin Fei thought to himself. The golden belt of murder and arson. Lin Fei understood. He wondered if he should make a move and wipe them all out. That way, he could earn tens of millions of experience points and millions of pure yuan pills. The more powerful a person was, the more daring he was. Right now, Lin Fei's guts were very big. It could be said that his guts were not ordinary. He would even covet the Li family's profound heavenly spiritual treasure. As for a group of leveling tools, Lin Fei simply did not have any thoughts about it. In the arena, they stood together in 2s and 3s, forming a circle. At this moment, in one corner, there were 2 people staring at the direction where the Wen family was standing. The one with the mask is Master Shuang Mu, our target this time. One of the black-clothed men said expressionlessly. With the strength of the Mystic Adept realm, he killed Mu Kuei. His combat strength is very strong. The other black-clothed man said, It's worth it for me to personally deal with him. These 2 people came from an assassin organization. Mu Kuei was a member of this assassin organization. They came specifically for revenge. Similarly, in another direction, there were also a few people who occasionally glanced at the Wen family's location. That's the kid with the mask? A skinny young man, full of bandit aura, with a face full of disdain, said, I really don't understand, how could you Guang and Feiying Wang die in the hands of that kid? They must have been exhausted from playing with women the night before. The rest of them also laughed out loud. It doesn't matter if it's true or not, they're dead anyway. There's no evidence. The other silver-haired man said, Our mission is to kill that kid. That's enough. The skinny young man said, I don't understand why the higher-ups want us to take action. Isn't it because we have nothing better to do? We might as well find a woman and have a good time. Just thinking about it is so satisfying. That girl from yesterday can't even get out of bed this morning. The silver-haired man said, Don't you think this is a good opportunity? Our 18 clans can teach them a good lesson. Wouldn't it be better if we can divert the trouble to someone else? Good idea. I'm really looking forward to it. Within an hour, the arena was filled with clans of all sizes. The competition for the position of the chief merchant was extremely intense every time. This year's competition would be even more intense and bloody. There were so many clans vying for the position. Every clan had arranged for 3 experts. With so many experts added together, there were no less than 100 people. The competition would only last for 3 days, so one could imagine the competition. No matter who it was, they could imagine what the result would be. Bloody and cruel would be the only thing left. Look, the person in charge of the Tianhai Imperial Palace, His Highness the Third Prince, is coming down, Zhang Yun said in a low voice. The arena quietened down. It was completely silent. Lin Fei followed his gaze and saw a young man dressed in a golden robe walking towards the crowd with 4 guards on his left and right. He had the aura of a royal disciple, suppressing many of the other clan's disciples. This prince is inferior to Prince Black Sky. He lacks that domineering aura. It's no wonder that Prince Black Sky can suppress all the other princes. He doesn't live up to his reputation. Lin Fei shook his head in his heart. Lin Fei had never been interested in princes. The Tianhai dynasty seems to be paying attention to this matter. They even arranged for the third prince to personally supervise. Lin Fei said casually. Whether or not he was a prince, it made no difference to him. After all, he was still a monster in human form. The only thing that mattered was the amount of experience. The third prince walked up and exuded the aura of royalty. He said calmly, "This prince announces the official start of the decennial chief merchant meeting." The arrival of a prince was merely a matter of formality. After the prince left, someone immediately came up and announced the rules. Everyone could hear the loophole in it. There would definitely be a massacre, and it was still unknown who would be able to come out of it. After the rules ended, a lively scene was about to begin. At the entrance of the teleportation gate, 2 mystic spirit great perfection experts stood to check if there were any prohibited items. For example, demon cores. At the same time, they were given a teleportation stone. As long as they crushed it, they would be teleported out immediately. It was specifically used to ensure everyone's safety. Of course, accidents were not ruled out. The most exciting moment had finally arrived. The clans began to wait anxiously. Young Master Li Jian, you should understand the elder's intention. Li Feng stood beside a young man in white. Li Jian, like his name, had a sharp gaze, like an unsheathed sword. His background was not too good. As a collateral disciple, he was destined to receive limited resources. This disciple understands. Li Jian's eyes flashed coldly. After entering the dreamland, this disciple will personally kill them one by one. Li Feng's eyes revealed a look of approval. Your brother Li Yang has already been killed, and there is now an empty position. As the number 1 expert in this branch, as long as you can complete this mission, the clan will definitely provide you with resources to cultivate. Li Jian said proudly, Li Yang is dead, but as long as I, Li Jian, am here, this disciple will definitely let them know who is the real genius. I will use facts to tell them who is the real genius. Li Feng patted Li Jian's shoulder. Good, you must have ambition. Ever since returning from the Demon Beast Mountain range, Li Feng had been suppressed by the clan. As a collateral disciple, his days were even more difficult. He originally thought that he could rope in a direct descendant, but in the end, he was killed in just a few days. Li Feng was eager to promote an expert. This time, he had obtained such a position with great difficulty. Li Feng hoped that Li Jian could complete the mission perfectly and obtain the clan's support. That way, his days would be better and he would not be suppressed. In a large clan, there were all sorts of conflicts. To have the right to speak in the clan, apart from strength, one had to have the ability to do things. No matter how strong one was, if one could not do things well, he would only be a thug. Li Feng could not wait to make a comeback. So the person who chased after me is called Li Feng. Lin Fei noticed it immediately. Without needing to look, he could tell just from the aura of the other party. The current Lin Fei could already conceal his killing intent. He was no longer an impulsive person. If I have the time, I must kill Li Feng. Lin Fei was a straightforward person. If he said he would kill the other party, he would kill the other party. She never had a second thought. She was a man of her words. When clan's eldest brother, Wen Lei, walked over. This time, we will be hunting demonic beasts and obtaining demonic cores. There will be great danger. Wen Lei said honestly, if the three of you encounter any danger you cannot withstand, just crush the teleportation stone and return. Zhang Yun and Hong Xiazi both agreed. This was a huge temptation. They did not want to miss this opportunity. Who asked them to be born in such a poor family? It was also luck that they could cultivate to this point. Hence, for the sake of resources, they had no choice but to bite the bullet. As long as they did not encounter any danger, everything would be fine. They would be able to come out alive. Unless they encountered a powerful expert, they might not even have the time to crush the teleportation stone. This was something that was destined to happen. They had to go all out. The teleportation gate opened. Every single cultivator who went up would be checked by 2 mystic spirit consummate experts to prevent cheating and what not from happening. As for the others, there were no taboos and there were not many restrictions. When it was Lin Fei's turn, a powerful perception swept over him as if it wanted to see through him. Fortunately, I have the system space. No matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to see anything. Lin Fei was not nervous at all. This is your teleportation stone. The guard at the side handed over a black teleportation stone. There were patterns carved on it. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be runes. Teleportation runes. Demonic core point conversion table. Other than the teleportation stone, Lin Fei also received a comparison table of demonic cores. Low-level demonic beasts, 1 point. Profound realm, 2 points. This is also simple and easy to remember. Lin Fei kept the 2 items. Gentlemen, I'll be going in first. With that, Lin Fei turned and walked into the teleportation gate. What a beautiful place. As expected of the land of dreams. When Lin Fei opened his eyes, he heard the chirping of birds, accompanied by the fragrance of flowers. What entered his vision was a sky full of flowers and trees. If he had not known in advance that a large number of demonic beasts lived in the land of dreams, Lin Fei would not have been able to connect it with what he saw before. It was as if he had entered a paradise. Lin Fei took a deep breath and smelled the scent of blood. There's the smell of blood. A moment later, Lin Fei smelled the scent of blood. Meow. In a patch of bright red flowers not far away, a small cat with alternating colors of white and white suddenly appeared. The cat pounced at Lin Fei with a white flash. At the same time, a crescent moon slashed over, targeting Lin Fei's chest. Crescent moon cat. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. He did not expect a place with birds and flowers to hide danger. With a wind whip, the crescent moon cat was thrown out. Meow meow meow. A large number of crescent cats jumped out of the large patch of flowers. Rumble. In addition to the crescent moon cat, there was also a white lightning cat. Arcs of blue lightning flashed and went straight to Lin Fei's position. Damn, so many cat demons. Lin Fei once again understood that under the halo of the land of dreams, there were endless dangers everywhere. These cat demons were not strong, but this kind of attack was indeed lethal, giving people a dangerous aura. Like the wind. Swoosh. A strong wind blew, and the crescent moon cat and lightning cat fell to the ground. Lin Fei looked again and saw a large number of cat demons appeared around him. They were colorful and densely packed, and he could not tell how many there were. Damn, so many cat demons, won't I die of exhaustion? Facing so many cat demons, Lin Fei was not willing to continue. He did not want to be chased by a large group of cat demons. If there were too many lice, they could kill an elephant. More importantly, in such a large area of flowers, there were countless cat demons. There were also some cat demons with powerful auras. God knows how many cat demons there were below. It was better to leave first. This was the first time he came to the land of dreams, and Lin Fei did not want to be the first bird to stand out. He first found a place to take a look at this land of dreams. Using the flowing wind movement technique, Lin Fei's entire body turned into a gust of cool wind. The cat demons that pounced on him obviously did not notice that the stranger had left them. They rushed to the previous position without caring about anything, only to find that the person was gone. Lin Fei's body was like a breeze, moving with the wind. If it were not for the swaying flowers, Outsiders would not know that someone had passed by. So many cat demons. At a glance, the densely packed cat demons were hiding under the beautiful flowers and plants, but they became dangerous killing machines. It was unknown how many people would die under the siege of these cat demons. Chapter 278. The Land of Dreams was vast and boundless. Arcane spiritual treasures could only be refined by mystique venerable ones and above. Naturally, they were not ordinary items. To be able to create such a huge space and be passed down for generations, it was clear that the super powerhouse who created the arcane spiritual treasure of the Dreamland was not to be underestimated. The Dreamland cultivated a large number of powerhouses, and the bloody training played a big role. An hour later, Lin Fei took off his mask and appeared on a large mountain in the Dreamland in a black robe. All he could see were steep mountains that were filled with the aura of demonic beasts. There are so many demonic beasts. Just how many demonic beasts are there in the Dreamland? Lin Fei looked at the mountains and vaguely saw the silhouettes of demonic beasts appearing from time to time. After leaving the land of the cat demons, Lin Fei lamented more than once along the way. The Dreamland was just like its name. There were life-threatening dangers in the Dreamland that were impossible to guard against. To kill demonic beasts, I need to kill powerful ones. Lin Fei's goal was to kill powerful demonic beasts. He might be able to obtain a large amount of treasures and materials by killing some powerful demonic beasts in 3 days. In the arena, Lin Fei learned from Zhang Yun that because the Dreamland had always been open to the public, martial artists were often killed by demonic beasts. Countless martial artists died in the mouths of demonic beasts every year. Some especially powerful demonic beasts would have large amounts of treasures and medicinal pills around them. Lin Fei looked at a tall mountain. I'll start from this mountain. With a thought, he released his perception power and headed straight for the mountain. His powerful perception power instantly saw the mountain clearly. He had a rough outline and knew the specific situation inside the mountain. There are no less than 1,000 demonic beasts. Most of them are low-level demonic beasts. There are also many Mystique Realm demonic beasts. There is a Mystique Realm demonic beast. It should be the king of this mountain. A Mystique Realm demonic beast. Lin Fei immediately made up his mind. I'll kill this Mystique Realm demonic beast first. Whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei landed and rushed into the forest, heading straight for the demonic beasts in the mountain. The low-level demonic beasts could not detect Lin Fei at all. In less than 10 minutes, he entered the interior of the mountain. The aura of demonic beasts was everywhere. Just as he had guessed, there was indeed a mountain king in the mountains that managed this area. In the mountains, demonic beasts wandered. Human-shaped demonic beast? Lin Fei used his perception power to clearly see the humanoid demonic beast. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. When the humanoid demonic beast wearing beast skin appeared, Lin Fei thought of a possibility. It should be a unique effect of the fantasy land, which could help demonic beasts transform. In the outside world, unless it was a powerful demonic beast, ordinary demonic beasts could not transform. After taking human form, the demonic beast's demonic aura soared into the sky, not concealing it at all. Congratulations, Your Majesty! Your strength has improved greatly. In a huge cave abode in the mountains, a small demon was trying to flatter a burly man dressed in black leather. On the huge stone bed, the burly man opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed in them. An aura as heavy as a mountain pressed down, causing the surrounding small demons to lie on the ground and tremble. Good, good, this king's strength has finally broken through to the cryptic spirit late phase, just one step away from becoming a demonic beast king. Congratulations. The burly man stood up. The small demons below complimented him. This king wants to drink. Send up a few jars of good wine. The little demon answered and went down. In the blink of an eye, wine and meat were served. The burly man picked up the wine jar and gulped it down, allowing the wine to flow down his chest. The rich fragrance filled the cave abode, and the small demons beside him subconsciously swallowed their saliva. Grabbing the raw meat, he took big bites. Blood dripped down, but the burly man ate with relish, feeling extremely satisfied. What happened in the fantasy land recently? The burly man asked. In reply to your majesty, I heard that a large group of martial artists will come to hunt us demonic beasts in the next few days. It should be about time, a small demon said. This king's strength has improved greatly. It's just the right time to catch a few human martial artists and eat them, especially those delicate beauties. The burly man laughed. What bullsh *t martial artists. This king can kill them with a slap. However, human martial artists are indeed soft and tender. It's been a long time since I've eaten human meat. This time, I must eat to my heart's content. Mighty your majesty. Mighty your majesty. When your majesty appears, who dares to challenge you? The burly man laughed. When this king catches the human martial artists, you will definitely have a bite to eat. As soon as he finished speaking, a miserable scream came from outside the cave abode. Your majesty, it's not good. There's a human martial artist. A small demon rushed in. Before it could finish its words, its head flew up into the sky, and blood spurted out like a pillar. The burly man grabbed the big saber on the huge stone bed and laughed. His laughter was deafening. Human martial artists, this king loves them the most. After eating you human martial artists, this king might be able to advance to a king-level demonic beast. Lin Fei walked in from the back. It was Lin Fei who killed the small demon just now. Lin Fei confirmed that it was only a Xian-level demonic beast. Without any care, he brought King Kong to the door. This is a robbery. Hand over the item and I'll spare your life. The burly man did not get angry. Instead, he laughed. You're just a Xian master martial artist and you want to rob this king? Are you out of your mind? Boom. A golden shadow flashed by and a huge palm landed on the burly man's face. His whole body flew out and hit the wall of the cave abode. Crash. Large pieces of rubble fell. Who hit this king? The burly man crawled up. In front of him, Jingguang flashed and he was kicked out again. Bang! King Kong's foot came down, trampling the burly man to the ground. Roar! The majestic roar scared the burly man so much that his face turned pale. King Kong Divine Ape, a mutated demonic beast. Hiss! The burly man sucked in a breath of cold air. Do I have the qualifications now? The burly man shouted in his heart. Where did this kid come from? He brought a King Kong Divine Ape to rob. If you had said you had such a helper, I wouldn't have dared to say no. A slap and a kick. The burly man was beaten until he lost his temper. Facing a King Kong Divine Ape that relied on strength, choosing to admit defeat was the wisest choice. Lin Fei did not hesitate and ransacked the burly man's treasury. In his words, this was a ransom. If you don't want to die, then hand over all your belongings. Watching them leave, the burly man felt like he had a nightmare. His whole body trembled. In an instant he became a pauper. Damn it, this place's feng shui is not good. Let's move to another place. This king's collection over the years. Human martial artists are such bullies. The burly man decisively chose to move. A pauper. After leaving the mountain, Lin Fei was extremely disdainful. This was a cryptic spirit late-stage demonic beast, yet it was so poor. It didn't even have pure yuan pills, and only had a pile of scrap metal. The only thing it could take out was a large pile of demonic cores. A profound spirit late-stage demonic beast. Not counting the low-level demonic cores, there are 130 profound practitioner demonic cores, 78 mystic adept demonic cores, and 12 profound spirit demonic cores. Robbing demonic beasts is more effective than robbing others. After counting the spoils, Lin Fei squinted his eyes and was very satisfied. His gaze moved and looked at the various mountains in the distance. These demonic beasts on the mountains had become a moving treasury. Time passed by in a flash. In just a short period of time, a day had passed. On the second day, the martial artists in the land of fantasy discovered a strange thing, an unexpected thing. This matter had to be explained from a group of martial artists. This group of martial artists united and prepared to rob powerful demonic beasts in order to obtain demonic cores. This was also the most common method in the land of fantasy. The successful robbery in the past had failed for the first time. At the same time, It aroused the endless anger of the demonic beasts, and their hatred was monstrous. This group of martial artists failed to rob the demonic beasts and lost their lives instead. This daddy was robbed once, and you dare to come and rob again. Do you really think this daddy is easy to bully? The demonic beasts with monstrous hatred attacked regardless of the consequences to defend their dignity. A group of unlucky martial artists died tragically in the hands of the demonic beasts. Such a scene happened far more than once. Many martial artists in many places, without exception, suffered the counterattack of the demonic beasts. They realized that even a rabbit would bite when it was cornered. Almost all the martial artists found that those who were a little stronger were all robbed by a black-clothed man. There was a great uproar in the martial artists' circle. Damn, who is so shameless? Fierce man, could it be that they were robbed by the same martial artist? This is too powerful, isn't it? Many martial artists were guessing. In any case, they would never have thought that this was done by a young man with a demonic beast. Under a cliff of a high mountain, a black-robed man flew out from below, and then there was a deafening curse behind him. Bandit, my baby. The black-robed man who came out was, of course, Lin Fei. Cool, it's so cool. Throughout the day, Lin Fei did not stop, leading the gold medal fighter, King Kong, to rob the demonic beasts of the fantasy land. Relying on the speed that he was proud of, Lin Fei's every move was accurate. There were almost no demonic beasts that could stop the two of them working together. They had once encountered a Xian King demonic beast with abnormal strength, and they had almost failed miserably. Fortunately, they managed to escape unscathed. This demonic beast really has a lot of treasures. It even hid so many pure elemental pills, and now it's all mine. Lin Fei beamed with joy. Now, with just the demon cores that I robbed, it should be easy to maintain a top 10 position, right? Xiu 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 xiu. After flying for 30,000 miles. In the sky, 5 ferocious-looking men rushed out and surrounded Lin Fei. Kid, hand over the demon cores, hand over all your valuables, or don't blame us for being impolite. The leading man in gray threatened. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had just robbed someone, and in the blink of an eye, he was robbed again. Touching his chin, he laughed. Do I look so easy to rob? Big brother, this kid is stupid. There are 5 of us, and he is alone. If we don't rob you, who else would we rob? Another man laughed. How could there be such a stupid person? Chapter 279. P.S. Thank you to Divine Emperor Hao Tian and Elvis Presley for your monthly votes. It's the end of the month. I'm asking for a monthly vote, really just one, turning it into infinite motivation. In the land of fantasy, on a lush towering tree. The sound of wailing was endless. It was sad to smell it. Damn, who said that this kid is stupid and easy to rob? One of them was naked, hanging on the towering tree, looking at the dark blue sky with a bitter face. So, his eyes were focused on someone. That person also had a sullen face. That? I was just saying, who would know? Crowmouth. You Crowmouth. We are doomed because of you this time. These people were the ones who had tried to rob Lin Fei on the way, only to be robbed by Lin Fei instead. They didn't need to do anything, and they became like this. They wanted to cry but had no tears. Not only were their things robbed, but they were also hung on the towering tree. They would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. You call me stupid, you are the stupid one. After robbing them, Lin Fei flew tens of thousands of miles away, humming a song. Robbing demon beasts was a high-risk thing. Lin Fei never carried out in the same area. Although he was very strong, there was an unparalleled danger in the land of fantasy. For safety, Lin Fei did not dare to run around. Under the gorgeous colors of the land of fantasy, endless danger was hidden. Maybe, the next second, danger would appear on him. Lin Fei had to be vigilant. There was nothing wrong with being careful. As for why Lin Fei didn't kill the first few people, it was because their sin points weren't high, and killing them wouldn't give him much EXP. Moreover, they had opened their mouths to rob him, not to silence him. If they had a lot of sin points, they wouldn't have ended up hanging but as corpses. There is still more than a day before the end. The demon nucleus is almost enough. Lin Fei thought. Now it is time to kill a group of people with high sin value. Now that he encountered such a good opportunity, Lin Fei did not want to miss it, not to mention that when he came in he was wearing a mask, outsiders would not know what happened inside. For the sake of leveling up, I'll have to trouble you. Lin Fei came up with an excuse. His sin value was so high, if he didn't kill him, who else would he kill? Pooh! In the forest, a figure let out a muffled groan and fell from the sky. Li Clan is so ruthless. A disciple was filled with resentment. His throat was immediately pierced by a sword. Li Jian's face was cold and arrogant. When the Li family needs to show their strength, you will die even if you don't. You can only blame your poor background. After killing a family disciple and taking his demonic core and treasures, Li Jian darted back into the forest in search of the next family disciple. So far, Li Jian had killed no less than 20 disciples or loose disciples, and almost all of them were killed in one hit. But this was far from his goal. His goal was to kill more than 50. Outsiders could not find out what had happened in the Land of Dreams. At most, they could only guess. For the big clans, there was no evidence, so it was nothing. At most, it was just a matter of wrangling. In the long run, it would just be a war of words. As for the dead, it was just a matter of that. No one would care about it, because the dead were the most worthless. Put. The same scene happened to Lin Fei. The Land of Dreams was huge. In order to reduce the danger, many people liked to form teams. The Blackwind team was a team that specialized in hunting martial artists. Hunting demonic beasts for demonic cores was far inferior to hunting human martial artists. As a matter of fact, they encountered Lin Fei, and he attacked him without any explanation. Unexpectedly, the martial artist that they had imagined to be a weak sheep suddenly turned into a huge tiger, scaring them into a panic and prepared to escape. One Lin Fei alone was enough to make them have nowhere to hide, not to mention that he had the help of King Kong. They could barely withstand a single blow from Lin Fei before they were killed with a single blow. 6 people, 5,100 sin points. These people sure have a lot of sin points. After collecting his spoils of war, Lin Fei rushed to the next location. With his senses of a few dozen miles, coupled with the system's guidance, Lin Fei was able to find the right place almost every time. He rarely made any mistakes, and very quickly, his sin points exceeded 50,000. If this continues, it will be easy for me to get 10 to 20 million experience points. Lin Fei thought as he flew. Suddenly, Lin Fei stopped and looked in a certain direction. He released his perception strength and his expression darkened. The Li family is so shameless. In the Land of Dreams, there was an endless forest. Xiu. Zhang Yun's shoulder was injured, and his back was also injured. His white robe was already stained with blood. He desperately tried to escape, but the people behind him were catching up. What should I do? The Li family is catching up. Heaven covering palm. In mid-air, a huge black palm covered the sky like a black cloud. It covered a radius of a few hundred feet and slammed down on Zhang Yun. The injured Zhang Yun's earth energy barrier was shattered, and a large number of trees were smashed into pieces. Zhang Yun was smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. Zhang Yun, continue to run. You dare to go against our Li family, this is your fate. The 4 people behind him caught up and sneered at Zhang Yun, who was lying in the pit. Cough. Zhang Yun's face was pale, and he was lying in the pit. Li family is so ruthless. Aren't you afraid of this being spread out? The leader of the group laughed. Kill you and no one will know. You can only blame yourself for coming to the Land of Dreams. Kill him. Swish. 2 streaks of sword light shot towards Zhang Yun. It was clear that Zhang Yun wanted to kill him. The dignified Li family only knows this kind of method. At the critical moment, a black-robed young man appeared in front of Zhang Yun. The 2 powerful sword lights were shattered like a spring breeze. Kitor. Li Tiansong frowned. He didn't know why, but a bad feeling rose in his heart. Master Shuang Mu, is that you? Zhang Yun opened his eyes with difficulty, and a hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes. Eat this pill first, don't talk. The one who blocked the fatal attack was Lin Fei. Although they didn't know each other for long, since they ran into each other, he might as well help out. Brother Tian, that person seems to be our Li family's wanted criminal. Another person frowned. I remember, he is Lin Fei, the one who injured Li Yang. He has a mid-grade spirit treasure on him. When the first person mentioned it, the rest of the Li family finally remembered. No wonder the person in front of them looked so familiar. They had all seen his portrait before. Li Tiansong was excited. He actually ran into the Li family's wanted criminal. He couldn't help but imagine that if he brought back Lin Fei's head, he would definitely be valued by the family. Kill him, he must kill him. So you are Lin Fei. What do you mean by 3 heads and 6 arms? Since you ran into me today, it will be your unlucky day. Li Tiansong was beaming with joy. Lin Fei stood up and narrowed his eyes. I am indeed very ordinary, but I am more than enough to deal with your Li family's despicable people. Everyone, let's kill this kid together. In fact, even if Li Tiansong didn't say it, they would still benefit from killing Lin Fei and bringing his head back. These 4 people were very strong. 3 of them were at the late stage of Mystic Adept, and 1 was at the peak stage. Otherwise, they wouldn't have forced Zhang Yun to flee and almost die. Windstorm. The strong wind howled and the wind was like knives, covering the entire sky and the wilderness. Wind blades that were like knives fell on their bodies. Even if they had the strength of a Mystic Adept late stage, when faced with a large number of wind blades, not to mention blocking them, they couldn't even protect themselves with their earth energy. Their bodies of flesh and blood couldn't withstand it at all. Screams of agony could be heard and not even their bones were left. After comprehending that there was softness within hardness, and hardness within softness, Lin Fei's wind blades were like indestructible blades. Even a Mystic Adept expert wouldn't dare to block them head-on. Li Tiansong was in a sorry state. In just a moment he was the only one left in the surroundings. Fear rose from the bottom of his heart. How could he fight like this? We are from the Li family. If you dare to kill us, don't even think about leaving the imperial capital. Li Tiansong bitterly persisted. Lin Fei laughed. You guys only know how to talk. Even if I kill you, the Li family won't know about it. So what if they know? I will kill every single one of you. Besides, I hate being threatened the most. Condense. The wind blades turned into a huge green wind blade and slashed at Li Tiansong's body. Swished. Li Tiansong died. Zhang Yun was dumbfounded and couldn't recover for a long time. At this moment, Lin Fei had become a god in his eyes. Just now, he was being chased all the way and almost died in the hands of his enemies. In the end, in front of Lin Fei, they were like chickens and dogs that couldn't withstand a single blow. Brother Lin, you hit it so well. After consuming the elixir, Zhang Yun was able to speak slowly. Lin Fei collected his spoils of war and walked back. Now you understand why I have to wear a mask. After Zhang Yun recovered 10 to 20% of his combat strength, Lin Fei understood the ins and outs of the matter. It turned out that after the Li family's disciples entered the fantasy land, they kept hunting the disciples of the other families. Zhang Yun and Hong Xiazi accidentally encountered them. As a result, Hong Xiazi died on the spot. He had barely managed to escape from the encirclement and almost died in their hands. The Li family is really despicable. Zhang Yun's face turned pale. He angrily said, Brother Lin, thank you for helping me take revenge. I believe Hong Xiazi will be grateful to you in the underworld. Lin Fei also didn't expect that in just a day, Hong Xiazi, whom he had only met once, would die just like that. He couldn't help but sigh. The Li family really deserves to die. Lin Fei said. They didn't just target you guys, they targeted all the disciples of the other families. If there are no accidents, the Li family will be the biggest winner this time. It's a pity that we can't kill them all. Each clan was allowed 3 slots. Lin Fei had not expected the Li clan to sneak in so many disciples. He had not expected the Li clan to sneak in so many experts. Brother Lin, I have something that belongs to them. It should be of some use to you. Zhang Yun took out something and passed it to Lin Fei. This is? Chapter 280. Dreamland. Swish. 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 Several figures gathered together. In just a short while, there were already 8 people with arrogant faces. The leader was Li Jian. In order to show off their existence, the Li family had arranged for many of their experts to personally go to the Dreamland to show off their strength. Especially when the news of the Li family's law enforcement elder's death spread. King-level experts had their eyes on the Li family. Enemies of the Li family had come to seek revenge. It didn't matter if the king-level experts were real or fake. It was undoubtedly a chance for many people. Many people came to watch the show. That was why the Li family had taken the risk and arranged for their disciples to come and kill some of their experts. They knew that they were in the land of dreams and couldn't find any clues. Even if there were rumors, they didn't have any evidence, so they didn't dare to do anything. They could only suffer in silence. We killed 17. 20. 11. They formed groups of 2 or 3 and reported the situation. Where are Li Tianzong and the others? Li Jian frowned and asked. They should be on a mission? A Li family disciple took out a round plate with red dots on it. It was the low-grade spirit treasure made by the Li family. Then let's ignore them. Li Jian's brows relaxed. We will use the last day to kill some more people. This time, we will make their goal fail and give them a heavy blow. Understood. Swish, swish, swish. The group came quickly and left quickly, disappearing into the forest. Li Jian licked his lips. 38. Just the harvest alone is enough for me to cultivate for a year or 2. However, this is far from enough. I need to kill more to get more resources. We have killed so many martial artists this time. The family should give us a lot of rewards when we go back, right? 2 Li family disciples flew one after the other. That's for sure. Maybe we can become inner disciples of the family. There will be more resources and it will be easier for us to cultivate. The other disciple fantasized. While it is not over yet, let's go and kill a few more people. Otherwise, we will fall behind them and the benefits will be taken by others. The 2 of them spoke one after another excitedly. Why is there wind? One of the Li family disciples frowned and asked. Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciple's head flew off and his body fell to the ground. As for the other Li family disciple, it was obvious that he was hesitating. Soon after, a black shadow fell from the sky, and his body fell down uncontrollably. Falling from such a height, it was impossible for him not to die. 2 more dead. A black shadow flew out. The person who attacked was Lin Fei, who had been chasing them all the way here. After obtaining this auxiliary spirit treasure from Zhang Yun, Lin Fei no longer had to worry about the whereabouts of the Li family's disciples. He could find them by following the red dots on the map. It's your Li family's bad luck this time. With the auxiliary spirit treasure, it was like adding wings to a tiger, the best helper. As long as it was within range, there was no need to worry about not being able to catch up. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Fei stopped what he was doing and looked in one direction. He raised his eyebrows and revealed a puzzled expression. Such a strong murderous aura, this guy's sin value must be very high, maybe even higher than the previous ones. He's definitely not a good person. Judging from the distance, it shouldn't be far. Why don't we kill them first? Lin Fei quickly made up his mind and turned into a breeze. Damn, that Master Shuang Mu runs really fast. In a forest, there were several corpses on the ground, as well as many corpses of demonic beasts. Except for the neck, there was no second wound on each of the corpses. From the horrified expression on their faces, they should have been killed instantly. The skinny young man was playing with a black knife in his hand. He was playing with the knife. He had a name in the 18 families, Death Knife. Others usually called him Knife. Hey, it seems that he is here. The silver-haired man in a black robe said with surprise. On the palm-sized compass in his hand, a red dot appeared in their range. Boom! Knife moved his hand, and the black knife flashed like a black light. A fist-sized hole appeared in a towering tree. How is it possible? We have been chasing for a day and a night, but there is no trace of this Master Shuang Mu. How could he appear now? Knife seemed very surprised. The silver-haired man in a black robe nodded. It shouldn't be wrong. The things that our 18 families make rarely go wrong. It should be that Master Shuang Mu was going somewhere, and we happened to meet him. Knife revealed a devilish smile. Then we can kill him so that we don't have to look for him everywhere. Let's get ready. Lin Fei moved fast. In a blink of an eye, he appeared in the sky above the forest. Good hiding. He flew down from the sky and stood in the forest. The smell of blood assailed his nostrils. How could they die here? Lin Fei moved with a surprised expression on his face. People couldn't help but wonder if this man knew them. At least, Knife and the silver-haired man in a black robe had such a thought. This Master Shuang Mu came for the corpses on the ground. He didn't know that they had been exposed. However, he didn't know that the mantis had become the prey of the oriole. Storm. The cyan wind blade mercilessly attacked Knife, who was hiding not far behind him. Dense cyan wind blades suddenly shot out. Except for the area where Lin Fei was, the rest of the area suddenly became a death zone. Oh no, we've been discovered. Both of them were shocked. They all had auxiliary spirit treasures on them that could hide their aura. Even a cryptic spirit expert would not be able to find their location. They had planned to secretly take down Master Shuang Mu, but they were attacked first. One blade cut. Knife shouted, and the black knife turned into a big black knife. The 30-feet-long knife aura smashed down. The cyan wind blades were shattered. However, they were blocked by the cyan wind blades in the blink of an eye. The black knife aura was also disintegrated. With just one move, Knife was suddenly in danger. Clang, clang, clang. The wind blades that were as hard as Knife aura kept smashing down. Knife was a cryptic spirit middle stage expert. Among the 18 families, he was famous for his ruthlessness. Today he had kicked an iron plate. The ferocious azure wind blades were no weaker than saber lights. This was especially so for Lin Fei's dense quintessence. In terms of might, the azure wind blades he executed were many times stronger. There was simply no way to block them. Boom! The cyan wind blades smashed down. Knife was blown away like a kite with a broken string. His body was badly mutilated. Knife! The silver-haired black-robed man hesitated for a moment. His eyes were wide open. He did not expect Knife to be defeated so thoroughly and so quickly. Fire Dragon Wild Dance. 100-feet-long red dragon exuded a majestic true essence aura. It opened its mouth and bit down at Lin Fei. Knife was defeated in a few rounds. Naturally, he did not dare to hold back. Strong enemy. The blazing aura was like the waves of the sea, continuously spreading out. Crackling sounds could be heard in midair, as if something was being burned. Just this wave alone was unbearable for a martial artist. Wind Tornado. The originally ferocious cyan wind blade transformed into a giant cyan tornado. It whizzed over and engulfed the hundreds of feet-long fire dragon. Sparks flew everywhere from the powerful fire dragon. It was a tragic sight to behold as it was directly annihilated in the tornado. Concept of wind. The silver-haired black-robed man was shocked. He opened his mouth and spat out a fiery red bead. It exuded a violent aura. Even from afar, one could feel the heat. Let's see how you block the explosion of the fire thunder bead. At the same time, he flew towards Knife and grabbed it with one hand. Wind Beam. The explosive fire elemental energy was like an avalanche, its might extraordinary. The silver-haired black-robed man felt his heart ache after using a fire thunder bead. He had no choice. The opponent's concept was too strong. It seemed to have reached the greater mastery level. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. Roar! The silver-haired black-robed man heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared behind him. Pfft! The silver-haired black-robed man was sent flying. As for Knife, it did not even have time to react. It was smashed into pieces. Diamond Godly Ape. The silver-haired black-robed man was shocked. His back was drenched in cold sweat. One Lin Fei was scary enough. Now that there was a mystic spirit great perfection demonic beast, what was there to fight? It was definitely courting death. One man and one beast were going to die. As soon as this thought appeared, he was sent flying again. While he was lost in thought, the Diamond Godly Ape came again and sent the silver-haired black-robed man flying with a rod. The first time could be considered as blocking part of it, but he would not be so lucky the second time. The silver-haired black-robed man was defeated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several golden suns shone brightly. Wherever the light passed, a destructive aura swept through. This was Lin Fei's metal intent. It was extremely terrifying. The silver-haired black-robed man's arms and legs were smashed. Even his chin was half broken, revealing his white bones. He looked extremely pitiful. This was a mystic spirit late-stage expert. We're done for. The silver-haired black-robed man spat out the sentence. He was dead. 2 consecutive attacks. The silver-haired black-robed man could not block it. Facing Lin Fei's destruction sword art, he had no choice but to die. Damn it, the sword art is too strong. I can't control it. Lin Fei landed. That explosion just now only delayed him for a moment. To Lin Fei, it was really not that powerful because he could already use the wind shield. It seems like the two of them know me. Lin Fei was puzzled. If he regretted killing them, he might as well capture them first. After checking the corpses and the items on the ground, Lin Fei found something as he wished. It was a black plate with 3 words carved on it, 18 families. On the back there was a name, Wangquan. Lin Fei came to a realization. So they're from the 18 families. No wonder they recognized me and wanted to ambush me. The appearance of the 18 families had angered Lin Fei. However, the 18 families sent people to kill him just because he killed 2 of them? They really don't know what's good for them. If Lin Fei had only been interested and curious before, he was now furious at the 18 great clans. After settling this matter, I will definitely cause a huge commotion for the 18 families. Lin Fan collected the spoils of war on the ground. He had gained quite a lot, especially the pure essence pills, which amounted to about 200,000 to 300,000. At the same time, he also obtained 2 fiery red beads. Fire lightning bead? The power of the explosion just now was comparable to a mystic great perfection stage explosion. It was comparable to his compressed water fire lotus. This item is not bad. I will give it to the 18 families to try. After keeping the items, Lin Fei found another item. It was a compass-like item, just like what the Li family used. After checking it, he understood its use. He finally understood how they knew he was coming. It turned out to be like this. After killing 2 people from the 18 families, Lin Fei didn't stop and ran towards the Li family's disciples. What's going on? Why did our disciples leave the area? A Li family's disciple asked Li Jian. Ever since they reunited, Li Jian had been with the Li family's disciples. The dreamland was huge. Other than them, no one else came in. After killing so many people, there were only a few left. Li Jian took the plate and couldn't help but frown. As expected, something was wrong. What's going on? Where did they go? The Li family's disciple shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Look, it looks like our clansmen are coming. The Li family's disciple pointed at the red. Li Jian said, when we get here, we'll ask them where they went. This time, there were a total of 23 Li family's disciples. Most of them were mystic great perfection stage experts. It was more than enough to deal with the people inside. The red dot got closer and closer. When they saw a black figure coming over, Li Jian and the rest stopped. It doesn't look like one of us. A Li family's disciples' eyes lit up. Sky supporting pillar. One of the Li family's disciples snorted. Boundless true essence gathered into a giant rod and smashed it down. Obviously, he wanted to probe the other party's background. Walala. Cyan wind blades came out one after another, cutting the Zhen Yuan stick into pieces. However, the cyan wind blades did not stop there. They continued to sweep over, and the wind was filled with killing intent. The Li family's disciple didn't expect the other party to attack so quickly. Especially when the wind blades were tens of feet away, they appeared in front of them in a breath's time. Apart from a few who reacted quickly, many of the Li family's disciples were injured or killed. For you, Li Jian's expression was solemn. Flames appeared around him and moved back and forth. Isn't your Li family looking for me? Now that I'm here, you can't recognize me. Ha! Lin Fei appeared not far from them. Li Jian gritted his teeth. So it's you, Lin Fei. Lin Fei ignored the other party's anger. So many Li family's disciples. You are one of the strongest. Unfortunately, you will die here today. Oh, I forgot to tell you that out of all the Li family's disciples, only you are left. Li Jian's heart sank. His eyes were like lightning, filled with killing intent. Seems like you want to fight with our Li family. Lin Fei shook his head. I don't want to fight with Li family. I just want to kill some disciples to vent my anger. What do you think? Damn it. A Li family's disciple jumped out from behind Li Jian. With a long cry, a lifelike eagle soared through the sky and grabbed at Lin Fei. Bang. Chapter 281. In the gladiatorial arena of the Tianhai dynasty. It was the last day of the competition for the position of the chief merchant, and the outcome was about to be decided. In the next 10 years, the outcome would be decided today. Those who managed to enter the top 10 would continue to develop, their families would continue to grow stronger, and their influence would continue to expand. As for those who dropped out of the position, their growth would continue to slow down. There shouldn't be any big changes to the top 10 families this year. The last one, the Wen family, has a high chance of losing their position. The Wen family? They were lucky last time, but they won't be so lucky this time. In the gladiatorial arena, the families were discussing among themselves. In the area where the Wen family was, there weren't many people around, and they seemed to know that the Wen family would lose their position. The position of the top 10 chief merchant in the Tianhai dynasty could be said to have the right to develop, and the redistribution of interests was very important to a family. If they lost their position, they would naturally not be valued. Great elder, let's leave it to fate. An elder of the Wen family did not look good, and he lowered his voice as if he was afraid that others would hear. After Zhang Yun came out, the Wen family was in a bad mood. The land of illusion was more dangerous than they had imagined. Zhang Yun's strength was not weak, and it was indeed beyond their imagination that he was thrown out so quickly. Great Elder Wen Lei squinted his eyes. Indeed, let's leave it to fate. The elders and deacons did not notice that their great elder's tone was not pessimistic, but there was a hint of joy in it. Elder Wen Lei. This elder thought you wouldn't come this time. Not far away, a middle-aged man walked over with a few guards. The people of the Wen family immediately looked bad, as if there was some conflict and hatred between them. Of course, I have to come personally, Wen Lei said with a smile, but you guys seem to be very confident this time. With Elder Lei's help, if our Jin family doesn't make any mistakes this time, we should be able to get one of the positions. The middle-aged man's face was full of joy, as if it was written on his face that he was in a good mood. Those who did not know what was going on would mistakenly think that the two were friends, chatting so happily. Little did they know that the Wen family and the Jin family had always been enemies. The reason was simple. The position of the Jin clan was now occupied by the Wen clan. It could be said that the Jin clan's loss of qualifications was largely due to the Wen clan. This time, the Jin family had arranged for 3 experts. If there were no accidents, they would be able to take one of the positions. After knowing that the Wen clan had lost 2 warriors, the elder of the Jin clan naturally wanted to mock the Wen clan in order to improve his position. If the Jin clan lost their position as the chief merchant, there would be a lot of restrictions on their development in the next 10 years. The Wen clan would definitely not be able to afford it. The faces of the elders and deacons of the Wen clan darkened. Their eyes were practically spitting fire. If it wasn't for the presence of First Elder Wen Lei, they would have already started fighting. This elder congratulates you. Grand Elder Wen Lei was calm, and no anger could be seen on his face. Thank you for your kind words. Elder Jin Zhong had brought his guards here to trample on the Wen family's face, but Wen Lei hadn't said a word or refuted him. This time, he immediately lost interest, feeling that it was extremely boring. He left with his guards, feeling extremely depressed. That's strange. Since when did Wen Lei become so good-tempered? Could it be that the Wen clan has some secret trump card? They were always in a hurry in the past. Elder Jin Zhong, who had returned, was filled with questions. He could not understand them no matter how he thought about them. Elder, the Jin clan has gone too far. The elders were furious. Grand Elder Wen Lei looked at them and reprimanded them. You're all elders and deacons. You've seen all kinds of storms. Why do you have to make things difficult for a villain? When the results are out, it will be clear who won and who lost. The elders looked at one another in dismay. Was this possible? It's about to end. An hour later, the once-in-a-decade fight for the chief merchant position had ended just like that. Some were excited, and some were crying. The teleportation portal opened, and everyone began to wait. After a few breaths, the teleportation portal was still empty. There wasn't a single person in sight. Everyone was confused. Could it be that all the disciples of their clan were dead? A huge rock hung in their hearts. He's out. When the first person came out, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Just as they heaved a sigh of relief, more people came out one after another. They immediately realized that there was something wrong with the dreamland. Only a few of the hundreds of participants had come out. It would be strange if there was nothing wrong. How could this be? Where are they? Where did they go? Many people from the clans began to lose their composure. Their eyes wandered, staring at the teleportation portal. Li Feng was in a good mood. Li Jian has made a great contribution this time. It seems that I was right to judge him. It had been a while since the teleportation portal opened, but no one came out. Li Feng understood that the Li clan's operation this time was perfect. Half an hour later, everyone's mood was in a mess. Over 100 martial artists had entered, but less than 20 had come out. There was an 80% chance that they were trapped in the dreamland. Grand Elder Wen Lei's face was filled with worry. The situation seemed to be more complicated than they had imagined. Elder Lei, will that Master Shuang Mu? The elders began to worry. Zhang Yun had lost the qualification and did not have many demon cores. Hong Xiazi had died in the dreamland. Now, only Master Shuang Mu was left, which indeed worried them. Wait! One word. Half an hour later, there were less than 20 martial artists. This time, they were really panicking. Especially Li Feng, his heart was covered with a layer of shadow. Where is he? Where is Li Jian? Where did he go? Why isn't he out yet? The person in charge of the Li clan this time was not Li Feng, but an elder of the Li clan. Li Feng, you are the one who arranged this. What do you say? A cold and dignified voice was directed at Li Feng. Li Feng's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He explained, Elder Bing, let's wait for a while. Maybe Li Jian and the others will come out. Li Feng did not know why, but he was not confident in this reason. Humph, if Li Jian and the others still don't come out, how are you going to explain it when you return? Elder Li Bing sneered, cursing in his heart. Li Feng scolded Elder Li Bing for being shameless. Li Jian hadn't come out yet, but he was ready to make him the scapegoat. Who asked him to be more powerful than him? Li Jian, you mustn't die. Otherwise, we're really done for this time. The incident in the demonic Beast Mountain range had already caused him to be scolded by the clan. If something like this were to happen again today, Li Feng would be afraid. Someone else came out. An hour later, it was close to the limit of the teleportation gate. Normally, if someone couldn't come out, it meant that something had happened to them in the dreamland. If something had happened, it meant that they were dead. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to come out. A black-robed man wearing a mask came out, causing a lot of discussion. Which clan is he from? He seems to be from the Wen clan. I remember clearly that he's wearing a mask. I remember it too. He's from the Wen clan. After the black-robed man came out, he walked to the Wen clan. However, halfway through the journey, a voice suddenly rang out. A person stood in front of the black-robed man. Why do you have such a strong killing intent? Did you kill them? In an hour, nearly 100 people had died in the dreamland. Some clans were already on the verge of erupting. When they saw that the person who came out was not from their clan, they couldn't control their emotions. The person who came out was Lin Fei. Uncle, your people didn't come out, so you're blaming me for killing them? What kind of logic is that? The person who jumped out was Elder Jin Zhong, who had a grudge against the Wen clan. He was originally confident that he would succeed, but the disciples of the Jin clan still hadn't come out. Elder Jin Zhong was restless. When he saw the people of the Wen clan coming out, he could clearly see the mockery from the Wen clan. It was like a slap to his face, stinging and painful. Elder Jin Zhong's face was like coal. I highly suspect that you killed them. Also, no one is wearing a mask. Why are you the only one wearing a mask? Is there something shameful? Elder Jin, who do you think you are? Who are you to stop the people of the Wen clan? Grand Elder Wen Lei, who hadn't lost his temper, glared at him. He actually cursed in front of everyone. As his name suggested, his temper flared up. Jin Zhong said angrily, "Do you think what I said makes sense? There's still a murderous aura on this person. Perhaps our people were killed by him. If he didn't do something shameful, why would he wear a mask?" Originally, the elders of the clan were all guessing why their disciples didn't come out and who killed them. Hearing Elder Jin Zhong's words, they subconsciously thought about it. Especially since the person was wearing a mask, they couldn't help but think along the lines of his words. Our Wang clan's disciples still haven't come out. This person has a strong murderous aura, and he's wearing a mask. If it's not a guilty conscience, then what is it? Take off the mask. That's right, take off the mask. Jin Zhong was secretly pleased. Let's see how your Wen clan will solve this. Successfully attracting everyone's attention, Jin Zhong didn't believe that they would continue fighting with the others. Wen Lei was the grand elder of the Wen clan. Facing so many families, it was impossible for him to continue being domineering. He couldn't help but hate Jin Zhong for coming up with such an idea. The people of the Wen clan wouldn't do such things. Our Wen clan guarantees this. Grand Elder Wen Lei said in a low voice. What's the use of a guarantee? Take off the mask. None of them were convinced. Elder Wen Lei, since they're willing to watch, let them watch. It's not a big deal. Lin Fei suddenly said. Grand Elder Wen Lei had once heard that Grandmaster Shuang Mu had an enemy in the capital, which was why he wore a mask. He didn't expect someone as despicable as Jin Zhong to jump out. If you're unwilling, then forget it. Lin Fei shook his head. It's fine. Chapter 282. What should you do? His loud voice was directed at the other party. Lin Fei was the kind of person who wouldn't do anything unless provoked. But once provoked, he wouldn't rest until he'd pluck a hair off of you. What are you doing and saying? Do you think you have the right to talk to an elder of the Jin family? A disciple behind Elder Jin Zhong shouted unhappily. Get out of my way. With a loud roar, the Jin family disciple who'd spoken turned into a black streak as he was kicked away. He fell flat on his face. Elder Jin, what should you do? Lin Fei pressed again, his sharp eyes blasting at Elder Jin Zhong as if he'd just done something insignificant. The Elder Jin Zhong actually felt a thick murderous intent under that sharp gaze. For some reason, he felt a chill and took a step back. I'm an elder of the Jin family. What right do you have to demand anything from me? This time, Elder Golden Bell found a suitable sentence. I'm an elder of the Jin family. Or you think you're worthy to talk to me? Elder Jin Zhong comforted himself with that. At the same time, he was shocked. He was a cryptic spirit late-stage cultivator, but he couldn't see how Yi Futian had done it. Seeing his own disciple sent flying, he was filled with rage. The others were just as shocked. The disciple wasn't strong, only at the mid-mystic master level. He couldn't even take a single blow from the other party and was sent flying right in front of Elder Jin Zhong. Who on earth was this person? Arrogant. Truly arrogant. Li Feng of the Li family couldn't help but frown. Why did that action just now give me a familiar feeling? Could it be that I've seen this person before? But why don't I remember? Li Feng was conflicted. Lin Fei laughed with disdain. So this is an elder of the Jin family. You only know how to bully ordinary people. Even I dared to take off my mask and you didn't dare do anything. What right do you have to accuse me of killing someone? Of your status? Some who were dissatisfied with the Jin family cheered inwardly. Great Elder Wen Lei also saw this and nodded to himself. It's normal for a man of character to be a little arrogant. Jin Zhong was so embarrassed by a young man. How dare you? This elder thinks that you are the culprit who killed our Jin family's disciple. Jin Zhong shouted angrily, grabbing out with a single hand. When you fall into this elder's hands, I won't be afraid that you won't speak the truth. Elder Jin Zhong was so angry that he became muddle-headed. He found an extremely reluctant excuse. No matter what, he had to take down the other party first. As for everything else was negotiable. Many shook their heads. Since when would the elders of the Jin clan cause trouble for no reason? Why would they make things difficult for a cultivator? It was all because this person was invited by the Wen clan. Humph, you dare to make a move in the martial arena? In the air, there was a muffled groan. Elder Jin Zhong, who had attacked, took 3 steps back, fear on his face. Unknowingly, a gray-robed old man had appeared in front of them. He had the strength of mystic spirit Great Circle. At this moment, his face was expressionless, and the scene was silent. The arena was overseen by experts. In the fighting arena, as long as the overseeing expert made a move, no one would dare to continue, unless they wanted to die in the fighting arena. Take off your mask, the gray-robed old man said to Lin Fei expressionlessly. Lin Fei did not want to cause any trouble. He nodded to show that he understood and took off his mask. The moment the mask was removed, a commotion broke out. Elder Jin Zhong, you've really wronged him this time. He's clearly disfigured. That's why he's wearing a mask. He doesn't want to scare others. After Lin Fei took off his mask, the scars on his face were revealed. It was a hideous and horrifying sight. Everyone could not help but wonder what kind of person had done this to him. Everyone understood what was going on when he attacked out of rage. How could this be? Jin Zhong's face was full of disappointment. The other party's face was full of scars. With his strength, he could see clearly that the scars on the other party's face were left a long time ago and not recently. Moreover, who would leave scars on their face because they wanted to make things difficult for themselves? Are you satisfied now? Lin Fei put on his mask. He hated Elder Jin Zhong to the core. He had wasted 500 points for nothing. No matter what, he had to get back at the other party. Then where did your killing intent come from? And the smell of blood? Jin Zhong knew that he had lost face today. He had to continue and try to find out the problem from Xianxia. Lin Fei said, of course it's from hunting demon beasts. Do I have to report all of this to you? I really don't understand how you cultivated to this realm. You should really go back to the furnace and reform yourself. Jin Zhong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Xianxia was too eloquent. You said that I killed demon beasts, so I killed them. If you have the ability, hand over the points. Jin Zhong knew that his words could not withstand the test. For the sake of his face, he still had to give it a try. Maybe he would gain something and save some face. Lin Fei smiled. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. I'll show you. He turned around and strode to the place where the points were tabulated. The highest score of the less than 20 martial artists before was only 1,000 points. Most of them were low-ranked demon beasts with profound realm demon cores. As for the ones above, the number was much smaller. Lin Fei waved his hand. Clatter, clatter. A large pile of demon cores fell on the big table and rolled. So many demon cores. I see a mystic master demon core. That's nothing. Do you see that red one? It's clearly a mystic spirit demon core. There were no less than 300 or 400 demon cores. Everyone gasped. As for the one with the highest score of more than 1,000 points, he was also dumbfounded at this time. Especially among these demon cores, many of them were profound realm and mystic master realm demon cores. There were also a few mystic spirit demon cores. Jin Zhong was stunned. His face was burning with pain. He felt that he had been slapped on the left side of his face. Now he stretched out his right face and the other party slapped him. He regretted it. He began to regret it. If he knew this would happen, Jin Zhong would not stand up. This was simply lifting a stone to smash his own foot. In the end, he was the one who suffered. The elders of the Wen family all smiled. They understood that this time, their Wen family had a big turnaround. 5,632 points. After the number came out, it was a mess. The highest score was more than 1,000 points. Now it suddenly rushed to more than 5,000 points, a position that they needed to look up to. Such an unexpected scene made everyone look at the Wen family began to become friendly. If there was no accident, the biggest winner this time would be the Wen family. Lin Fei muttered in his heart, it's a loss. It's really a loss. If I knew earlier, I would have come out a little less. Now I'm high profile again. Elder Jin, what do you say now? Lin Fei looked at Elder Jin Zhong and said in a tone that was not polite at all. Jin Zhong could already feel the dissatisfaction of the old man in gray on him. He knew that if he did not express it, he might be the one who would be unlucky when he returned to the Jin family. I'm sorry, sir. I was impulsive just now. After saying such a sentence, Jin Zhong's whole body was weak. He was a dignified elder. To say such a sentence to a mystic master martial artist, he didn't know where his face was lost. How could he face others in the future? He couldn't wait to open a hole in the ground, jump down directly, and not come out to see people. Lin Fei said with a smile, some people are self-righteous and like to put everything on others. In the end, they are still the unlucky ones. Elder Jin, you have to remember this. Jin Zhong's face darkened even more. How could you point out names like this? The veins on his forehead bulged and his anger continued to rise. Lin Fei would trample on people to the end. As for revenge? What a joke. If he really wanted revenge, he did not mind killing them directly. There was no difference between killing one more person and one less person. In the end, Jin Zhong could not say a word. This matter was not right. Half an hour later, no more martial artists came out of the land of dreams. Everyone's expression was different. This year, there was a huge change in the situation of the imperial capital. If this result was spread outside, it would probably cause a great uproar. Among them, the biggest dark horse, the Wen family, actually took the first position. It made people wonder if the sun rose from the west. What was a salted fish turning over and reversing the situation? Similarly, the person called Master Shuang Mu was also remembered. After the announcement, Lin Fei said a few words to Elder Wen Lei and was ready to leave. At the gate, a figure stood in front of him. Master Shuang Mu, do we know each other? Li Feng stood in front of Lin Fei and asked in a questioning tone. This is my first time in the imperial capital. I don't understand why you said that, sir. Lin Fei said seriously. I think you must have recognized the wrong person. Li Feng still had doubts, but he did not continue to ask. Then it seems that there is a mistake. Looking at the other person's back, Li Feng still frowned. Did I really recognize the wrong person? After leaving the martial arena, the sun was bright and it was very comfortable. Fortunately, I have the system's help. Otherwise, I would have been exposed today. Lin Fei's heart sank. Li Feng of the Li family must be paying attention to me. I can't stay in the imperial capital for long. In the land of dreams, Lin Fei killed all the disciples of the Li family. He believed that with the huge resources of the Li family, they would soon react and target him. Tonight, I will visit the Li family. Then I will leave the imperial capital and the Wen family. Lin Fei had not forgotten about the mysterious sky's spiritual treasure. Especially from their mouths, he learned more about the situation. In particular, he obtained the map of the Li family's residence, which clearly marked the Li family's location. It could be said that with this map, Lin Fei had the idea of visiting the Li family at night. With the map, he had a better understanding of the Li family's territory and did not need to worry about anything. Especially with his speed, even King Kong could not catch up with him. Unless it was a king-level expert, there was really nothing to worry about. Chapter 283. As soon as the position of the head merchant was confirmed, the entire capital went crazy. The result was beyond everyone's imagination. The first position of the head merchant usually belonged to the few families in the past. No one would have thought that the Wen family would get it this time. It was like a pie falling from the sky. Among them, the Li family was a dark horse. The Li family, which had a king-level warrior, surprisingly lost the position this time. None of the 3 warriors they had sent had returned, which was shocking. For the Li family, which had a king-level warrior, the head merchant position was not affected too much because they had a king-level warrior. As for the other families, they were not as lucky as the Li family. You said that the Master Shuang Mu invited by the Wen family might be the same Lin Fei who injured Li Yang and stole the Metal Intent Realm? Outside the arena, Li Bing said word by word, looking at Li Feng. Facing elder Li Bing's doubtful face, Li Feng had to continue. If he could, he wouldn't mind slapping Elder Li Bing's face. Unfortunately, Li Feng didn't dare. Elder Li Bing was stronger than him in terms of status, strength, and influence. At the same time, he had a large network of connections. No matter what, he couldn't beat him unless he became a king-level warrior one day. Was that possible? Impossible unless the sun rose from the west. I do doubt it. The Lin family has two intent realms. One is the metal intent realm, and the other is the wind intent realm. Elder Jin Zhong was at the cryptic spirit realm, but he couldn't react in time. The opponent is only at the dark master realm. How many people like him can you find? Li Feng continued to speculate. Li Bing looked at him coldly. Do you think I will believe you? Don't try to fool a 3-year-old. Lin Fei is being hunted down in the demonic Beast Mountain range. Even if he's still alive, do you think he'll come to the imperial capital? Provoke the Li family? Only someone like you would dare to say such nonsense. Li Feng's face turned red. Elder Bing, as long as you check where this Grandmaster Shuang Mu appeared from, you will definitely find some clues. I can guarantee that. Li Bing didn't believe Li Feng's words at all. Between the two of them, one was a direct descendant and the other was a branch descendant. They had always been fighting each other. Now that something big had happened, of course, he wouldn't give Li Feng a chance to redeem himself. Not to mention, Lin Fei had stolen the concept of metal. Unless he had eaten a leopard's gall, he wouldn't dare to take even half a step into the imperial capital. I'm in charge here. It's not your turn to tell me what to do and what not to do. You'd better think about how to explain this matter. After saying that, Li Bing left with a dark face. The Li family had lost the position of one of the top 10 general merchants. Li Bing had a headache and didn't know how to explain it. Especially since so many disciples of the Li family had died, it was no different than suffering in silence. Looking at Li Bing's back, Li Feng cursed inwardly, "You bastard! It's obvious that you want me to be the scapegoat. How can you say it in such a dignified way? You're a jerk. When we find out that Grandmaster Shuang Mu is Lin Fei, I'll see how you face the anger of the patriarch." Coming out of the arena, Lin Fei walked along the street and returned to the Wen family. After a short rest, he personally visited the Li family in the evening. Not long after he came out. Walking on the street, Lin Fei was stopped by two men in black. "Your Excellency is Grandmaster Shuang Mu, right?" One of the men in black said expressionlessly. Lin Fei was vigilant. "I am Grandmaster Shuang Mu. And you are?" From the moment the two of them appeared, Lin Fei could tell that they were not simple. They were not people that ordinary people could possess. Their gazes were filled with disdain. "Our master wants to see you." Lin Fei refused without hesitation. "I'm not going. I don't know your master." From the bottom of his heart, Lin Fei didn't like this kind of people who wanted to see him. Did they really think they were the king? If they had the ability, they could come out by themselves. Disbelief flashed in the eyes of the two men in black. Did this Grandmaster Shuang Mu know the power of their master? Countless people wanted to be favored by their master and become his dog. In the end, this kid actually rejected it flatly. They almost doubted whether they had heard it wrong. How could there be such a person? Didn't he know that if he was valued by his master, even if he couldn't soar to the sky, his value would double in the future? Even if he was a dog, it was better than a mediocre life. "Boy, do you know what you're doing?" Lin Fei said with a smile, "Of course I know. Isn't it just that your bullshit master wants to see me? If he really wants to see me, then come in person. Don't hide behind him. Do you really think you're the king?" The two men were furious. Insulting the master, "You're courting death." The two men in black were furious. One of them turned his palm into a fist and punched at Lin Fei's chest like a black shadow. Obviously, he wanted to teach Lin Fei a lesson. Crack! Lin Fei didn't move at all. He grabbed the two fists with his left and right hands and exerted force downward. Suddenly, there was a sound of bones breaking. Then he threw them out. "Get lost!" The two men flew into the air and were thrown out by Lin Fei as if they were sandbags. Despicable people are everywhere. After the two men in black flew out, they fell on the ground and rolled on the ground. They got up and looked over with hatred. Their eyes were filled with fear. They looked at each other and left with hatred. In the luxurious golden carriage, the third prince, Xianxia, was sitting in front of a tea set, sipping fragrant tea. "Your Highness, it's a mess." The two men in black knelt in the carriage, not daring to make a sound. "You did it." His calm voice caused their hearts to beat faster, and a wave of fear spread out from their hearts. "We did it. Master Shuang Mu is suspected to be a body-refining martial artist." Xianxia took a sip of fragrant tea. His every movement was elegant and profound. "This Grandmaster Shuang Mu is quite interesting. He actually dared to refuse this prince. Who knows how many people have used all sorts of methods just to meet him, but he actually gave up." The foreheads of the two men in black were full of cold sweat. Because they knew that when the third prince was quiet, it meant that he was angry. "You did something wrong, but you still dare to come back. You're just trash. What's the use of keeping you?" Xianxia raised his fair fingers and made a grabbing motion in the air. The two of them groaned and fell to the ground. No one has ever been able to refuse this prince's recruitment. Those who refuse this prince will die. Make the arrangements. This prince doesn't want to see this person again. In the Wen family, when Lin Fei came back, the people of the Wen clan looked at him with friendly gazes. There was no need to say how polite they were. As soon as the result of the arena came out, they immediately came back to report. As soon as Lin Fei came back, the Wen family already knew the result. At this time, they all looked at Lin Fei with admiration. Because of Master Shuang Mu's help, their family could keep their position, turn over a new leaf, and reverse the situation. In the next 10 years, they didn't need to worry about anything. "I knew that Master Shuang Mu could do it." He walked into the small yard. Lin Fei saw Wen Ruxue and Zhang Yun waiting for him in the yard. "Your Wen family is too enthusiastic." Along the way, Lin Fei felt that he had become a national protected animal. People kept paying attention to him, and even many girls kept sending him radio waves. Wen Ruxue burst into laughter, which was extraordinarily beautiful. That's because Master Shuang Mu helped the Wen family a lot. Zhang Yun's face recovered a lot, and he gave a thumbs up. "Master Shuang Mu is really amazing. This wine was specially prepared for you, Master Shuang Mu." When Ruxue knew about the situation, and her face was full of disbelief. When an elder came back and confirmed that everything was true, when Ruxue felt like she was dreaming. "Good wine, I like it." Good wine was indeed good wine. Lin Fei drank a lot, and a thick true essence was in his body, so he wasn't too drunk. Zhang Yun left very early. In the yard, when Ruxue was left alone. "Master Shuang Mu, can I ask you a question?" When Ruxue's pretty face was red, and she was exceptionally attractive, especially her eyes, which were extremely charming. She looked at Lin Fei and kissed his red lips. Lin Fei drank a mouthful of wine. "Miss Wen, you are so smart, is there anything that you can't guess?" "I am very curious, why did you help our Wen family?" This question had been in Wen Ruxue's heart for a long time. Lin Fei smiled. "Can I not say it?" "No." "Then how about I tell you tomorrow? Let's drink today." "Then it's a deal." Drinking like this with a beautiful woman was a different experience. At night, Lin Fei rejected the Wen family's banquet, and came up with an excuse that he needed to recover from his injuries. As for the 1,000,000 pure yuan pills, he accepted it without hesitation. 1,000,000 pure yuan pills was a huge sum. Including the pure yuan pills that he got from killing people, Lin Fei now had no less than 8,000,000 pure yuan pills on him. Other than the big families and sects, no martial artist of this level would have such wealth. Midnight. A black shadow came out of the Wen family and disappeared into the night. Finally, I can relax. After completing Zhang Wen's request, Lin Fei felt relaxed. He had never felt so relaxed before. Previously, when he was under pressure, he felt like he couldn't think straight. Now that the stone in his heart had been lifted, everything was fine. Right now, his thoughts were all clear. When he came out of the Wen family, he was surrounded by darkness. He looked at a place, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. If I do good deeds, I will be watched. I really can't be a good person. Near the Wen family, there were people watching the main gate of the Wen family, and even the back gate. If not for his excellent movement technique, He might have been discovered. Facing these spies, Lin Fei twitched his mouth. He would not do anything, and let them continue to watch. However, just as he was about to leave, Lin Fei sensed something infuriating. In a loft near the main street of the Wen family. What are you 18 families doing? Why is Master Shuangmu not dead yet? Lei Wei was in a bad mood in the loft and he roared. When he saw someone return and heard that the Wen family had taken first place, Lei Wei almost fainted from anger. Is this the 18 families? Guaranteed to be safe? Bullshit, bullshit. Opposite Lei Wei sat two middle-aged men, and they did not look too good. Young Master Lei, are you sure that Master Shuangmu is as weak as you said? Du Shan asked with a sullen face. In order to avenge King Fei Ying and Yu Guang, they did not expect to suffer such a big setback. Lei Wei was guilty. In order to save the damsel in distress, he had won Wen Rushue's favor. But when he heard the 18 families, he was frightened and embarrassed. Later, he was not satisfied, and especially after seeing Wen Rushue's actions, he was even more unhappy. So he secretly found the 18 families and sold the information. He should not be strong, just a little bit stronger than King Fei Ying and the others. What do you mean by a little bit stronger? Du Shan sneered. If not for the inaccurate information you provided, how could the experts we arranged not return? Lei Wei was also angry. You 18 families keep saying that you want to kill Master Shuangmu and boast about how strong you are. Look at you now, he is happy in the Wen family. Is this the strength you were talking about? Du Shan, young Master Lei, we should think about this at length. Xiao Dao and Wang Quan are both dead. We need to go back to the headquarters of the 18 families and report the situation. At that time, Master Shuangmu will definitely die. The other middle-aged man who had been silent finally spoke. His voice was very heavy, and it made people's hearts tremble. No wonder the people of the 18 families came to kill me. So that's what happened. Hearing such an outrageous thing, Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would think that the scene in front of him was real. When he was in the land of dreams, Lin Fei had doubts in his heart about who had betrayed him. After hearing Lei Wei's words, all his doubts were cleared. There was a traitor. Lin Fei remembered clearly what had happened on the official road. Except for the people of the Wen family, it seemed like no one else knew about that scene. Unless someone saw it occasionally, but the chances were not high. Lin Fei had always thought that someone in the Wen family had leaked the secret, which led to the 18 families coming to kill him. He did not expect that it was Lei Wei who had leaked the secret. The headquarters of the 18 families? Lin Fei took note of it. Originally, he was going to kill his way in. After hearing about the headquarters of the 18 families, an idea popped up in Lin Fei's mind. Casting a long line to catch a big fish. As for the 18 families, Lin Fei was quite angry. He had always wanted to find trouble with the 18 families. After hearing about it, he changed his mind at the last minute. He could go to the Li family again, but the headquarters of the 18 families might not be that easy to find. In the Imperial City, there were countless news about the 18 families. The only thing he did not know was where the headquarters of the 18 families were. There were even people who offered a high price for it. Unfortunately, he had not found anything until now. In the attic, it was soon quiet. Lei Wei sneaked out from the back door and quickly flashed into a small alley. It seemed that he was very clear about the situation in this area. Chapter 284. Damn Master Shuangmu, even this can't kill him. In the alley, Lei Wei was cursing and cursing. His temper was extremely bad. No, this young master must kill that brat. If the 18 clans can't do it, I can find someone else. There must be someone who can kill him. No matter what, this brat must die. Why is he stronger than this young master? Why did he win over Miss Wen? Why? Because I am stronger than you. A sudden sound appeared in the alley. Who? A black shadow flashed past. Lei Wei's protective aura rippled and was kicked to pieces. He crashed heavily against the hard wall, causing rubble to fall. Bang! Before Lei Wei could understand what was happening, a mountain appeared on his body, causing him to be unable to breathe. Intense pain spread throughout his body. It's you? A look of fear flashed across Lei Wei's face. What, didn't you just say you want to kill me? A cold smile hung on Lin Fei's face as he stepped on Lei Wei's body, crushing countless bones. Why are you here? What do you want? This young master is the young master of the Lei family. If you dare to touch this young master, the Lei family will not let you off. A sense of fear spread from his heart. Lei Wei did not expect that such a secretive matter would be discovered by the opponent, especially when he followed him all the way to the alley without knowing. Lin Fei curled his lips. You young masters love to say such things. Unfortunately, this old man does not like it. I saved your life out of kindness, but you repaid my kindness with enmity and wanted to find the 18 families to kill me. Now, I will kill you first, then find the 18 families to settle the score. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I am the young master of the Lei family. You cannot kill me. Lei Wei was terrified. His body trembled and struggled. How could Lin Fei let such a despicable person go? Even if it was the emperor, he would kill him without hesitation. Bang! Lin Fei stepped on Lei Wei's body. The force of 10,000 jin was like a mountain. Lei Wei screamed and exploded like a watermelon. This is the result of being a despicable person. Lin Fei's thoughts cleared up. After collecting the spoils of war, Lin Fei left the alleyway and burned the corpses. In the attic. Are we really going to the headquarters? Du Shan asked. I have no choice but to go. Since such a big thing has happened, I have to give the higher-ups an explanation. Master Shuang Mu must have something to do with the changes in the land of dreams. The middle-aged man said word by word. When are we leaving? The middle-aged man stood up. Let's go. All right. The two of them quietly left the attic and followed the alleys of the imperial capital. They quickly left the imperial capital and appeared outside the outer city. Unbeknownst to him, there was someone tailing him. The movement skills of these two are pretty good. Lin Fei transformed into a breeze and leisurely followed behind. Other than king-class experts, no one else could sense that someone was following them. After traveling a few hundred li, the middle-aged man, who had been flying, stopped. His sharp eyes looked behind him, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Uncle Cheng, what happened? I don't know why, but I feel that something is wrong. Li Cheng stopped. Du Shan was shocked. It can't be? The two of us are late cryptic class experts. Why would anyone follow us? Our base in the imperial capital has never been exposed. Li Cheng said. Maybe, I'm overthinking. The two of them paused for a moment, and then flew out again. This time, they were more careful than before, and they would turn around from time to time. A day later, the two of them confirmed that no one was following them. They appeared in a desert. This was the desert of death of the Tianhai dynasty. Strong winds blew all year round, and sand and stones flew everywhere. Few creatures could survive in the desert. The two of them entered the desert. Not long after, Lin Fei flew up, and he had a look of realization. Damn, are the people of the 18 families underground rats, hiding in the desert? No wonder the people in the imperial capital could not find their headquarters even after searching the entire Tianhai dynasty. The desert of death was huge. Apart from the deathly stillness, there were no living creatures in sight. Half a day later, deep in the desert of death, in front of a barren mountain, the two of them stopped in front of it and went down through an underground tunnel and then disappeared without a trace. So it's here. Lin Fei did not dare to use his perception power to probe. The 18 families must have many experts to be able to last until now. It would be bad if he was discovered. An hour later, in front of the mountain, two figures appeared again. Uncle Cheng, I told you that no one would come. Think about it, the headquarters of the 18 families is not that easy to find. Du Shan said disapprovingly. Be careful, you can't be wrong. The two of them made a sudden move, and after confirming that no one was following them, they left for real. What the smart person! Lin Fei emerged from the desert. He was going to go in but then decided to wait. Because a martial artist's perception was sometimes very accurate. That was why the scene before him happened. After confirming that they had left, Lin Fei landed in front of the mountain and found the dark tunnel. It turned out to be a rune's camouflage. With the power of the yellow sand, no one could see through it. Below the tunnel, it was pitch black, and at the end, there was a fire. Lin Fei did not act rashly. His eyes turned and he suddenly had an idea. A doppelganger appeared behind him, wearing the same black robe with a cold expression. In this kind of place, it's better not to take risks. Losing a doppelganger is nothing. Lin Fei learned to be smart. Darkness sneak. The doppelganger immediately merged into the darkness. Lin Fei's main body left the tunnel and hid not far away. His entire mind was focused on the doppelganger. At the end of the fire, in the darkness, Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that under the desert, there was a natural cave. Inside, there was a fire and people came and went. These people were dressed differently, and there were actually 18 different outfits. Obviously, this was the division of the 18 families. At the same time, when family, small courtyard. He left. When Ruxue said disappointedly, Guan Mingchang stood next to her and said, "People like Master Shuang Mu won't stay in one place all the time. This kind of people's stage is outside. Miss, this is left by Master Shuang Mu." The maid handed a piece of paper to her. When Ruxue took the paper, and a moment later, there was a touch of shock in her eyes. So he is from the Divine Force sect. What? From the Divine Force sect? In addition to the two of them, there were two elders standing behind them. One of them quickly grabbed the paper, and the two looked at each other. So this is it. Immediately, the two showed a regretful expression and turned to report the situation. They would never have thought that the person who helped them was not a rogue cultivator, but a disciple of the Divine Force sect. I knew that our Wen family would not have such good luck. When Ruxue murmured to herself. In the hall of the Wen family. Hearing the news, everyone was stunned and couldn't react for a while. The Divine Force sect. The Bu Luo dynasty, one of the three sections. The rapid development of the Wen family was due to the old patriarch of the previous generation, who gave up his talent to develop the Wen family to this level. The patriarch was a registered disciple of the Divine Force sect. Generations of patriarchs and some core figures knew that. I didn't expect this. The patriarch of the Wen family let out a long sigh. We missed a chance to make friends. His tone was full of annoyance and regret. In the Death Desert, the headquarters of the 18 families. The overall strength of the 18 families is really terrifying. Fortunately, I came in with a doppelganger and used the dark stealth, and was almost discovered several times. In just a short half an hour, Lin Fei had a deep understanding of the 18 families. The members of the 18 families in the Tianhai dynasty were indeed worthy of the reward. If the 18 families formed a family, it would definitely be a giant in the Tianhai dynasty. I have gone to 3 areas, and now there is only one area left. And at this time, a group of people came in the passage. Hurry up, everyone hurry up. These things have to be sent to the warehouse. If you are late, you will have to bear the consequences. A martial artist in a red robe berated the people behind him with an expressionless face. Lin Fei happened to see this scene, and the word, warehouse, fell into his ears. He could not help but have a thought. Could this warehouse be the main warehouse of the 18 families? Barging into the headquarters of the 18 families. Other than checking, Lin Fei actually had the idea of making a fortune. After knowing the strength of the 18 families, he was more interested in making a fortune. The natural underground cave was huge, and people who were not familiar with it would easily get lost. It was like walking in a huge maze. In front of the huge stone door, the martial artist in a red robe stopped. Token. The martial artist in a red robe took out a red token. Beside the stone door stood 4 martial artists with a steady aura. They were all in the late cryptic spirit realm. Go in. Creak, 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 creak. The huge stone door opened, revealing a pitch-black passage. In the passage, there was a martial artist in a black robe every few steps apart. Their strength was in the cryptic spirit realm, which shocked someone. There were quite a lot of experts in the 18 families. At the end of the passage, there was another stone door. Just like the previous time, apart from checking the token, everyone was also checked. This time, it was much stricter. When they came to the third stone door, there was a martial artist in a black robe standing in front of them. He was in the peak cryptic spirit realm. A powerful perception swept over. Lin Fei hid in the darkness and was shocked. This person is the strongest cryptic spirit realm I have ever seen. In his memory, other than King Kong, who was stronger than him, there was no other martial artist like him. Fortunately, it was a clone, and he had mastered darkness stealth. When the perception swept over, the martial artist in a black robe did not sense anything wrong and opened the stone door, letting them in. Lin Fei took the opportunity to enter the stone door. The warehouse of the 18 families is huge. When Lin Fei entered through the stone door, he saw a huge storeroom. This allowed him to see what a real storeroom looked like. Rows and rows of neatly arranged wooden shelves were filled with items. Chapter 285. Calm down, calm down. Lin Fei almost fainted at the sight of such a huge warehouse. No, he fainted because of the immense happiness he felt. The spoils of war from the previous battles paled in comparison to this. They were too weak. Thankfully, Lin Fei's mental fortitude was good. He realized that once there was any movement, the black-clothed martial artist outside the stone door would sense it immediately. I've struck it rich this time. It feels so much better than robbing demonic beasts. Lin Fei was the typical type of person who did not worry about the situation when faced with a huge temptation. If anyone else knew that there was a mystic spirit great perfection martial artist guarding outside the stone door, they would definitely be extremely nervous and unable to remain calm. Lin Fei was considered an exception. In Lin Fei's eyes, a mystic spirit great circle expert was nothing much. With a golden thug like King Kong by his side, he would definitely be able to buy himself some time. It would only be a matter of time before he could leave. Nervous? Afraid? That was completely unnecessary. 10 minutes later, the red-robed martial artist led his men out of the warehouse. The stone door closed with a bang, and the warehouse was silent. Damn it, they actually set up a runes array. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. Be it the wooden shelves or the huge pile of materials, they were all shrouded in a layer of gentle white light. It was exceptionally eye-catching. Now, Lin Fei understood why there was only a mystic spirit great perfection martial artist guarding outside. It turned out that there was a runes array in the warehouse. It seemed that the runes array was of a high level. Lin Fei snuck into the depths of the warehouse. After confirming that there was no danger, he came out. What a loss. I should have let my main body in. Looking at the densely packed runes array, Lin Fei could only stare. Was he going to watch the treasure mountain return empty-handed? Come here for nothing? His main body in? He did not know when he would encounter such a good opportunity again. At such a close distance, even Lin Fei had no confidence in his martial arts. The black-clothed man's senses were very strong. He seemed to have cultivated this before. It's a must to take things, and the more the better. Lin Fei made up his mind. After pondering for a while, an idea popped up in his mind. In the warehouse, the little thing was lying on Lin Fei's shoulder excitedly. Fortunately, little thing is here. Otherwise, I would have worked for nothing today. The little thing was a spatial beast that could travel through the void. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't miss this opportunity. He brought the fire thunder bead and the bag over, intending to plunder everything. He was originally worried that the stone door would block the little thing, but in the end, it passed through without any mishap. This once again proved how powerful a beast that could travel through the void was. It's a pity that the system space can't bring them over, so I can only focus on selecting items. Lin Fei's clone showed a hint of regret. The storeroom was huge. Lin Fei started with the wooden frame. On the wooden shelves, there were some medicinal herbs packed in wooden boxes. Lin Fei temporarily did not know how to refine pills, so he gave up for now. The little thing became the best thief. The runes formation couldn't stop the little thing from traveling through the void. Lin Fei was shocked. Spatial beasts were indeed powerful. Especially the void travel, it was too awesome. If the 18 families knew that there was a beast that could travel through the void and ignore the existence of the runes formation, they would probably vomit blood. Lin Fei thought naughtily. Mystic technique manuals? When he saw the manuals, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Yellow upper grade, Dragon Catcher Hand. Yellow middle grade, Wind Cloud Divine Kick. Yellow upper grade, Poison Dragon Whip. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with points as he looked at the manuals one by one. I'll take it. Lin Fei didn't want low-grade and middle-grade martial arts, but high-grade yellow-class martial arts. High-grade yellow-class martial arts, no matter if he brought it back or left it to the family, with the power of high-grade yellow-class martial arts, he could definitely build a powerful family. This was the only thing Lin Fei could do at the moment. Lin Fei didn't want his family to be suppressed by others after he left. As long as he had enough resources, he believed that his family would rise quickly. In the future, when he returned, he wouldn't have to worry about being destroyed. This could be considered as compensation to the previous Lin Fei. Along the way, he had collected no less than 100 yellow-class martial arts. It's a pity that there aren't any mystic martial arts. Lin Fei did not have any extravagant hopes of finding a profound ranked martial art in the storeroom. In such a large empire, there were probably only 1 or 2 profound ranked martial arts. After all, there were only a few king-level experts, and they could be counted on one hand. After collecting the mystic martial arts, Lin Fei stared at everything. So many pure elemental pills, how long will it take to refine them all? When he saw the mountain of pure elemental pills, Lin Fei almost drooled. The mountain of pure elemental pills was definitely a huge number. Tens of millions? Hundreds of millions? Lin Fei couldn't figure it out. There were quite a few pure elemental pills. Looking over, it was like a white mountain, attracting people's attention. Anyone who saw this scene, even a king-class expert, would be tempted, even if the pure elemental pills were low-grade and not high-grade ones. With so many pure elemental pills, Lin Fei started to worry. Because the bags he brought in couldn't even contain them. If the system space was still there, Lin Fei wouldn't have to worry, he could take as many as he wanted. Let's look around first. There should be some space bags similar to Qianquan bags in the storeroom. Done. In the storeroom, Lin Fei found 3 high-level Qianquan bags. The space in the Qianquan bags was huge, almost the size of a basketball court. They were all sealed by the runes formation. Fortunately, with the help of the little guy, he could travel through the void and the runes formation without any pressure. This guy was now a glutton, traveling through the runes formation, swallowing pure elemental pills without worrying about his stomach exploding. It was like a bottomless pit. When the first Qianquan bag was filled, Lin Fei was shocked to find that it could actually contain 20 million pure elemental pills. 20 million. Lin Fei couldn't believe it. He had fought so hard to obtain a few 100,000 pure elemental pills, and he only had about 8 million. Yet, a Qianquan bag could contain 20 million pure elemental pills. Killing and robbing is indeed the best choice. Keep pretending, keep pretending. After storing 60 million pure elemental pills, Lin Fei couldn't wait to go back and cultivate. Looking at the empty mountain of pure elemental pills, then looking at the other mountains, Lin Fei felt helpless. If his main body was here, he could refine them all. Seems like I was too greedy. It's a pity that if I could refine all these pure elemental pills, it would be easy for me to reach king class, right? Leaving the mountain of pure elemental pills, the little guy suddenly wrinkled its nose and traveled through the void. Spiritual liquid. Inside the runes formation, there was a spiritual pool, sparkling and giving off a comfortable aura. F***ck, so much spiritual liquid? Spiritual liquid was specially used to strengthen the soul and the physical body. Just looking at this pool, there were at least 500 kilograms of spiritual liquid, and there were more than 10 pools, at least 5,000 kilograms of spiritual liquid. Unbeknownst to him, these spiritual liquids were obtained by the 18 families, after much effort, and they only amounted to 5,000 kilograms, losing a lot of manpower. Lin Fei was just worrying about how to strengthen his soul, and when he wanted to take a nap, someone sent him a pillow. There were Qianquan bags and pristine jade bottles in the storeroom. Just 60 million pure elemental pills and 5,000 kilograms of spiritual liquid alone are enough for this trip. Looking at the spiritual liquid in the pond, Lin Fei felt a wave of regret. The pristine jade bottle had been used up, and it contained almost 2,500 kilograms of spiritual liquid. His spatial ring was also almost full. Does this little guy want to drink the spiritual liquid too? Lin Fei thought to himself. The little thing squatted at the edge of the pool, opened its mouth and sucked. Like a rainbow playing with water, it absorbed all the spiritual liquid in the pool, leaving Lin Fei dumbfounded. The remaining few pools were quickly finished by the little guy. It burped and landed on Lin Fei's shoulder, squinting its eyes in satisfaction. Aren't you afraid of eating too much? The little guy waved its claws, revealing a dissatisfied expression, like a child. All right, let's not talk about it anymore, let's continue looking. The storeroom was divided into a large area, and it was dazzling to look at. Lin Fei walked and stopped, and there were many things that he couldn't use. When he walked into a place where weapons were placed, Lin Fei smiled. Pure elemental pills increased quintessential essence, spiritual liquid strengthened the soul, and improved the physical body, so weapons were what Lin Fei cared about the most. The 72 flying swords would obviously be less useful in the future. Lin Fei was just worrying about where to find flying swords, and now he finally found one. Long sabers, long spears, flying swords, and the like were all here. Lin Fei wasn't interested in anything but flying swords. His 72 flying swords weren't weak, but it was a pity that total annihilation was only on the first level. One had to know that total annihilation had 10 levels, and the further one went, the more powerful it became. Mortal's superior grade flying swords. After searching for a while, he indeed found the shadow of a flying sword. Lin Fei only had a handful of flying swords that were numinous treasures. If he used the sword formation, he could only rely on his superior grade mortal weapon flying swords. It was completely unrealistic to use a flying sword that was a numinous treasure. The flying swords in front of him just happened to help Lin Fei. After counting, Lin Fei beamed. Wow, there are so many flying swords from the 18 families. There are actually more than 700 flying swords. 72 flying swords were already powerful enough. More than 700 flying swords could form 10 sword formations, and the power would be more than 10 times or even more than now. Little thing, take all of them out. The little thing that had eaten and drunk its fill once again became a laborer. It shuttled through the void, going in and out, and took out the flying swords with ease. 790 flying swords. Lin Fei could already imagine how strong he would be after refining the pure essence pill and absorbing the spirit liquid. A small dynasty would no longer be a threat to him. For some reason, Lin Fei thought of the woman in the Tenjin Temple. Sooner or later, I will step into the Tenjin Temple and crush you under me. Damn it, I hate being pushed down the most. Lin Fei was excited, his imagination running wild. He was very happy. After putting away more than 700 flying swords. As for the other weapons, Lin Fei wasn't interested. The important thing was that he couldn't carry them anymore. What else could he do? With a Qinkuan bag hanging on his body, he couldn't carry anything else. Lin Fei could only stare. Chapter 286. The storehouses of the 18 families were huge, crisscrossing horizontally and vertically. Whether it was pure yuan pills, spirit liquid, or flying swords, they were all good stuff. To outsiders, they could increase their strength and strengthen their soul. To Lin Fei, the things in front of him could help him become a super expert. Lin Fei had been looking forward to what good stuff was in the depths of the storehouse. Little thing, don't run around. The little thing on his shoulder kept shuttling through the void at an extraordinary speed. Lin Fei could only stare. But he had to say, if not for the little thing's help, his harvest today would not be so rich. How many people could ignore the rune's array and shuttling through the void? Shuttling through the void was something even Lin Fei could not do. Unless it was a mystic venerable or mystic sage. Lin Fei did not know and let the little thing do as it pleased. After all, it was a great hero. The little thing appeared and disappeared from time to time, having a lot of fun. I wonder if the divine martial sect's storehouse has so many treasures? Lin Fei could not help but guess. It should be possible? Walala walala, the sound of a mirror breaking. Not good. Lin Fei's heart sank as he hurriedly flew in the direction of the little thing. In the depths of the storehouse, there was a teleportation door. At this moment, Little Thing was fighting against a phantom of a demonic beast. Don't look at how weak Little Thing looked. It didn't seem like it could stand up to a gust of wind. In fact, it wasn't weak at all. Shuttling through the void, sometimes appearing behind and quickly taking a bite. Sometimes shuttling through the void, its sharp claws scratched the body of the phantom demonic beast, causing it to howl in pain. Destroy! Lin Fei did not dare to hesitate. He shot out several golden suns at the phantom demonic beast, trying to get rid of this demonic beast in a short period of time. Little did he know that after the shocking change in the storehouse, the stone door opened with a rumble. The mystic spirit great perfection expert guarding the place rushed in immediately. When he saw that the pure yuan pills had been emptied and the spirit liquid had disappeared, this expert's face darkened. Someone snuck into the storehouse. Close all the passageways. The voice of the mystic spirit great perfection expert spread out like a sound wave, instantly spreading throughout the headquarters of the 18 families. Du Shan and Li Cheng. The two of them were currently reporting on the situation in the imperial capital. At the same time, they brought up the matter of Grandmaster Shuang Mu, hoping that the headquarters would send experts to kill him. Hearing the voice, Du Shan and Li Cheng immediately stood up. Du Shan and Li Cheng looked at each other and said in unison, "Why did someone come in?" The questions they had on the way immediately appeared in their hearts. Could it be that someone had followed them all the way? Sneaking into the headquarters of the 18 families? How could they not know? Their faces instantly darkened. Something big had happened. At the same time, experts appeared from all the passages in the headquarters of the 18 families. Some of them rushed to the storeroom. The entire headquarters of the 18 families was in an uproar. How did this person sneak in? Who arranged this? Oh no, we've been discovered. Lin Fei's heart tightened. He had been careless and had allowed the little thing to cause trouble for him. Now that things had come to this, there was nothing he could do about it. His sword aura sped up, coordinating with the little thing to kill the demonic beasts. A massive destructive aura swept out, destroying countless materials. Who knew how many people would feel heartache because of this? Little thing, you go out first. Lin Fei hurriedly reminded. He pulled down his black robe to avoid being recognized. As for the little thing, it didn't dare to stay behind, afraid that it would be recognized. That would be big trouble. The little thing was obviously very unhappy, but it also knew that this place was dangerous. With a flash, it shuttled through the void and disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei looked at the portal. He knew that the little thing had accidentally made it. He sighed at his bad luck. However, after plundering so many things, it was more than enough. Since you have intruded into the storeroom of the 18 families, there is no need for you to leave. The black-clothed martial artist chased very quickly. He blocked in front of Lin Fei and grabbed the air. A giant black hand containing surging true essence appeared in the air. It was planning to capture him alive. How could Lin Fei exchange blows with the other party? He was purely stalling for time. He quietly slipped into the darkness and directly used darkness stealth. Rumble, the black-clothed martial artist's attack missed. He was greatly shocked as he watched Lin Fei disappear. Not good, this person knows the stealth ability. When this person discovered him, Lin Fei sneaked out of the stone door and directly went outside. Boom! As soon as he came out of the stone door, a giant black shadow came crashing down. It actually forced the stealthy Lin Fei out, and the passage kept shaking. This person must have a treasure that can break stealth. Lin Fei's heart sank. This was not good. His darkness stealth was broken. That was very bad. Sir, your stealth ability is completely useless in front of this old man's golden eye. Just surrender. The old man stood in the void. Damn you! Lin Fei took out a fire thunder pearl and threw it over without any care. He wanted to have a taste of the fire thunder pearl's power. Rumble, a huge explosion and a wave of air rose up. The entire passage was buried. Lin Fei also took the opportunity to use darkness stealth again and escaped. In terms of speed, there were not many people who could catch up to him. Everyone be careful, This person has a fire thunder pearl. A fire thunder pearl came down, and many people were blown away by the wave of air. Those who were weaker were injured. Damn, the headquarters of the 18 families are really full of experts. In a short period of time, Lin Fei encountered countless experts. He used darkness stealth to avoid them one by one. After a while, he was not far from the passage. As long as he escaped outside, they could only eat the dust behind him. At the same time, in front of the passage, there were experts. At this moment, all of them had ugly expressions. The heavily guarded headquarters was actually infiltrated by someone, and he even hid in the warehouse and stole things. All the experts had cold expressions. Squeak, squeak, squeak. That thief is here. Outsiders did not know about darkness stealth, but it was very powerful. Once it was known, especially the headquarters of the 18 families, they would immediately find the corresponding method to break it. Lin Fei had indeed appeared. Charge! Lin Fei sneaked in the darkness and rushed forward. In the passageway, no one cared about the consequences. All sorts of attacks rained down. Berserk quintessence auras gathered in the passageway. Fire Thunder Pearl. When the red Fire Thunder Pearl was thrown out, it immediately exploded. A huge wave of air rushed in that direction, and the oncoming attacks were instantly blasted into nothingness. They were caught unprepared. Storm. The doppelganger was proficient in wind mentality and metal mentality. Although it was not powerful, it had an advantage in close range. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the unexpected attack gave Lin Fei an opportunity. The leading warriors were caught unprepared again. Injuries piled on injuries. Lin Fei sneaked in the darkness again and rushed toward the passage door. Rumble, the tightly locked stone door of the passageway exploded with a boom, revealing the pure white moonlight outside. Not good, that thief escaped. Quick chase. We can't let him escape. That person must die. He must not leave the Death Desert. The headquarters of the 18 families was in the Death Desert. If this news spread, it would definitely attract countless enemies. The strength of the 18 families would definitely suffer a huge blow until their vitality was greatly damaged. In particular, this person had secretly infiltrated the headquarters of the 18 families and stolen the treasures in the treasury. Just this point alone made it impossible for them to let him go. Apart from that, they were more worried about how much top-secret information this person had heard from the headquarters. Lin Fei did not expect that after a while, it was already dark outside. The yellow sand covered the sky and covered the earth. Finally out. After reuniting, Lin Fei put the cosmos bags in the system space and finally let out a sigh of relief. There are too many experts in the headquarters of the 18 families. I will hide first and make them chaotic. Then I will leave quietly. Lin Fei thought to himself. Rumble. As soon as he thought of this, a violent power blasted at the place where Lin Fei was. Damn, you even know this. Walala, Lin Fei rushed to the sky and found that he had underestimated them. There was actually a group of people outside. Storm. A huge killing intent locked on him. Lin Fei knew that he had met a real expert. Of course, he was ready to escape first. The Cyan Wind Blade turned into two Super Wind Blades, one in front and one behind. The void seemed to be torn open at this moment. The strength of the real body was far greater than that of the doppelganger, so the power was naturally extraordinary. The surrounding warriors of the 18 families obviously did not expect that the opponent's strength would be so tyrannical. Pa pa pa. Facing the Cyan Wind Blade with 10% of the true essence power, it was as fierce as a knife light. It cut them into pieces. Except for a few lucky ones, the rest of the warriors died on the spot. Go! Lin Fei broke open a gap and went straight to the depths of the Death Desert. He raised his speed to the limit, but there was still a killing intent locked on him. It seems that I really met a master this time. Lin Fei activated his quintessential essence. Regardless of the consequences, he had to increase the distance between them. As for anything else, he would just have to fight it out when the time came. Furthermore, he had the Vajra by his side and the killing sword, a supreme-grade spiritual treasure. He was temporarily confident. Hundreds of miles. Thousands of miles. Under full force, Lin Fei's body was like a cool breeze, almost undetectable. Unfortunately, the killing intent was still locked on, and the distance between them was closing. 2,000 miles later. With 90% of his true essence, Lin Fei used 30% to shake off the majority of the enemies, except for the killing intent that had been locked on him. This person must be a mysterious king. Lin Fei was confident in his speed. Even a mysterious spirit peak warrior might not be able to catch up to him, not to mention that he was running at full speed. The opponent must be a king-level expert. Other than a king-level expert, Lin Fei could not think of anyone else. Damn it, it doesn't matter if this person is a king-level expert or not. I have to fight him. He grabbed a pure essence pill and swallowed it, recovering his true essence. Bastard, why are you not running anymore? In the air above the desert, the black-clothed man strolled leisurely. Every step he took covered a distance of several hundred feet. The short distance of several thousand feet was crossed in just a few breaths of time. Clearly, this was a powerful movement technique. Tornado! Without any explanation, Lin Fei chose to attack first, using his full power as soon as he attacked, treating the opponent as a powerful enemy. 2 blue sword lights, one left and one right, shot towards the incoming man, not giving him a chance to breathe. The black-robed man revealed a mocking expression, an intent attack, not bad, but too weak. He made a grabbing motion with one hand, and a massive black vortex appeared at the center of his palm. The force of the vortex's rotation crushed outward, and the 2 streaks of azure sword chi were instantly torn apart. However, the vortex didn't stop there, and it continued on toward Lin Fei. The storm was broken in a single move. It was coming at him ferociously. King-level expert. That attack just now was nothing more than a probe. Ordinary cryptic great circle cultivators would have to expend a great deal of effort to block it. Yet, the person who had blocked it so easily was definitely not a cryptic great circle cultivator. He was definitely a king-level cultivator. Only a king-level cultivator would be able to do it so easily. Tornado destroys clouds. A violent gust of wind rushed over like a surging sea wave, sweeping away the majority of the attack's power and completely disintegrating it. Mystic Master Realm with cryptic level expert battle power, you are the strongest person this elder has ever seen. The man's tone changed, but no matter how strong you are still a lowly existence. In front of a king-level expert, you are as weak as an ant. This elder can kill you with one slap. I forgot to tell you, this elder only used 10% of my power. Lin Fei already had this idea. Hearing the man admit it, he had no choice but to pay attention to the 18 families. So the 18 families had king-level experts, and it seemed like there was more than one. Moreover, a king-level expert's attack was more terrifying than he had imagined. No wonder it was said that once a king-level expert became a king-level expert, he could ignore anyone below the king level. 10% of your power is only SOSO. And here I thought king-level experts were powerful. Lin Fei laughed heartily. I also used 10% of my strength just now. We are about the same. It seems that neither of us can do anything to the other. Why don't we just forget about it and go our separate ways? This elder sees that your strength is not bad. As long as you hand over the things from the treasury and become a servant of the 18 families for 100 years, I can spare your life. The man in black said lightly. Lin Fei also laughed. I see that your strength is not bad. Why don't you follow me? I guarantee that you will live a good life and never have to worry for the rest of your life. You can have any woman you want. It's so much better than being a stupid elder. The man in black didn't get angry, but laughed instead. Ignorant Junior, it's rare for this elder to be in a good mood. Since you are so stubborn and arrogant, then I will let you taste the true battle power of a king-level expert. Boom! An unparalleled aura surged out, and the flying sand and pebbles were instantly crushed into powder. The surroundings became a vacuum zone, like a god in the yellow sand, giving people the feeling that they were unable to resist. Chapter 287. P.S. Thank you for the monthly votes cast by Ruffian and Flying in the Universe, as well as the tips from Zero Fengyuan Zero. Thank you for your continued support. It's the last 2 days of the month. Please get a monthly vote. The headquarters of the 18 families were in a mess. Ever since the 18 families had moved their base to the Death Desert, they had never been in such a sorry state. Someone had actually infiltrated their base and stolen a large number of pure yuan pills. If not for this accident, they would not have known that such a thing had happened. Anger! Anger! The 18 representatives of the 18 families were all enraged at this moment. They had allowed people to infiltrate their heavily guarded lair. If news of this got out, they would be laughed at by everyone. If they were to be killed, what kind of scene would it be? Would they be killed? Or would they be attacked by the other families? They didn't know, but they knew that this person couldn't escape the Death Desert. Once he did, it would affect the situation of the 18 families. With the current situation of the 18 families, once they were discovered by the families of the imperial capital, they wouldn't be able to benefit from being attacked. What happened just now? Why did someone sneak in? One of the leaders of the 18 families said angrily. It should be that person who followed Du Shan in. Another big shot said. That person is very fast. We lost more than half of our men and couldn't catch up to him. His stealth ability is very powerful. He also has the fire thunder bead that we refined. We were caught off guard. Everyone was furious at the mention of this person. That person definitely can't escape the Death Desert. Elder Fei has already made his move and will be back soon. Don't worry. No matter how strong that person is, he might not be Elder Fei's match. After all, Elder Fei is an early-stage king-class expert. Hearing that Elder Fei had already made his move, everyone was relieved. With Elder Fei here, as long as it's not a king-class expert, no one can escape. That person might not be a king-class expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have snuck in alone. He should be a mystic-level expert. Elder Fei will probably be back soon. Little did they know that the mystic-level expert they were talking about was only at the mystic adept level. Rumble. Amidst the yellow sand that filled the sky, the two figures would occasionally exchange blows and occasionally dodge. The surrounding space had turned into a vacuum. When the yellow sand flew in, it would instantly turn to dust. Bang! A silhouette was sent flying, and a huge hole was smashed open on the yellow sand. Cough cough. A king stage expert is indeed difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the opponent is only at the early stage of king stage. Lin Fei jumped up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with excitement. He hadn't felt anything when he had fought against the mystic spirit experts, but it was different when he was fighting against an early stage king. Brat, you can't even receive 30% of my strength. How are you going to fight against me? Elder Fei laughed heartily. He was also shocked in his heart. Just what was the background of this person? He was actually able to block 30% of his strength and still have the strength to fight. If he was a little stronger, wouldn't he be even more terrifying? It's just 30% of my strength. That was just a warm-up exercise. I will let you understand what a real battle is. Whoosh! Sand and pebbles flew around Lin Fei again. Wind soared as one. The sky was filled with flying swords, all of them formed from quintessential essence. They turned into two green sword rivers, one above and one below, sweeping over. It was as if the void was going to be cut open. This sword was fast and urgent. The fierce sword will rush towards the opponent. Elder Fei was immediately submerged by the two sword rivers. Then, a wave of true yuan was released from the center of the sword rivers. The green sword rivers were shattered, and a man in red armor walked out. Unfortunately, this sword of yours can't kill me. If you were at the mystic spirit level, you might be able to injure me. Unfortunately, you are not. You can't even break through this elder's profound armor. How are you going to fight against me? A red profound armor. It was the profound armor that could be formed at the mystic spirit level. A king stage expert could truly form a profound armor. This man had formed all the important parts of his body. Apart from his head, his entire body had formed a suit of armor. No wonder he could block my tyrannical sword. Lin Fei thought, I shouldn't be his opponent in a one-on-one fight. Plus, the opponent has formed a profound armor. It's not that easy to deal with. It's time to use my trump card. Lin Fei didn't dare to stay any longer. After a simple exchange, he already knew his true strength. It was between Mystic Spirit Peak and Mystic King Stage. Compared to a real Mystic King Stage expert, his battle power was still lacking. If he refined a large amount of pure Yuan pills, he would definitely have the battle power of a Mystic King Stage expert. Storm. The green wind blades once again attacked Elder Fei. Elder Fei had already tested his opponent's strength. He was shocked. Fortunately, he had tested his opponent's strength and calmed down. It was enough to take him down. Elder Fei, who was wearing a profound armor, rushed over like a beam of light. His huge true yuan crushed all the green wind blades, and the profound armor on his body flickered. Your strength is only SOS. Now lie down for this, elder. The true yuan palm slapped down from the sky. His aura instantly increased. The king stage's aura crushed down. Under the pressure of the true yuan, the desert below him turned into dust. Vajra, go! Elder Fei was shocked. He immediately dodged to the left, but it was still too late. His whole body was sent flying, and a huge pit appeared in the desert. As soon as his opponent appeared, Lin Fei was already prepared. Just when his opponent let down his guard, he gave a fatal blow. Good job! Walala, Lin Fei soared into the sky. The long sword in his hand shook. It was the killing sword that he hadn't used yet. His killing intense sword. Wind sword as one. After switching to a supreme grade spirit treasure, Elder Fei's face changed. He said in shock, Supreme grade spirit treasure, Vajra divine ape. If it was before, Elder Fei didn't think much of it and had the confidence to suppress his opponent. But after seeing the supreme grade spirit treasure, Vajra divine ape, his heart was no longer calm. He was a king stage expert, and his spirit treasure was only a high-grade spirit treasure. His opponent was only a mystic adept, and he had a supreme grade spirit treasure. Wasn't this bullying? The important thing was that he had a Vajra divine ape. Elder Fei was indeed frightened. If it was a mystic level expert, he would have died under the Vajra divine ape's attack. Elder Fei was only injured, and his battle strength didn't decrease. Roar, Vajra didn't care what his opponent thought. After the successful attack, he rushed down again. The weapon in his hand had long been changed to a high-grade mortal weapon, and his battle strength had greatly increased. Rumble, rumble, the battle in the desert of death didn't stop. As a king stage expert, Elder Fei was in a state of panic at the beginning, but he quickly recovered and barely managed to block the two's attacks. Holy Emperor Fist. Elder Fei had a pair of black gloves on his hands, and they emitted the terrifying power of a spirit treasure. It was a pair of high-grade spirit treasures, and his whole body emitted a holy aura. And this Holy Emperor Fist was a high-grade yellow-level martial art. When used by a king stage expert, its power was almost comparable to a low-grade mystic-level martial art. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce fist technique landed on Vajra first. Vajra's defense was strong, but it was still forced out of a certain range. But it couldn't kill. After that, Elder Fei's target was Lin Fei. A mystic spirit, great perfection demonic beast. Even if it was him, he would need time to kill it. And now, there was a person beside him who had comprehended sword intent. Sword intent, and a high-grade spirit treasure. Elder Fei was very wary. Destroy! The golden sun turned into a huge golden millstone, and with the force of thunder, it crushed Elder Fei's fist into pieces. It didn't stop there, and it continued to crush. Holy Fist! A golden giant appeared in the air, and walked over. Everywhere it passed, the golden sun turned into a huge millstone, and it shattered one by one in front of the Holy Fist. Elder Fei finally seized the opportunity. The giant in the air punched out again, and a punch of true essence was thrown at Lin Fei's position. Lin Fei's true essence was greatly depleted, and he only had about 40% of it left. And the opponent's fist technique was really fierce, and it carried a vast holy aura. Water Fire Lotus. The huge lotus opened its leaves, and it blocked the huge fist. Lin Fei himself moved with the wind. Swish, 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 Water Fire Lotus was crushed mercilessly. Lin Fei had already won the opportunity, and he appeared behind Elder Fei. The sword box vibrated, and 72 flying swords flew out, forming a sword wheel, and smashed down mercilessly. Soul Shock. A two-pronged attack. Lin Fei rarely used Soul Shock. It wasn't that he didn't like it, but he rarely had the chance to use it. Today, he finally had one. Soul Shock was a secret skill of the soul. Elder Fei was about to attack, but his whole body was in midair. His head felt like it was pricked by a needle, and he felt a momentary dizziness. His whole body stopped and he fell down. 72 flying swords hit him like missiles. Even though it was only a moment, Elder Fei could no longer block the attack. Ripples appeared on his armor, and there was a hole, and he vomited blood. Not dead yet. The defense of a king-class expert was beyond Lin Fei's imagination. Total annihilation. Lin Fei used Total Annihilation again, and under the activation he attacked Elder Fei again. After the first attack, Elder Fei was already injured. Once any expert was injured, their strength would be affected, and Elder Fei was no exception. Soul Attack. You actually know Soul Attack. The soul was the most mysterious place and also the weakest. Even Elder Fei, who had the strength of a king class, had to be cautious when facing Soul Attack. Don't think that it only lasted for 1 or 2 breaths, but this 1 or 2 breaths could take one's life. Although Elder Fei could react to the Soul Shock just now, he was heavily injured. Now that he was attacked again, it was already very painful. Peng Zheng attacked from behind and hit Elder Fei's back. He staggered, and 72 flying swords landed on his body. After suffering 2 heavy injuries, Elder Fei's strength was 80 to 90% gone. This person is too scary. He actually used all his skills, and he even knows Soul Shock. How can I continue fighting? Elder Fei panicked and he turned to leave. This panic gave Lin Fei a chance. Lin Fei's divine soul power was severely depleted. Seeing that his opponent wanted to escape, he, who had used all his skills, naturally wouldn't let him leave. Gritting his teeth, he used Soul Shock again, and the third, Total Annihilation, was launched. Boom! Chapter 288. In the desert of death, under the moonlight, yellow sand danced in the air. Why is Elder Fei 1,000 miles away? 2 figures flew over in the night sky. These 2 were the king-level experts of the 18 families, responsible for Elder Fei's rescue. The thief's speed is very fast. Luckily, Elder Fei caught up immediately, or else the thief would have found an opening. With Elder Fei's help, the thief can't escape. Let's catch up quickly and not let the thief escape. Otherwise, our 18 families will become a joke. This *T profound armor has finally been broken. Lin Fei panted. After 3 total annihilation, Elder Fei was heavily injured and his body was a bloody mess. After using 3 total annihilation and 2 soul shock, Lin Fei's Yuan Qi was greatly injured. Only now did he realize that king-level experts were not easy to deal with. It was better to kill mystic-level experts. If it was a mystic-level expert, it would not be easy. Lin Fei could finally heave a sigh of relief. Elder Fei unleashed 3 tyrannical attacks consecutively, and the left half of his body shattered, revealing a large patch of white bones. It was a horrible sight to behold. I won, you lost. Lin Fei said to Elder Fei on the ground. Elder Fei coughed out blood and was heavily injured. You are very strong, but you have offended the 18 families, and I am only one of the kings. Just wait for all the kings of the 18 families to hunt you down. Elder Fei knew that he had lost, and he had lost completely in the hands of a young man. Lin Fei's expression did not change. Hunt me down? Then they will have to find me first. You can go down now. Water Fire Lotus. The huge, lifelike lotus enveloped Elder Fei's body. Then, it mercilessly tore the other party into pieces. A king-level expert had fallen in the desert of death. Lin Fei coughed out blood. King-level experts are indeed strong. This person is only at the primary stage of the king level, but he is already so strong. It seems that the 18 family strength is not limited to this. He took out a spiritual medicine and swallowed it. After a while, his injuries recovered a lot, especially his soul. It was not as weak as before, but he could not use soul shock for now. He collected all the spoils of war on the ground. Lin Fei put away Vajra and was about to leave when he frowned. Oh no, they are so fast. He had just managed to kill one king-level expert. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, two figures appeared above the death desert. Their auras were similar to the king-level expert that had just been killed. Early-stage king. If he wasn't injured, Lin Fei could still try to shake them off. However, if he turned around and tried to escape, he would definitely be caught. Facing two king-tier experts, his battle prowess was obviously insufficient. Lin Fei gritted his teeth and said in his heart, "I can only go all out and gamble." A moment later, two figures appeared at the same time. Not good, Elder Fei is dead. When the two of them landed and saw the corpse on the ground, their expressions sank. They hadn't expected such an outcome. Elder Fei, a king-class expert, had died just like that. King-class experts were the strongest fighting force of the 18 families. Losing one in the Death Desert was a heavy loss. He didn't know when he could make up for it. Who killed Elder Fei? Rumble. The violent attack blasted a huge crater in the surrounding area, and all the yellow sand was turned into powder. The thief is injured. He can't run far. One of the king stage experts glanced over and immediately made a judgment. Search the heavens and plunge the earth. A divine ability appeared. He's in the north. He must have just left. Let's go after him. One of the king-level experts had a cold glint in his eyes as he rushed out at the same time, seemingly to chase after the thief. He's finally gone. Looks like king-class experts are pretty easy to trick. 1,000 feet below their feet, Lin Fei clenched his teeth. Blood flowed down the corner of his mouth, but he did not dare to relax. It was the injury from the shock just now. The most dangerous place was also the safest place. I'm back. Come out, I know you're hiding nearby. A loud rumbling sound spread throughout the area. Under the yellow sand, Lin Fei spat out blood again, but he didn't dare to spit it out, afraid that his aura would be detected. Damn, why did he come back? Luckily, I didn't go out rashly. Otherwise, I would have seen a ghost. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. King-level experts were not so easy to trick. Rumble, rumble. After the king-level expert vented his anger, he forcefully blasted everything within 100 feet into nothingness. He then used his perception to search, as if he was digging 3 feet into the ground. After finding nothing, he left unwillingly. Below, Lin Fei was slightly surprised. I didn't expect that person to be so fast. My clone was killed so quickly. The king-level expert had caught up to him in less than 200 miles. I can't move. These two king-level experts should be stronger than that Elder Fei from before, especially with divine abilities. I have to be careful. Lin Fei was worried. Who asked him to be injured? Search. We must find the person. After the two met, their faces were as gloomy as the dark clouds in July. The thief must still be in this desert. The one we just killed was just a clone. We must find the person even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. One of their king-class experts had been killed, and this caused them to be filled with resentment. Even Elder Fei had died, let alone them. Swish, swish, the two quickly left and began to search with their powerful perception. Under the desert, Lin Fei only put down a huge rock after they had completely left. His entire body sank down once more, this time by 150 feet. The pressure from the yellow sand increased Lin Fei's pressure. He couldn't use the water-fire lotus down there, so he could only rely on his physical body. At a distance of 100 feet, his aura would leak and he would be discovered. I've robbed so much and killed a king-level expert. It's all worth it. It seems that I can't leave the Death Desert in a short time. I can enter seclusion here. They probably won't think that I'm hiding here. Elder Fei was dead. When the news spread, the 18 families were shocked. A mystic spirit master was easy to raise, but a king-level master was not. Both resources and talent were important. Even in the 18 families, the number of king-level masters could be counted on one hand, not more than 10. One could imagine how important they were. Search, dig 3 feet into the ground. The king-level experts of the 18 families were all sent out to search the Death Desert. Although there weren't many people in the Death Desert, there were still some martial artists that appeared and died tragically. The 18 families sent out all their experts, and this search lasted for half a month. They almost searched the entire Death Desert, but they didn't see anyone leave. This infuriated them to the point of death. How could someone disappear? Even so, they didn't give up and listed the Death Desert as a forbidden area. Their powerful perception kept scanning the Death Desert. Even with such a lineup, there was still no trace of the thief. If this continued for a month or so, it would completely stop. The 18 families couldn't withstand this search. If they couldn't find the person and the information was leaked, it would definitely be a huge blow. After searching high and low, the 18 families finally gave up. They couldn't afford to delay any longer. It had been almost 2 months since the 18 families started their search. The Death Desert was calm and peaceful. On this day, the yellow sand rolled and the sun was scorching. On the hot sand, a sand-like lizard appeared out of thin air and looked around. In the next second, it appeared somewhere else and kept moving back and forth. Hiss! On the desert, the yellow sand flew up and a figure suddenly rushed out. His upper body was bare and his skin was bronze. He was filled with an explosive power. 2 months. Lin Fei subconsciously raised his hand to block the light, obviously not used to it. After a while, he adjusted to it and took out a set of clothes from the system space. The one that came out from the desert was Lin Fei, who was hiding under the sand. In the past 2 months, Lin Fei's body had become much sturdier. His bronze skin was very different from before. This bastard, why did he take so long to find a person? In the past 2 months, Lin Fei had been hiding under the sand, not daring to come out. The strong perception that appeared from time to time was clearly that of a late-stage profound king. Every time his perception swept out, Lin Fei would be very careful. He was nearly discovered a few times, but he managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. Otherwise, he would not be standing here now. After risking his life in closed-door cultivation in the Death Desert for 2 months, Lin Fei's harvest was huge. First was his core lake. It kept expanding and became a sizable lake. After cultivating the first layer of the Azure Dragon True Body, he managed to refine close to 70 million pure essence pills. It could be said that in the past 2 months, Lin Fei had been constantly refining pure essence pills. If it were before, 5 million pure essence pills would have been the limit. Now that he had consumed 70 million pure essence pills, there was no limit at all. This shocked Lin Fei. In the end, he determined that his body could withstand such a huge amount of quintessence. It should be due to cultivating the 4-star Azure Dragon True Body. This made Lin Fei even more concerned about the later layers of the Azure Dragon True Body. After consuming 70 million pure essence pills, in just 2 months, Lin Fei felt that with a casual move, his body would be filled with dense quintessential essence. It was inexhaustible. How many people could refine 70 million pure essence pills in 2 months? Of course, this did not include those super experts like the profound sages or the profound emperors. Probably only Lin Fei could achieve this. If he dared to say he was second, no one would dare to say they were first. Chapter 289. 2 months of secluded cultivation. The speed at which Lin Fei's strength increased had reached a terrifying level. Who knew how many people would be scared out of their wits if word got out? In terms of the purity of his inner yuan, few Mystic King experts could compare to him. After absorbing 70 million pure yuan pills, Lin Fei's strength had reached a terrifying level. Terrifying inner yuan combined with sword techniques of conception could be said to be the best combination. How many people could achieve this, especially when they had 2 conceptions at the same time? If he were to encounter those 2 early-stage king-stage powerhouses again, Lin Fei would be able to easily kill them. In terms of inner yuan, Lin Fei was already ahead of everyone else. After all, 70 million pure yuan pills would take anyone a few years to absorb. It might even take more than 10 years. In 2 months, Lin Fei had refined 70 million pure yuan pills. It could be said that he was a one-of-a-kind freak. Apart from this, in terms of his spirit, after refining 2,000 kilograms of spirit liquid, it could be said that his spirit had grown countless times stronger. At the same time, his physical body had also become stronger. With 720 flying swords, Lin Fei could now control them at will. This was a quantitative transition. In terms of power, it was much stronger than before. If he could deal with that Elder Fei again, he would not have to work so hard. It's been 2 months. Including the 2 months before, 4 months have passed. There's still one more thing I need to do. Lin Fei looked into the depths of the desert, his eyes flashing with sharpness. In half a year's time, Lin Fei had to go to the dynasty war. How could Lin Fei miss such a huge treasure trove before him? No matter what, he had to make a fortune, especially the remaining pure yuan pills. He had to bring some back for his family's disciples to cultivate. He had to go to the headquarters of the 18 clans. This was the desert of death. Whether he left or it would be easy. There was no need to choose a path of retreat. As for the imperial capital of the Tianhai dynasty, he could not go there for the time being. The desert of death. The headquarters of the 18 clans. After 2 months, the nest had become even more tightly guarded. The decorations on the outside had become even more lifelike. If Lin Fei had not been there once, he would not have been able to recognize the location of the nest. 18 families. I wonder how many king-tier experts there are. Lin Fei appeared outside. This time, we'll just kill our way in. When the time comes, we'll just grab one and leave. No matter what, we'll still be able to make a fortune. Under the desert, in the lair of the 18 families. Damn it, we're exhausted. It's all that guy's fault. In the passageway, 2 men in black were patrolling, and one of them was complaining. The other person looked around and said in a low voice, "Shoo, don't talk nonsense. If they hear you, we'll be in trouble. If it's tough, it'll be tough. It'll be over soon." I really don't know how that guy got in. Before the man could finish his words, he fell to the ground, his blood staining the ground. Sure enough, the security is tight. Lin Fei appeared. Lin Fei had already expected the 18 families to strengthen their defenses. It would have been abnormal if they hadn't done so. Do you think this will work? Lin Fei went straight to the passageway of the storehouse. Relying on his previous memories and his improved movement skills, he was like a light breeze blowing past. Outsiders didn't feel anything at all. The storehouse from 2 months ago now had quite a few Mystic Spirit Great Circle experts. At the same time, there was a Mystic King tier expert standing guard at the door. It seemed that after the previous incident, they were worried that someone would sneak into the treasury. With such a lineup, they really didn't have to worry that someone would dare to rob them. In fact, ever since the previous incident, the 18 families had been restless. Not only had they lost a large amount of pure yuan pills and spirit liquid, they had even lost a king stage expert. It could be said that they had suffered a great deal of damage. That was why this scene was happening. Seeing this, Lin Fei's brows furrowed as he thought to himself, a few Mystic Spirit Great Circle powerhouses and a king-level powerhouse, do they really think they can stop me? This is too laughable. It's a good chance to test out my full strength. This time, Lin Fei's goal was very simple. He wanted to rob the treasury of the 18 families and kill a bunch of people at the same time. In just 2 months, Lin Fei relied on the resources of the 18 families to improve his strength by leaps and bounds. This kind of cultivation speed was all due to the large amount of resources. Now that he had the strength, Lin Fei naturally wanted to come back and plunder a large sum. Darkness stealth activated. At the stone door, there were experts standing guard on both sides. Even a fly wouldn't be able to fly in. Soul Shock was used in an instant. Ever since his spirit had strengthened, Lin Fei didn't need to worry about getting injured when using Soul Shock. This was all thanks to the spirit liquid. The people in front of the stone door subconsciously felt their vision darken. Then they really fell into true darkness. Soul Shock combined with concept of wind was simply a deadly weapon. Instant kill in one move. What a terrifying attack. Lin Fei was also shocked to see his own attack. 70 million pure yuan pills had raised his strength to this level. Coupled with Soul Shock, he could instantly kill such a group of experts. Open. The stone door was opened, and Lin Fei rushed in. Indeed, they added runes arrays. Do they think they can stop me like this? Looking at the huge pile of items from before, they either strengthened runes arrays or used stronger runes arrays. If it was someone else, they might feel pressured. However, Lin Fei didn't feel any pressure at all. To him, dealing with the runes arrays was a piece of cake. Lin Fei didn't want anything else. He went straight for the pure yuan pills. Lin Fei's main goal was to snatch the pure yuan pills. He didn't care about anything else. Apart from the pure yuan pills, they were useless to him. When he arrived in front of the mountain of pure yuan pills, Lin Fei could tell that there was a runes array set up on the mountain. From the looks of it, it was a very powerful one. It was as if they were worried that someone would snatch the pure yuan pills, which was why they didn't set up the runes array. Lin Fei smiled. Destroy. Facing the runes array, Lin Fei directly used the metal concept. Rings of golden suns bombarded the runes array. It exploded forcefully. Rumble, rumble, the power of destruction was used on the runes array. With just one attack, the runes array shattered. After refining the pure yuan pills, Lin Fei's strength was more than 10 times stronger than before. Facing a runes array, there was nothing to worry about. Opening the system space, Lin Fei began to search for the pure yuan pills. Previously, he had lost a big opportunity. This time, Lin Fei didn't intend to give it up. What? Someone broke into the treasury again? After the runes array was broken, the big shots of the 18 families were shocked again. The scene from 2 months ago was still fresh in their memory. After someone broke in and stole a large amount of pure New Year's Day and a large amount of spirit liquid, everyone from the 18 clans carried a bellyful of resentment until now. After 2 months of searching, they still couldn't find the whereabouts of the thief. They thought that he had left the Death Desert. Who would have thought that he would return again and enter the treasury? Rage. He was enraged. Surround him. Don't let him escape. Everyone was furious. The first time they broke into the treasury, it was because their defenses were weak. This time, they strengthened their defenses. How did that person get in? In the blink of an eye, they received the news. What? Another king-class expert died? Even the mystic spirit great perfection experts are dead. Uproar. Everyone was in an uproar. There were only so many king-class experts in the 18 families. Now that another one had died, they felt as if they were dreaming. How could a king-class expert be killed? Everyone rushed to the treasury. They wanted to see how strong that person was to dare to break into the treasury again. Did he really think that he was a peerless expert? In the treasury. Rumble. Another mountain of pure yuan pills was stolen. Lin Fei was in a good mood. Last time I gave you pure yuan pills. This time, I won't leave any for you. I will take all the pure yuan pills in one go. In the treasury, there was a mountain of pure yuan pills. Roughly speaking, there were at least tens of millions of pure yuan pills. Added together, there were at least hundreds of millions of pure yuan pills. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't forget the last time, Lin Fei wouldn't have broken into the treasury again. He didn't know when he would get such a good opportunity again. Therefore, he had to take as many pure yuan pills as he could. King Kong come out? He summoned King Kong, who had been asleep for 2 months. Roar. This guy had been suppressing his anger for a long time. The King Kong godly ape was a mutated beast. Naturally, it had a temper. After staying in the pet space for 2 months, King Kong was full of anger. Let's vent our anger. Roar. King Kong swallowed a large amount of pure yuan pills and rushed forward, slapping the martial artists. The weaker ones were sent flying, and by the time they landed on the ground, they were already dead. Their internal organs, muscles, and bones were all shattered. It was impossible for them to survive. Brutal. Damn it, a mystic great circle beast, King Kong godly ape. King Kong couldn't be bothered. His furry claws slashed down at them. It was indescribably terrifying. Mystic Adept Realm cultivators were killed with a single claw. Mystic Adept Realm cultivators were sent flying with a single slap. In the treasury, no one was a match for King Kong. If they were to encounter him, they would either be slapped to death or clawed to death. There was almost no other choice. In the treasury, there were countless casualties. King Kong godly ape die. Finally, there was an expert, a king stage expert. Roar. King Kong roared. He didn't show the slightest bit of fear. On the contrary, his fighting spirit increased, and he directly charged at the king stage expert. Keep the mortal weapons. Mystic Arts Secret Manuals. This time, Lin Fei was practically sweeping through the treasury. When he saw something decent, he didn't care if it was useful or not. He just kept it first. Roar. Although King Kong was strong, he was still sent flying dozens of feet away by the combined attacks of the king stage experts. If not for the fact that he was a mystic great circle beast, he would definitely have been heavily injured. But now he was just injured. The king stage experts of the 18 clans made their move. Especially after knowing that another king stage expert had been killed, all the king stage experts could not control themselves. Arrogance, too arrogant. The 18 clans were their lair, and someone had not only killed them but also robbed them. No matter what, they couldn't swallow this anger. Therefore, the remaining 6 king stage experts all rushed over, ready to kill the other party. When they saw a mystic spirit great circle beast, they were all shocked. They finally understood why Elder Fei had been killed. It was most likely due to the help of this mutated beast. King Kong's intelligence had been activated. He knew that these people were powerful when they joined forces. If he were to be attacked for a while longer, he would definitely die here. Time to go. When Lin Fei saw the injured King Kong, he hurriedly kept it. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Which one of you injured my pet? Lin Fei flew up, glaring at them angrily. With confidence, Lin Fei did not care how strong they were. As long as it wasn't a profound emperor, he was very calm. The king stage experts of the 18 clans were stunned when they heard this. They almost wondered if they had said the wrong thing. What did he mean by injured his pet? This person was way too arrogant. Sir, how dare you? You were the one who did that 2 months ago, weren't you? A gray-robed elder said angrily. Did I? Why don't I remember? Lin Fei shook his head, looking serious. Sophistry. How dare you? That person said angrily. Do you really think this is your home? That you can come and go as you please? Sir, you are too arrogant. Is that so? This is a place where I can come and go as I please. Whoosh, Lin Fei left behind an afterimage as he dashed towards the stone door. Windstorm. With just one move, the martial artists in front of him were almost killed by Lin Fei. Awesome, this is too awesome. With just one move, countless martial artists died. Killing people in front of their king stage experts, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They gritted their teeth. What mystic master? Mystic spirit realm? Facing a sword art with intent realm, they could not block a single attack. They were either killed or heavily injured. Lin Fei's true essence seemed to be endless. The sword art with intent realm was increasing in power, especially the wind sword art. When he used it, these martial artists could not block a single attack. Rumble, rumble, under the desert, a huge skylight was blasted open again. Lin Fei flew in front. Behind him, 6 king stage experts chased after him. Among these 6 king stage experts, the strongest was a late stage king stage expert, and the weakest was an early stage king stage expert. When they worked together, it was a huge formation. Total annihilation. After stopping in midair, Lin Fei's 720 flying swords transformed into a super flying sword. He took the lead and attacked them like a white stream of light. Total annihilation, 2nd level. Be careful. No one expected it. The other party actually dared to attack them in the middle of the road. More importantly, the attack was too fierce, catching them off guard. Under normal circumstances, when facing the joint pursuit of 6 king stage experts, they would definitely flee. It was impossible for them to counterattack. But someone actually did it. Boom! 720 flying swords were not 72 flying swords. In terms of power, the difference between the two was too great. 18 clans are only SOSO. I will take the things away. Chapter 290. P.S. Thanks to LDY1980 for his monthly votes. It was the last day. Robbing the monthly votes. Hand them all over. Hand them over, and you won't be killed. In the desert of death. The king-level experts looked at each other. The yellow sand howled and the wind raged. The king-level experts were indeed unsettled. It was like a raging storm that could not be calmed down for a long time. Swish, swish, swish. Behind him, many experts followed up. When they saw the wretched state of the king-level experts, they were all dumbfounded. What had happened? Where's the thief? The atmosphere was very tense. Finally, someone could not help but ask. 6 king-level experts had attacked. Even if the thief was a late Xian king, he could not escape from them. But now, where was he? Where did he go? Could he have been killed? He's gone. One of the king-level experts' voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. One could imagine his current state of mind. Couldn't you stop him? The crowd could not help but be shocked. How could this be possible? Could the thief be a late king-level expert? Another person asked with a strange expression. The 18 families had always had a smooth life in the Tianhai dynasty. Even the families of the Tianhai dynasty could not do anything to them. They could only vent their anger through bounty missions. Among them, there was no lack of king-level powerhouses. Under the hands of the 18 families, several king-level powerhouses were killed. This was a show of power for the 18 families. The name 18 families was taboo in the Tianhai dynasty. Otherwise, why would a dignified young master of a family tremble in fear after hearing the name 18 families? A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. The 18 families were like that. The patriarch is here. Just as the crowd was about to understand the situation, a ray of light came. It was the leader of the 18 families. Greetings, patriarch. The group hurriedly said. Where is he? The words were neither light nor heavy. It was like an alarm bell had rung in their hearts. He's gone. The 2 simple words carried a tone of helplessness. 6 king-level experts had worked together to deal with a person who was not even a king-level expert, but they had watched him escape. No one would believe such a thing. They had truly experienced this feeling of helplessness. How could there be such a monstrous genius in the world? Is that so? Tell me quickly. After hearing the details, a rare look of shock finally appeared on the expressionless face of the newcomer. The 18 great clans were the real big shots. When had they ever heard of such an unimaginable thing? If they hadn't spoken up and narrated it personally, it would have been difficult for them to connect the dots. With such strength, this family head would like to experience it for myself. Why did Lin Fei leave? This was because the king's aura that soared into the sky was rushing towards him. Even though it was several hundred li away, the killing intent still soared into the sky. Looking at the time, it should be arriving soon. After his strength advanced by leaps and bounds, Lin Fei appeared several hundred li away in the blink of an eye, stopping in a desert. It had only taken him a short while. The flying sand and pebbles around him did not affect Lin Fei's position. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the murderous aura that soared into the sky rushed over. After seeing the person who had stopped in the desert, a trace of shock flashed across the person's face, and he stopped in midair. Sir, you're quite bold to barge into the 18 great clans again and again. Do you think the 18 great clans are easy to bully? Song Yen, the real leader of the 18 great clans, stared at the black-clothed man in front of him, and a towering aura crushed over. It was clearly the strength of a consummate profound king. Lin Fei was unmoved. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the aura that he had retracted rushed out like a flood from a broken dam. Boom! The 2 powerful auras collided, and a huge black vortex suddenly rose between them, actually tearing a hole in the void. Who asked me to just happen to be passing by, and I happened to see that the 18 great clans have a lot of things, so I conveniently took some. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for having treasures, but no experts to guard them. Aren't you opening the door for others to take? Lin Fei did not take the other party seriously at all, and his tone carried a ridiculing tone. Damn it! Song Yen suppressed the anger in his heart. This person is too arrogant to the extreme. The 18 great clans had a reputation outside, and even though it was a bad reputation in the Tianhai dynasty, their strength was second to none, if not second to none. However, Song Yen could not find a way to refute this statement. He could not say that the strength of the 18 great clans was already strong enough, but they met a freak like him. In the exchange of auras just now, both sides had a test. This person is very strong. Song Yan originally wanted to rely on the strength of a consummate profound king to suppress the other party, using his aura to blast away the other party's mental collapse. Unexpectedly, the other party's aura was as strong as his, and the outcome could not be determined. Just based on this, Song Yan knew that he could not take down this person, and it would be even more difficult to kill him. Humph, since you say so, then let me see how strong you are to dare to say such big words. Song Yan snorted coldly, and with one hand he grabbed at the void, and a golden rod appeared. The Jingguang shone, and it emitted the power of a spirit treasure. It turned out to be a superior-grade spirit treasure. Who's afraid of who? Shatter! Lin Fei took out the killing sword, and directly used the concept of metal. The giant golden millstone was hundreds of meters wide, and the aura of destruction filled the air. Wherever it went, large swathes of yellow sand were instantly blasted into nothingness by the destructive sword chi. Good. Song Yan's face was solemn. He knew that the other party would be difficult to deal with, especially the strongest concept of metal. Divine Dragon Tail Whip. The golden rod smashed forward. A whistling sound rang out, and a golden dragon that was also several hundred meters long appeared. It brought with it an unparalleled domineering aura as it charged towards the golden millstone. When it was several hundred meters long, its huge dragon tail smashed into the millstone, causing it to shake. Following this, the millstone smashed downwards, smashing into the golden dragon, causing countless dragon scales to fly off. They were evenly matched and both were about the same. In just one move, both of them knew what to expect. Lin Fei was shocked. This should be the strongest of the 18 great clans. He's really not simple. His Zhen Yuan is so strong that he can use such a domineering attack. If it was this king-level expert, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had a chance to escape. On the other side, Song Yan was also shocked. Abnormal, too monstrous. He's only at the Mystic Master realm, but his combat strength has reached the Mystic King realm. Which family has cultivated him? An ordinary family can't cultivate such a powerful disciple, so he must have a powerful family behind him. Could it be that he's from a mid-level dynasty? Clatter, Song Yan didn't believe that a small dynasty could produce such a monstrous genius. He must be from a mid-level dynasty, whether it was a family or a sect, he must be the most powerful one. Song Yan almost vomited blood. How could he take revenge? His heart sank. He could only use his strongest means to see if there was a chance. Song Yan was already sure that this person was from a mid-level dynasty, and he had a deep fear in his heart. What did a mid-level dynasty represent? It represented absolute strength. Tianhai dynasty was considered powerful, right? Among all the dynasties, it was an inconspicuous existence. A mid-level dynasty could casually send an expert to make a small dynasty restless, and 3 or 4 experts could wipe out a small dynasty. The person in front of him came from a mid-level dynasty, and Song Yan had no intention of seeking justice. He could do nothing about losing a large number of pure essence pills and spirit liquid. Fatal 13 staves. Song Yan's staff technique changed, and the domineering staff technique turned into killing. Behind him, 13 phantoms drilled out, and a large area was filled with killing intent. Total annihilation. The 720 flying swords were divided into 2 white sword rivers, one in front and one behind, rushing towards the 18 phantoms. These phantoms were just evolved from the staff technique. In the face of the great increase in strength, the 2 white sword rivers converged into a pair of scissors, which cut in the air. Wherever the scissors passed, the phantoms immediately dissipated. Boom! The 720 flying swords cut again. Song Yan was under great pressure. This person's dark armor has already transitioned to battle armor. That blow just now didn't kill that guy. It will be difficult to deal with him in the future, Lin Fei said regretfully. Under the attack of the 720 flying swords, at the critical moment, Song Yan used a high-grade spirit treasure to delay time and offset some of the attack power. Even so, he was still blasted away, and then immediately fled under the yellow sand. In the Xianxia continent, everything depends on strength. Lin Fei said in his heart, This person has already refined the dark armor and turned it into battle armor. It is still quite difficult to kill him in one blow. His strength is still not strong enough. If Lin Fei's thoughts were to spread to the outside world, it was unknown how many people would be dumbfounded. That person just now had the strength of a consummate stage profound King Realm expert, a genuine King Realm expert. Yet, Lin Fei had beaten his opponent to the point of fleeing. That person wasn't a cabbage, but a profound King Realm expert. After plundering a large number of pure essence pills and other things from the treasury of the 18 families, Lin Fei left contentedly. Dozens of miles away, Song Yan, the leader of the 18 families, emerged in a sorry state. Freak! At this time, a huge hole had been blasted in the Zhenyuan armor, and he almost couldn't return. Facing the domineering blow just now, he still felt shocked. Song Yan had recently mastered the 18 deadly staves, but this was the first time he had used it. He was beaten so badly that he couldn't fight back and almost died in this desert. This person is too evil. I can't offend him again. I hope he will leave the Tianhai dynasty after robbing this batch of things and never come back again. Otherwise, there's nothing I can do. Song Yan already had a plan. This person must not be offended again. The 18 families could not afford to offend him. If the opponent arranged a few experts, the 18 families would all disappear. Eat the bitter pill in silence, swallow it yourself. Song Yan couldn't find any other way. He couldn't continue to take revenge. Even if the other king-level experts attacked him, they might not be a match for him, and they might even end up dead. A medium-sized dynasty. Chapter 291. On a wide official road. A black whirlwind horse was leisurely galloping on the official road. A young man was lying on its back leisurely. He did not look like he was in a hurry. Instead, he looked like he was resting. It was midday, and the sunlight was very comfortable. Awesome, this is awesome. The young man sat up lazily. With a casual grab, a pile of pure yuan pills appeared in his hand. He threw them into his mouth from time to time as if he was eating jelly beans. He looked very relaxed. This person was none other than Lin Fei, who had left the Tianhai dynasty. Half a month had passed since he left the Desert of Death. He was now in the territory of the Unfalling dynasty and was preparing to return to his family. As for why he only appeared in the Unfalling dynasty after half a month,